said, like, you think the corporation is a bad thing, like, I don't know, like, without a corporation, mankind was not able to innovate as much since the invention of the corporation. So, I mean, like, what would you replace it with? So everybody's a sole proprietor, or like what?
Wait, why does a company have to incorporate?
Because it's an organizational institution, a private one in most cases, but it can also be other kinds now. But it's an institution created by human beings who associate, organize, and come to some standard of agreement and figure out a way to uphold them, or not if it ends up in the court and all that.
Wait, and you're saying that companies can't have mutually agreed upon agreements that are upheld within a court? Like, I don't understand why you.
No, I actually agree with the fact that they can be. I guess I'm not following what your distinction is about corporations. I guess to me, it's still a capitalist system, that I think can be broader and more, accessibly used by everybody by thinking of it more as a norm rather than an exception that people act entrepreneurially. And like you would want to have capital, and you'd want to have entities, decentralized.
Number 5.
Decentralized autonomous organizations, for-profits, non-profits, whatever kind of organizations human beings can now create in the 21st century.
I want to just say that Vesper, nice try. So what I had asked you, and I'll get back to you, Daniel. I'm not getting away from that. I just want to call out the retard in the chat. So these companies that he's referenced. My question to him was, name a company that took on no subsidies, received no bailouts, and didn't have regulatory favor with regulatory agencies appointed by the government. Which, by the way, these regulatory agencies are populated by lawyers that formerly worked for these companies, and so it's a very corrupt system. The fact that you're anti-corporatism, Vesper, and you don't know these things, it's crazy to me. But I want to quickly just ask you, Vesper, are you confident? Scale from 1 to 10, 1 being not confident at all, 10 being the most confident, that the companies that you listed in your Google search to make your argument, are you confident that they didn't receive any funds from the government? Because if you're confident of that, I'm going to end up damaging your confidence. But if you're not confident, there could be a learning here, and so I'm just kind of curious how you want me to approach this.
So I think where you're going with that is those companies are not example of free market because they were supported by a government, right?
Well, the question was for Vesper, and he can't type fast enough in ChatGPT to get a response to me. So I will deal with you then, Daniel. Yeah, those are not examples of laissez-faire capitalism. They're clear examples. Any company that takes a monopolistic position in the U.S. always has the government's hand in it, and that's something that the Vespers of the world and myself should be able to agree on. He sees that there's a problem with monopolies. I see that there's a problem with monopolies that were aided by the government, which, by the way, that's 100% of the monopolies. And to Lou's point, Lou had said, and I'm glad that he said it, that monopolies aren't inherently bad. If you show me one that became a monopoly, you organically through free market by providing the best product at the best price and the consumers want it, fuck yeah, let's jump all over that. I have no problem with that.
But Roger, isn't there the other side of that you could say because the government is so fucking way too involved? At some point, they were actually making it more difficult for businesses and kind of fucking them over, at least early on. And then we got to a point where now, they're large corporations. If the government, in doing what it does, it makes barriers to entry even worse. With I can't get my head to see it just through this very simplistic. It's like, okay, the government.
I actually think you're seeing. I think you
agree with that,
and Lou, I think you're seeing some of it. I think you're just not connecting the dots for yourself. You're seeing the fact. You're seeing the fact that government helps a corporation, they're impeding on the free market. When you help a large corporation, you're but Vesper, I'm just gonna move you, okay? Because you don't know how to stay on mute. It's fucking weird. So Lou, if you help a corporation, right? You're by default you're being punitive to the competitors in that space. So when you protect one company, you're harming. But the other side of that argument, which you brought up, is that if you were regulating a company and you were putting strict regulations on them, you're harming that large corporation. So the thing that you want to be able to do is make sure that the market can be able to compete. The marketplace of ideas. If the government can decide who the winners and the losers are, companies don't have to win over consumers. They only have to buy off politicians. And so you got to be really careful of the system that you want to design. If the incentive structure is, I only need to build a company that gains favor of this particular politician or that particular political party, then I don't have to do anything right for my employees, for my stakeholders, or for the customers. It's banana.
Yeah, but dude, come on, like this is like you have to build an insanely large company to be like in favor with a politician. But this is the thing that I want to say.
Wait, Lou, you're wrong. You don't have to build a successful company at all. You don't have to build a profitable company. You only have to have collusion with the government. Do you remember Solyndra under Obama? Do you remember all the money that went into funding a company that did nothing?
Sure, without a doubt, there's definitely cases like that. A lot of government contracts, for sure. But I'm speaking more like broadly, like just like in general of the market, not specifically government contracts. But like I do think that like these they become corporations not because when they become corporations, they're not necessarily competing as much for the consumer and offering the best product. I get that, but I mean they were 99% of them, like they were the most efficient and effective, which is what allowed them to ultimately get as big as they got. And then yes, it fluffs out. The government gets involved, and now they basically regulatory.
Hey, Regis Tickles, can I ask you a question? What is 666 times 1,000?
So yeah, like I do think the.
What are you gonna answer?
Dude, it's 666,000, Colin. It's a retarded question.
You shouldn't think about that.
You'd be surprised how many people can't answer that.
I know.
I know you gotta get a calculator though, but still.
Yeah.
Listen, we're getting a lot of
It's
heart
not even
emojis.
math, it's words at that point.
We're getting a lot of heart emojis from that question. But Regis Tickles, I just gotta ask one more question. If you were the president or the king of America, what would you do for your people?
No idea. I would never want to.
America does not have kings.
Roger, I mean, you are arguing with a guy, Lou Tickles, who says that he knows
It's logisticals.
that definitively aliens exist.
I wouldn't make no one pay for Sunday.
Do you think there's no other life in the universe? Aren't you the atheist?
Within the 6 points, no,
This is
I'm not an atheist.
This is the. Oh, okay, never mind.
200 billion stars, 2 trillion galaxies, 4 octillion stars, 1 billion 6 planets, 6.4 octillion planets. Yeah, there's probably life.
Okay, yeah.
Your mom
That's what I said. I just said.
Yeah, you said you
Your
made a
mom
definitive
said
claim.
life.
Yeah, it's
Alright.
basically it's a guarantee, effectively.
All right, let's. Is there a guarantee that they've been here?
Well, that's a separate thing.
Yeah, but it's well, if we all acknowledge, I would imagine that we're all intelligent enough to acknowledge that the likelihood of life on other planets is almost guaranteed. It's a mathematical certainty.
I mean, fold space-time, wormholes, 300,000 meters per second. I mean, you'd have to be one of the two.
You won't. I'm as intelligent as you can find average people, and that's to understand myself. But I'm just neutral. I'm neutral on this whole thing.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I want to ask. I want to pass the mic around a little bit. Abdullah had a question. I don't know what it was. He asked if he could ask it. Let's get his question. Abdullah, what do you got?
Yes, hey, how you doing? Well, I really like everything that you said. I'm actually an accounting student. I'm about to graduate with a minor with economy. We faced some issues when we were studying about economy. We saw that the freedom of the American market is decreasing badly because they actually looking at other markets in other countries and they seeing that state capitalism is some kind of way working out in other countries. My question is, the reason why I'm asking that is Trump kind of introduced the idea of the U.S. government investing in the stock market. I know it might create a chaos, but I do want to hear what you think of that.
I want a complete separation from the state and the market, the same way that atheists want a separation of church and state.
That's a good answer.
But my question is, how would you solve the issue of the debt and the debt issue, $37 trillion?
Well, the first thing you got to do is stop borrowing, and the second thing you have to do is stop spending. We collect $5 trillion a year in taxes, and we spend $7 trillion. We need to pass a balanced budget amendment. That's first and foremost. We need to stop spending money that we don't fucking have. $37 trillion is the debt that is owed. And as John Kitover can tell you, who's running for Congress, there's $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. So paying off the debt, I don't think that's going to happen. If we start thinking about how to solve this problem, we just need to directionally improve, because if we continue this snowball effect, we're going to get to the point where right now the third largest line item in our budget is the interest on the debt. As we continue to spin ourselves into this hole of $2 trillion of additional debt every year, the interest on the debt is going to become so big that the interest will be the largest line item, which will mean that we won't be able to spend money on the things that we need to spend money on. And so I don't think we're going to solve this problem. I think at some point we're probably just going to give a middle finger to corporations, to people, and certainly foreign governments, and just say, hey, we don't have the bread. I think that's probably what's going to happen, because if you think about this mathematically, and I know there's not a lot of math majors on this stage, but 37 trillion, even if you factored away the interest, right? If you had a $1 trillion surplus for 37 years, right? For 37 years, that takes you 37 years to pay that off. But when you factor in interest and the fact that we haven't slowed down the debt, it's virtually impossible. I cannot fucking imagine a world in which we pay this off unless AI takes over to the point where we become so fucking efficient that we're able to do to pay these things off in unimaginable ways. The other way would be, and this is probably even less likely, if we were to harness a comet and we were to draw the materials from it. We were to get rare materials, and if we were to harness it and we were to take advantage of that, although the problem with that is that if you introduce more of these substances, the value of it is going to decrease. So I don't know how you're going to fix this problem. I'd love to understand, for somebody that's studying this stuff today, how you would propose to solve this. All I could say is that we had a poll the other day, how many zeros is in 37 trillion? And a lot of people got that wrong. The answer to that is that there's 12 zeros in 37 trillion.
There's 2,000 years of natural gas on the moon and Titan. We could do that.
Yeah, so you would have an issue with us, like quadrillioning, like gold or something like. I mean, I know I would have an issue with it, but I'm surprised you would, Roger.
So, Roger, I actually do have a solution to this.
Oh, let's hear it. Hold on. John Kitover, please take notes. You're running for Congress. We need these ideas. Daniel, go ahead.
John here?
Yeah, John Kitover's running for Congress, and he's right here.
Number 8?
Yeah.
That's you, John. Okay. John, if you end up looking at this and you agree, you are going to benefit from a lot of super PAC money that's going to go to exactly this plan, which is to look at an entire bucket that's all along the heart and soul of what you're talking about transactions. A perfect example dealers and everything else, is to have everything on the transaction. But there's an issue that there's a monetary economy that has a number attached to it that you're not measuring in everything that you're looking about where the money comes from. This monetary economy couldn't even be measured before 1989. And it is massively larger than the real economy, where we measure GDP and do all that stuff and pay our taxes in, and the real economy we live within every day, where we're all overtaxed. And we have a monetary economy that's grown massively, and it's so fucking large that if you put a tiny, tiny transaction tax on it, you can get rid of virtually all the taxes in the real economy. Do exactly what you're talking about. The only thing that's missing, the only thing that's different, is that the bucket is much, much bigger over there. The monetary economy is untaxed. And when you figure that out, and you figure out a tiny tax attached to it, this is what some individuals who put together the idea to do this that we found that spent 100 hours of research on it, by the way. So we're either stupid and drunk the Kool-Aid, or we actually know what we're doing. And we're going to raise a super PAC on this very idea of how to end the debt in 8 years by taxing the monetary economy. Something that most people have never heard of, have no idea of. They also
You're
don't
talking about Forex?
It does include Forex. It does include mortgage-backed securities. It does involve stocks. It does involve all the transactional monetary economy that makes the world economy work. And no matter what happens with tariffs, you notice that's where the modulating fact comes from now, is in the markets, no matter how much they try to regulate it. And I do think they do have to be fair markets and some basic minimum regulation. It should be clear what the fuck it is. But this is a big fucking hole that Scott Andrew Smith, who's the author of this plan, came up with, and reached out to me a couple of years ago, and I started to pay attention to it. And it's 270 times larger than the real economy of the GDP. On some days on foreign exchange, for example, and there's lots of other kinds that we can look at, on some single days on the foreign exchange markets, there's as much past, sometimes more than 7 trillion in a single day. When we talk about 38 trillion or whatever, 7 trillion in a single day, and that's more than the entire New York Stock Exchange and entire year's transactional value. Like, we've invented all these ways to move money in so many different kinds of weird packages, and letting all these, things benefit from it. But the systems that it's riding on are getting a fucking free ride. It's not poor people are lazy. I mean, we would disagree on that, Roger, and I don't think taxing them more gives them more incentive, but we don't have to agree on that. If we agree on fairness about who's getting a free ride, the monetary economy is getting a free ride on the old world real economy. That's what I think needs to be rebalanced. And if it does turn out to be feasible, fiscally feasible, to actually tax that economy and lower taxes for everything else, you might have a fucking solution.
Yeah, I'm going to pause you right there. I know John's probably going to want to respond to that, but I want to say something to Vesper, probably the dumbest person that's in this room. He said, well-governed mixed market systems are best able to pay down national debts. So we have a mixed market system currently, and we have $37 trillion worth of debt. So Vesper, the utilitarian Gnostic atheist, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, respectfully. But if John wants to respond to Daniel, now's a good time.
So Daniel, I mean, you believe in an infinite bubble, because a couple of days ago you told me that you believe that people should be able to request however much money as they want. It's set to an expiration, and the people who receive that money in the transaction, let's say a car dealership, it won't expire for them, but it'll expire for the people who made the unlimited request for that money. I mean, that is your economic solution, correct? Am I wrong in what you said?
You are wrong when it comes to ending the U.S. debt. These are two entirely different things. That's an experimental in the lab project of how to create universal income without government or taxes. So we're mixing apples and oranges. That's a fantastic idea or not. But what I'm talking about is fiscally being responsible to the fact that there's a gap, there's a hole. Mr. Future Congressman, I hope you are, no matter what your positions are, to understand this. There is a monetary economy and a real economy. The monetary economy has zero tax on it, and it's 270 times larger. That's a gap. That's all I'm saying.
you say basically? Maybe I don't. Are you talking about just literally tax transaction, just the transaction purely like when, like forex? Like you're saying that should be like 4 trillion?
Yeah. Forex and everything in the monetary economy. It's much larger than most people realize, and a tiny tax because it's so much larger, and you'd be able to get rid of all of income tax for sure. That would just be extraneous at that point, totally. Okay, I've done the math on this. Like I'm not talking out my ass. Like we spent a lot of time research. I do due diligence on companies for a living generally, so we know what we're doing here financially. And the numbers show.
What company do you work for, by the way? What do you guys do there?
Well, hold on. Let him finish, and then we can ask some questions.
What,
Daniel,
question?
no, it's fine.
It's fine.
Hold on. Okay. All right. You know what? It's time. It's that time again. Everyone stay on mute, please. Everyone stay on mute.
Oh my God.
I'm going to read the rules of the room. So, no threats of violence.
You're a mental breakdown.
Well,
Take this one.
hold on. If that guy interrupts again, I'm not only going to remove him, I'm going to block him, and then I'll write a letter to Joe in community and have it blocked from every room. Let's see.
I talked to Joe earlier, and he was telling him about you. He's sick of you writing letters to him, dude. Quit writing letters to Joe, dude.
Yeah, okay, got it. This guy, I'm going to write a letter to him right now, but I'm going to write the letter while you're in the audience. But because of you, the whole room has to suffer. This is actually a very effective way to get people to conform. So we want to talk about the rules here because of the interruption. So rule number 1, no threat to violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, I hope everybody listens to this one. Keep your shares brief. Number 5, this is another one that you're going to want to listen very carefully. Do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate, like I'm doing right now. Number 7, the N-word is forbidden on stage and in the chat. This is probably only going to be a problem for Lou. The rest of you are probably going to be good. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only. I think that one's self-explanatory because I only speak English and I wouldn't be able to monitor the chat or be able to do proper moderation if I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. So I'm going to go ahead and, did somebody want to interrupt me? Who was that? Who was that? Oh, all right. So let's go to Daniel to finish up with what you're saying, and then we'll pass the mic around. Thank you.
Just simple. I just want to get a discussion out there that there's this gap. There's something called the monetary economy. We can define it. It's not taxed. It's missing a big gap of what could be totally honest, sincere, fair revenue with not much of a burden, and it would clear up a lot of other burdens. I think it's worth an experiment.
All right. Let's take a quick little opportunity. Vesper, can you explain to the room what a utilitarian Gnostic atheist is?
Why are you hung up on that exactly?
Because it's a stupid term, and I want to hear you explain it in a way that would make it less stupid. Go ahead.
Like, what does that have to do with politics?
That's a good question.
Economics?
It's good. Well, you don't understand economics, so I think this pivot might actually serve you well. So why not an agnostic atheist? Why do you want to take the position that God doesn't exist?
Because I know that. I'm not going to pretend like I don't know that.
Oh, okay. So you know that your position is God doesn't exist. So when you make that claim, the burden of proof is on you. Go ahead, tell the room your proof.
Supernaturalism itself presents a logical contradiction, which means it cannot exist. Nothing supernatural can exist.
So something coming from nothing would be supernatural, though, wouldn't it?
That might be an example.
define supernatural?
Hey Vesper, before you can definitively state that God doesn't exist, you think you could just simply solve for Pauline's conjecture, the Riemann hypothesis? Could you do those two things real quick? It'd be real simple.
The what hypothesis?
Since you're the all-knowing being, Paulette's conjecture, the Riemann hypothesis, or Riemann, whatever you want to pronounce it. It depends where you're from.
Why do I need to know all things in order to know some things?
I'm just wondering. I mean, you can't solve for that. You know definitively that doesn't exist. Okay.
Well, I mean, you're effectively explaining where all things didn't come from, or that's not the right way to say it. The whole universe could get here if you're going to say supernatural. I'm not saying that must implicitly imply I believe in God, but I get the argument. Actually, for there not being, but not that there's not a creator. Something set it in motion. So what is it?
You're talking about like a first cause? I don't believe there's a first cause.
It could be a sequence of events. It doesn't have to be a guy in the sky.
Yeah, I don't believe in causality at all.
Don't you know that the singularity is now, and Lou just tickles here, is one of the foremost Clubhouse AI experts?
What? That is not.
Lou just tickles. Let me ask you a question, Lou. What's your favorite AI platform at the moment?
What are you, like a hard determinist, or?
Asking me.
I don't have a particular platform. What would be my favorite? Like, are you asking me what model I like the most?
I'm just saying, have you seen the
This
movie
platform,
Virtuosity with the guy from Gladiator? You haven't seen Virtuosity? It came out in 1995 with Denzel Washington.
Phenomenal movie.
Love me, Denzel.
Oh, really? It's got Denzel?
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's what about Denzel. I don't think I have. It's Virtuosity.
Can you elaborate on the?
Griffin.
Can you elaborate more on John on the premise of the movie?
Well, I think, with regards to the title, when you look at the word Gnostic, I mean, that's gnosis, which is knowledge. And, wisdom is the best knowledge. So if you want to know God, you got to know wisdom.
Are those two things synonymous?
And Judaism, the Torah is so precious, and the Torah is wisdom. So, what is the source of wisdom?
Was, goddess named Sophia.
Yeah, I mean, transliteration. There's a lot of languages that are saying the same things.
Like Solomon goes on and on about wisdom as a figure, Sophia as a goddess that he's in love with.
Yeah, well, Sophia is beauty, which is one of the 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalah. And, what is the capital of Turkey, Sophia? So, I mean, it's global.
Hey, Roger, I just wanted to say one thing. What you were talking about with the sales tax is exactly what I'm talking about. Could happen, and if we ever want to have a room about that sometime, we could really break it down. There's going to be a very big effort around it.
I'm happy to talk taxes, and by the way, the Brain Trust on 4 p.m. Pacific time on Tuesday is going to be having a room specifically about taxation. You should show up for that.
What date is that?
On Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time.
I will be there, friend. Thank you for the invite. Talk to you then.
You left one thing out of the poll, Roger, is love. Love is God's love.
Well, okay. Put that in the chat.
But, who here can tell us what a utilitarian principle might be? Is frugality a utilitarian principle?
The greatest happiness principle is what utilitarianism is about.
Well, there's this amazing book. I bought it at what's called a bookstore once, and it's called The Practical Necessities to Demand Everything. And it says, in the end, we weren't greedy enough.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm asking, is it patriotic to be greedy as a nation?
No, I would say greed is a vice rather than a virtue. Capitalism tries to turn it into a virtue, though.
Capitalism doesn't speak about this at all.
You don't think capitalism rewards greed?
I think that if you are a good operator, you can be highly profitable. You can make a lot of money, and what you choose to do with your money, you can be incredibly generous with the proceeds, or you can be incredibly greedy. Those are your options.
Yeah.
Capitalism is the only economic system that allows you to succeed or to fail.
Yeah, like, that's kind of my goal, to use capitalism against capitalism.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I don't get the people that are like, oh, capitalism's the worst thing ever. I also don't get the people that are like, it's perfect.
It's not about being perfect. It's not about being perfect. It's about being just, and more importantly, it's about being better than any other system that we've ever come up with. Now, if you come up with a better system, that's fine. But hanging out with people like Randy McDickerson is not going to help you come up with good ideas.
It's all hunky-dory if it's equitable and fair, right?
See,
But it's
this
gotta
is
be regulated
this
in
is
order to be that way.
this is where I have to disagree with you on that, Mojo. I think capital surveillance or surveillance capital, in terms of having recordings of Rabbi McDickerson, is valuable. To have a sample of something that's living, which is as rare as a star, is a good signature, recognition or recording. I mean, you know, I'm just saying that every man and every woman is a star. So,
Are you guys aware that Randy McDickless threatened to rape Anne Hero's underage daughter? You guys aware of that?
no, I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah. So these are the people.
That's so the extreme way to phrase it.
No, that was what was said.
She's also going around calling him a pedophile, which he's obviously not. And so he said, yeah, I'm going to fuck your daughter when she turns 18.
Wait.
Those type of statements.
Yeah, well, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
just
no, I know.
explain. Let me just explain this. Any guy that would say that clearly is only saying that online. And here's the great thing. That guy will never in a million fucking years ever talk like that to a man, woman, or child face to face. He's the biggest fucking coward on this fucking app, and for whatever reason, you're friends with him. Explain yourself.
So I've been to Jordan twice, and I know Jordanians.
Hold on. So if someone's going around calling you a pedophile, don't you think it's like a bit ironic that that's what he said back to her? Because that's what she was doing to him. She was calling him a pedophile. I don't remember exactly for what, but nothing to do with that. And so he said, like, I think it was wrong. I told him.
Well, I heard.
But he said, I'm gonna fuck your daughter when she turns 18, which we all agree that's legal because it's a magical number. That's your 18. Everything's legal now. But yeah, she seemed upset. It was wrong.
Well, I mean, how do you rationalize death threats all the time?
Take contention with it being 18. That's fucking wild.
Listen, Pepe says he wants to kill hitchhikers and burn their bodies in acid all the time.
18th birthday, like if you're completely like an adult, or the day before you're not. I think that's silly. It's not really.
No, it's just the vitriol and the way you said it. It really came across like you wish it was younger. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, why you're making it.
So what is this? A gaslight app? Are you saying that this app is used to gaslight people? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, It sounds like they're saying that having sex with an 18-year-old is
why would an adult male speak to a woman the way that he spoke to her?
Because he's a pedophile.
Look, I have a very different take on Anne. I don't want to be disrespectful to Joe, but like I'm not a big fan of hers. Some of the things that she's done, the way she's acted, and I prefer to just leave it at that. I don't like her, even not like my friend. We can still be friends.
No, well, hold on. You can have whatever grievance you want. I like, look, this app's, gone through a lot. I've had grievances with her in the past, but I also think that, I think that she's, proven over the last several years on this app to navigate it as a pretty good actor. I think that when she first got on the app, that probably wasn't true. That being said, I think, the last 3 years or so, she's probably one of the most pleasant people to be around on this app. And if you have a different experience, that's fine. But even if you think that she's a piece of shit, why would you be friends with someone that would talk to a woman that way?
And about a child.
Well, again, like she was calling him a pedophile. He's not a pedophile.
Well, I have
It's
been.
serious to call someone a pedophile. Like in my opinion, if they're a pedophile,
Walks like a duck, talks like a duck, looks like a duck.
Some people disagree with that.
I have recorded more Randy McDickerson rooms than anybody in this room right now, and I've been kicked out of more Randy McDickerson rooms than anybody else. And I gotta tell you, all the time that I've ever spent recording Rabbi Randy McDickerson has always been a total waste of time.
I don't know, man. I just think I think grown men should have
He's a troll. He's a joke.
Well, no, he's not a troll. When you talk to a woman that way, no, that's not being a troll. That's not being a troll. Being a troll is to is more of a playful thing. There's nothing playful about talking to a woman that way. To say that you're going to have sex with her daughter, like why would a grown man say that? Her daughter's 11 years old. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's what.
Well, yeah, it's fine, fair enough. But again, he said specifically when she's 18, and he's doing. She's calling him a pedophile. She's going around saying he's a pedophile. I think both are wrong for doing what they did.
There's no explanation. You can listen to 1,000 people on this app and come to the same conclusion.
What's up?
Ro, what do you think? A grown man telling a woman that he wants to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter when she turns 18. What do you think of that? I mean, you're a father. Like, if somebody said that to you, you have a problem with that?
Yeah, the person's a sick fuck, should be locked up and locked permanently. That's a sickness.
Or see, everyone can agree with
Is that a serious question?
Exactly. So to accuse someone of that,
It's Lou's best friend. Said that.
yeah, it's friend, yeah. Everyone knows that. Like my best, I've known him for like 4 years. It's a serious accusation.
He's your clownhouse bestie?
Oh yeah, Randy. Oh yeah.
Okay, but serious question. Have you guys engaged in the Destiny Nick Fuentes before?
No, not really.
Not yet.
Who's actually said this, by the way?
Who's
So,
said to her?
Rabbi Randy McDickerson.
Okay, yeah, go.
To her?
To Ann. Not her, but
She was calling him a pedophile, and I don't know, I forget why. I know she was blaming him for, her a certain kind of photos of her being put out there. But that's she put it out there quite a bit herself. To say that. doxing me. She accused him of doing it.
Did you not hear? Did you not hear the definition?
Yeah, maybe I'll say it again. He accused him.
Okay, I'll say it again. It's fine. Disseminating private and.
We'll say the organism environment
Okay, well, guess what?
is a real me. Then
Right.
all the things that happen
Exactly.
to
She's
me
accusing
may be
him of
called
doxing.
my
Does that
doing.
mean that he did it?
That is the real sense of karma.
Here's the thing. Okay, we're all gonna.
But
So when Tanner
freedom from being the puppet of the past, that simply involves a change in your thinking. It involves, in other words, you're getting rid of the habit of thought whereby you define yourself as the result of what has gone before, and instead get into the more plausible and more reasonable habit of thought, in terms of which you don't define yourself in terms of what you've done before, but in terms of what you're doing now. And that is liberation from the ridiculous situation of being a dog wagged by its tail. If
How do you realize that notion about the concept that we as individuals or as somehow choose to deal with the most amount of do you believe that's a concept that rings true to you? Is that simplified?
I think people make judgments of other people based on who they think most people are also judge themselves. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Well, how do you think that reflects? How do you think that reflects on one
Well, okay, first of all, fuck you, bro. I'm not a pedophile.
You'll find it.
if
No, listen, hold on. Lou, I'm trying to tell people not to interrupt you. Look, Lou's not the one that did this. Lou's guilty of having shitty friends and some bad at picking friends. But we don't have to attack Lou for this. But I have no problem attacking Randy Dickerson because he's one of the most despicable human beings I've ever seen on this planet.
Not even prior to this, this is your view, but prior to that, why is he
He's a fucking retard. Have you ever spoken to him? You've heard him, right? You've heard him speak.
How would you rate his conversational skills on a scale of 1 to 10? Anyone? 10 being the best conversational skills.
He's got one word that he repeats over and over. He has no personality. The guy is one of the dumbest people that's ever been on this app. And when you try to ask him questions in a debate, he doesn't respond to anything. He's got a one word reply for everything. He's like Rain Man if Rain Man was like stupid and retarded.
I know you guys both are like completely against each other, like on economics and whatnot. But no.
Well, there are some things you would agree with him on, Mojo, and some of those opinions deal with Islam.
I think everyone who's not Muslim agrees on that.
Islam's not a religion.
See, that's something I think that you and Rabbi Randy McDickerson would actually agree on.
Yeah, I don't want to find any points of agreement with that guy. He's also an anti-Semite. Lou, why are you friends with anti-Semites? Can you answer that?
Well, there's a lot of hate in the world, Roger. Why are you friends with people? I can spin it around and say, well, why are you friends with people that want to kill babies? Then come on, man, that's gay. I don't think Jews are all trying to kill babies. It's just like I don't even know what anti-Semite is. I wouldn't.
Wait, were you about to say just some Jews?
1, 2, 3.
No, Kamo, hold on. Kamo, that was the Muslim.
I have nothing.
Bury their daughters. Sapana religions. The
Do
Muslims
I have to? Do I have to read the rules?
Speaking English. I think he's speaking.
He's trying to speak English.
I'm gonna read the rules if you guys can just. All right, look. Go look at the rules of the house. You violated at least two of them, but please hone in on number 10. Thank you.
That's another good poll. How many people follow the rules of the house or read them?
I should add a rule that we always have the best looking moderators.
Can I can I
That's not a rule, that's a fact.
can I just say that having listened to more profanity, more racism, more hate, and more stupidity in the past couple years out of my entire 42 years of life on this earth, it is almost like Tourette's. I mean, it actually I think could be described as Tourette's in a way because it is so stupid and so much of a waste of time that when you hear people using insane racist profanity nonstop as if they're actually like autistic, Tourette racist sufferers, it is so stupid and such a waste of time that when you listen to it, you're almost like suspended in a state of disbelief. Like, are you people like how? What is the like? What's your environment like when you use the words? Like, what is going through your life that thinks that what you're doing on this app, for like your kicks and jollies or the feedback of it? I just don't see how the feedback of what they're doing is, I mean, I guess it's just a question of like class,
But it's
and
like really bizarre
gentlemen.
when you talk about when you poo-poo like this app and the people on it, yet you choose to be able to come back all the time. Not just come back all the time, but you record them. Not just listen to them, but you edit them and put it out there like it's some type of asset for you to be able to capitalize on. It's bizarre.
Well, I think it's interesting to document the behavior that you hear on this app, not for any kind of future purpose other than to be amazed at the bullshit people actually say and the bullshit,
Well, you are
the time
capitalizing
that I
on this,
listen
don't
to
you?
it.
You are capitalizing on things, though.
I don't see how anyone.
No, I'm actually not making any money. I'm just fully transparent playing a word game.
At the same time, honestly, you are capitalizing on
Well,
this.
how am I capitalizing on it then, Rohan?
Are you not capitalizing?
No, I'm not monetized yet on YouTube. I'm not making any money from this.
But if given the opportunity, with having lots of hits on there, you would be capitalizing, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Thank you all very little.
Right, okay. But you have said before that you would like to be able to
Yes, 100%. I hope to monetize fully on YouTube across as many accounts as possible.
That's why I'll swing it back to you. It's like it's bizarre that you're saying that people on here are inane and stupid and conversations are ridiculously.
Well, we're talking about Rabbi Randy McDickerson, and we're talking about T-Robs, and we're talking about Lou, and we're talking about a couple other characters on this app.
I get we're getting to like an interesting point which you want to be able to push back on. I get it, but it's like it's bizarre that you come on here all the time. You record people.
Yeah, it's a free cast. Have you seen the show Friends? You know how much money that takes to put together?
I know it's just troll. He's a massive troll. That's all. He's just a fucking troll.
Rowan, would you also be critical about the person who owns like a slaughterhouse and has a bunch of chickens? I mean, chickens are dumb. They gain financially off of the death of dumb chickens. I mean, would you criticize them too? I mean, John just want to say, hey, he's a capitalist.
Oh,
Capitalist wanting to capitalize off of dumb people.
yeah.
He's not killing the chickens or
Yeah,
anything.
be mad at the chicken farmers.
You're right.
Don't be mad at Jerry Springer. He became the mayor. I'm just trying to become a congressman.
He also got a full job. However, you guys.
Nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that?
Like, Ro, why do you carry so much, anger for me?
which is a low life form of vegetation with an indiscriminate rooting system. You don't give a damn about who you fuck her over. And that to me is disdainful.
He's not American, John. He doesn't understand freedom of speech.
But see, if you think a mangrove, nest of trees isn't intelligent and that it's not natural, well then I don't think you understand, the significance of the mangrove.
Oh yeah, I mean, it makes an entire ecosystem for like billions of animals. Amazing.
Well, I would say, first off with John, he live streams is very weird. Like his whole life. So if you've been around him even for like a little bit, then you realize like, okay, this is just a very odd individual. Just live streams everything that he does. So yes, I guess people for sure could get in trouble based on like him recording or whatever. I don't see the point why he does it. I don't hate him for it. But I don't. That's not his intent.
I don't, just to make sure you understand, I don't hate towards that level of disdain. I wouldn't give him that energy. It's sacred to me. So, no, it's not hate. I just find
Well, the fact that I can.
regardless whether it's John or whether it's not John, okay, like, he chooses to be able to, like, utilize people's assets, like, they voice their ideas, their thoughts, their feelings, and to be able to capitalize from them. That's, not without
He's not capitalizing.
Wait, do you hate the founders of Clubhouse then, Ron?
he has the intention of that. He had the absolute
No,
intention.
the founders of Clubhouse. Do you hate them for doing the same thing?
I've signed in for what I know that I've signed in for.
I just think it's funny that you think I'm.
Public social media
voice
talk about like people's
utilized on another
deep-seated
platform.
childhood issues on a public social media app with like hundreds of people in the audience that can all hear you, and you're like, but this one guy's like disseminating it over the
I know.
internet. Oh no.
It's funny is you have disdain for me. Hold on one second. Hold on, Lucius. Hold on one second. He's addressing his disdain for me, and I gotta say, if you watch my stupid videos, they're not even that good, and nobody even watches them. So I'm just so concerned, or really don't care that you don't like my videos and you disdain me. But I don't know. Have you heard my latest banger with Amir and whatever that other terrorist? What the fuck, Dean? Oh yeah,
Look,
Dean.
I don't watch your videos. I know it might upset you, but I don't watch your videos. I've seen a couple of them. I think it's disturbing that you're actually doing this, and that's your issue to be able to deal with. And like we've spoken about this before, it's like, if you choose to be able to use this in a way that actually benefits society by highlighting people like Samir and just do that, then yeah, great, all for it. But that's not what you're about.
What if
That's
people
not your
don't
intention.
have this app and they just genuinely enjoy listening? I mean, I was in his room yesterday. He had like 190 people listen to our room and on one of his accounts, and people were asking, "Hey, what's this app?" And they're like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna
That's
download
bots.
this."
Mostly
Yeah,
bots.
No. It was genuine people because they were like, "Free Palestine, fuck you."
No, that's bots.
It's stolen down our like yeah. I mean, they were legit people.
Question
A couple of his
Question for John. John, how many hours do you spend in Mojo's a day?
Oh, I mean, it's as soon as I wake up till actually, I don't stop it, because when I go to sleep, I let it run, and then I reset it at about 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 a.m., whenever I get up.
Okay, and then you do this in other rooms too, the same amount of time?
Yeah,
like 12 rooms simultaneously.
Hold on, let him talk. No interrupting.
yeah, I'm just saying that Amir, the terrorist supporter and potential terrorist, and his terrorist promotion room, I record them all night, all the time, and I just love the feedback.
There's like one or two. Is there 3 rooms or is it just these 2? How many rooms?
Bro, it's like
No, I didn't ask you, Lou. I didn't ask you.
It's dozens of us. He's got 60
I didn't ask anybody but John, so you're not following.
The easiest way to answer these questions is to spend 10, not 11, 10, not 9 minutes on my YouTube channel. The link is in my
No,
profile.
I'm not interested. I'm just asking a question. I'm just curious. I'm I'm not trying to be mean. Why don't you shut the fuck
Yeah,
up?
why not? It doesn't make any sense. Got like 5 different people telling you what the answer is, and you want to hear it from him.
Okay, so Tomac, you might want to know that it's not about like one room, 2 rooms. He has 50 like cell phones.
Oh,
Like
God.
more.
Thank you
He's
for.
actually like putting some context on it. It's not a matter of just one room here or there, or whatever. Literally over 50 cell phones actively doing things. It's bizarre.
It's almost too fed to be a fed. That's how you know he's not a fed. It's just too fed-ish.
Oh no, I was a Fed up until May of this year.
Federal government, but like, you know what I mean when I say fed.
Well, I worked for one of the largest federal agencies with a $70 billion a year budget, employing almost 80,000 people, enforcing one of the biggest shakedown operations in human history. I'm just asking, has anybody seen any videos on my YouTube channel recently? Link is in my profile.
No. Probably yes.
No, but I did actually try one day. He had like some hour-long live stream. I didn't watch the live stream, but I was kind of curious. I was like, I wonder if these models are advanced enough to be able to, and if the audio quality is good enough, which it's not.
Hold on, guys.
Imagine just
Hold on. We have a poll at the top of the room. If people want to reply to it, that'd be great.
oh, look at that. He's winning. He's winning. You're winning the election, Joe. Good job.
Well, what is 1 times 100,000?
Hey John, well, I got a question. Do you think you're the only person on Clubhouse who live streams videos or records rooms?
No, if you go on YouTube and you actually spend a little bit of time researching, for many, many years people have been live streaming and screen recording and, doing a concerted effort to put Clown House onto YouTube. And
What was his name? Rabbit something?
yeah, I actually do look at that Tom
Rabbit.
Rabbit account, but it's just like listening to Clown House, and it's like him doing a lot of work creating those videos, and I think he's got 8,000 subscribers, but, I just can't listen to that shit. I'd rather come here and have a live conversation.
If you think this is a live conversation, yes, my friend.
John, do you consider this like a little bit of your like live radio talk show?
It is. This is like me doing what I would like to do at CBS, ABC, and NBC, but that's
You're
just
like Dr.
not
Drew.
possible. Yeah, I believe in harmony and de-escalation, and I want to bring peace to the interwebs.
You really believe that, John? Really believe that?
Yeah, breathing.
Wait, that's what I
It's
want.
called
Yeah, he's a
breathing.
Taoist. He believes it.
You really believe that? You really...
It's the truth of the earth.
Want to do something versus like whether or not you think you'll actually be successful at it.
I just feel like the problem is people ask questions.
The problem was that people don't read books.
Well, if you read the books, it teaches you to stop asking so many questions.
Yeah, you clearly never looked at John's live stream or seen the hundreds of books.
This guy's fucking, he's like, in my opinion, he's the most intelligent dude on this app. I'll say some insult back to me, he's very intelligent. But we somehow caught him
No, it's just
What are you
layer.
talking to me or him?
See, if I'm more intelligent, it's really only because I've gone to great lengths to do conditioning amongst all of you. And it's honestly all just a joke. No, it is. It's all comedy. That's what I don't think people understand is everything I'm
Well,
doing.
your comedy is horrible.
Well, that's okay.
That's not.
The criticism of a comic, the point is, I agree with you. I think a lot of it is terrible comedy, but that's why you realize that everything is basically clips and compressions, and you get the best extract, and then it's the best
I know
stuff.
it's terrible.
The thing is, if I
The
film,
man
if
will
I
laugh.
film 1,000 hours, only 10 minutes or 5 minutes of it is even really fucking funny. So, I mean, that's life. That's a compression.
Wait, you said it's about you? You think it might be the cholo that you hang out with whose wife's actually in the same room as you're recording?
No.
Just check. Asking for a friend. Axie.
You for a friend.
See, I have a different YouTube channel, Lou, that you don't know about, where I've been recording you and McDickerson and T. Robs for many years now. It's called Low IQ Down Syndrome Racist with Tourette's. It's one of my most popular YouTube
I
channels.
know that one. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I've said on here that no, I said some stuff that's way too far out of the normal class.
I did ask some people at the bar tonight, what are the 5 words you can't say in polite society? And we came up with the acronym C fuckins. You can't use one of the words in this room, which is the N word, but all the other ones, it's open game. But I'm just saying that the acronym C fuckins is the 5 English words you cannot say in polite society.
You could say cunt though. You could say cunt.
Yeah, what's the U?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Take the U out. It's just CFKNS.
I don't want to be left out.
You could say utilitarian.
Wait, I thought you could say the K word. I mean, everybody does. Everybody's okay with it.
No, Abby's made a good point for we're going to be updating to include the K word in our banned words. We might grow it. It might be fun to add to the banned word list.
Just say number 11 acts.
That's racist.
I like acts.
That's racist.
Why would it be racist for the lack of birth on Clubhouse?
You know why it's racist?
It says that you must use the word act.
You say must use or ban.
Yes,
Must say ban.
you must use that word with your
I guess it's
Mojo
racist.
is the black
That's retarded.
yeah.
I just created a new AI Sunu song called Excuse Me, Can I Ask a Question? Does anybody want to hear it?
You should play the Leprechaun song. Oh, wait, I don't know if you have that one.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, you sound like a faggot, motherfucker. That's amazing. That's amazing. My wife ain't your faggot.
Yep. You again, oh, right.
No, you can't say the K word. That word has been ruled illegal in the muff.
I think it's about to say I feel like you're about to say
I mean, I like the fact that we have achieved a state of parity where I don't even need an anonymous account to live stream the room. I'm just, accepted as being, the Clown House live streamer. I mean, do you think people get a kick out of knowing that they're on my YouTube as opposed to saying, I disdain you? Do you think some people are like, I think it's hilarious that he's recording everybody, and like that's me
Well,
on that video.
I think the driver enjoys it. I don't know if he's still awake. I enjoy it.
I feel like it doesn't matter.
See, I would get a dopamine kick out of somebody sending me a clip of me talking on their YouTube channel, but that has yet to surface.
I think eventually people will realize how much AI is advanced, and that's when they might use some of your uploaded videos to do really not cool things. Which frankly, I'm kind of surprised that hasn't happened yet.
I'd like to say something about the title of the room, and since we have Mr. Kitover on stage.
Agent, you haven't even answered the poll question.
What's the new one?
Okay, I answered. I just think, yeah, John Kitover, he's violated certainly ethics, if not laws. I think many people, I think, have cause for civil suits against him. Some I know have explored that or looked into it. And I just hope karma, one way or the other, catches up with John Kitover. And,
So,
maybe that will be a legal karma, or maybe it'll come in another form.
Agent, hold on. Listen, man. Listen. As the most trolled person on this app by John Kitover, I understand why you might feel frustrated, but once Clubhouse made the decision that they can create anonymous accounts that cannot be removed from the room, Clubhouse has said that this behavior is okay. And so at this point, even if you have a grievance, and I still have a couple of issues. Here's the issue that I have. Like, let's say if you had somebody that's like, I don't know, let's say they've got a profession and they've got I don't know, let's say they've got their own YouTube channel and they're out there trying to do things, and then John, when you put their name as the name of your title of your videos, or maybe even the title of the channel, I can understand why some of those people, and those are people, like, that's probably the best grievance that I've heard, because then they feel like they have to go and create more content to be able to push that down, so in case, like, somebody does a search and they don't find your shit doing, what you do with them. So I would just ask you to consider that respectfully. But I think that, Agent, to your criticism of this, I don't think that you've adapted to the new world, which is streaming these rooms is going to happen whether you like it or not. And now you could question the ethics of it, but when you start balancing the fact that he will why is this person not on mute? Jesus Christ. When you start balancing the fact that he would stream a room where you may speak in it, and maybe you would have wished that he didn't, against the fact that that he's streaming terror sympathizers that are potentially terrorists themselves, that might even be plotting terrorist attacks, and he's streaming it,
and it's now accessible for law enforcement agencies globally, I would actually, I'm now in the camp that with all the trolling that he's done of me, all of the inconvenience, all of the times that I've asked him, like, hey, can you not? We have no replays on. We'd rather you not. At this point, I think not only does the good outweigh the bad, but I think that potentially he's got the ability to emerge as a hero. If there's an arrest made of these people on Clubhouse that are talking about their advocacy for terrorism, I think John becomes a hero. I think he can be praised publicly, and it would be worth it. And then what's the counter to that? I was inconvenienced because the stupid point I was making on Clubhouse was streamed to 100 other people. I think the good outweighs the bad.
I am the modern day Travis Bickle of Clown House. That's a reference to Scorsese's Taxi Driver.
He's also not funny. I've never heard him say anything funny.
Comedy's subjective.
I don't think he tries to be. Which makes it so bizarre.
I think he thinks he's funny.
No, I think he enjoys irritating people.
I was gonna say your point about whether you like it or not, it's always gonna be streamed. I feel the same way. Like, I feel like no matter what you do, if it's semi-public, even probably someone's screen recording us right now. Other than us, like you say, you're streaming it to YouTube. Somebody's probably screen recording you shit in the comments. I saw a screen recording of a video of someone getting your ass whooped on live, but it had 6 viewers. So somebody was screen recording it with 6 viewers. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think if he wanted to, like blackmail someone or fuck someone up, but I mean, he has the content. That's not his motives.
See, you think I have the content. Like, there's nothing really there that I've recorded. I think I'm more of a mind virus because, this is an audio app, and you give me more credit than I'm due. Because if you really do just a quick survey of my, 30 YouTube accounts, you'll rapidly get burned out and leave. So it's not actually very hypnotic material, and the subscriber counts don't complement what I'm doing. So it's almost just like a personal vendetta now against people who like to waste their time and have useless conversations.
I'd like to hear Agent. Can you make your strongest critique of this, which I might have agreed with prior to the app making its changes, but Agent, what's your biggest objection?
He has violated the ethics. It's not about morality. It's not about the legality. I just think, or let's call it etiquette. People repeatedly have asked him politely, who've been mods like you, Top Left mods, so many people and so many other people who we enjoy, people I consider friends, have politely requested that hey, can you just not stream my room? And he refuses to stream. He does not respect them enough to comply with their requests. And when
so
he gets
Agent,
that's number one.
Hold on. I just want to say to that that I've expressed frustration, but what would you say now that Clubhouse has granted a feature where a person can toggle to anonymous mode and the moderator cannot toss them from the room? So even if the room was in agreement, hey, do we want this to be streamed? And we're like, nah, probably not. Okay, great, let's remove them. I used to have that ability. You could ask John. He's been tossed from my room many times and blocked with all of the accounts. He's probably amazed by how quickly and how easily I used to spot some of his accounts. It was a game of cat and mouse. It was catch me if you can. But my question for you is, now that the app has made this modification, saying that they want this to happen, they're not saying that it's not that it's. They're literally, they designed a feature that people get to pay for that gives you the ability to do this and restricts the ability from the creator of the room to do anything about it. So now, knowing that that Clubhouse has done that, what is your thought about that?
Well, I am disappointed by this product decision by Clubhouse that has. I don't know if they thought about it this way when they made the product decision. I think they thought of like I've been blocked from many. There are many racists and bigots on this app who block me from rooms, and you know. So anyway, if I wanted to pay, I could sit in some of their rooms. That's one thing. I still think it's about etiquette of streaming. Even the racists who block me, it's like it is just poor etiquette for if I were to stream those racists.
But you could go to my YouTube and get access to those racists, so you don't have to pay the $5 a month. It's a service. I'm providing curated content for your enjoyment. It's the same content you're getting here. I'm just distributing it now. It's the basis of capitalism, competition.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Roger,
I just don't like this guy.
Okay, so there.
You could have just said that from the outset. You could have been like, I don't like John. There you go.
Yeah. There's only one logical argument against it, is that John hasn't paid a licensing fee to Clubhouse. That's it. I mean, outside of that,
I think
your
he's just
emotion,
an
your
asshole.
feelings, all that shit doesn't matter. It's not illegal, and there's nothing unethical about it. We give up our data all the time, every day. Right now, your ISP has your data. So, I mean, a lot of this has been fake outrage for many years about it. But I do live in a state where, I can record conversations I'm part of. Now, you can make an argument that maybe he eavesdrops in conversations that he's not part of, and that would violate eavesdropping laws. But outside of that, Agent, I really haven't made any good points. I'm giving you the 2 points you could make.
Welcome
I'll
to the
add them
stage,
to my list of
Marvin.
points. I mean, you're all making good points. Anyway.
See,
I was just saying, welcome to the stage, Marvin.
You gotta also understand my perspective. Like, I welcome any lawsuits against me with regards to what I'm doing, because I think whoever brings suit against me would be wasting their fucking time. And most likely, those people probably also might waste their time in other ways.
Go ahead, Marvin.
I'm just laughing at this conversation.
So what do you think about it, Marvin?
I think it's a non-starter.
Agent,
I think it's a waste.
Agent, go ahead, Marvin.
I think it's a non-starter, waste of time. I think there are more interesting and important things to discuss. Because bottom line is, it's an opt-in platform. It's not. This isn't your private conversation in your house. That's it. Full stop.
Thank you for that, Marvin.
Also, I think the app's enabled this for a long time, really, if you think about it. Like, if this was something they really weren't about, then, like, why? I'm sure, John, you've probably been banned hundreds of times. You keep making all these new
Yeah,
accounts.
50 times at least. I'm just wondering, is there anything I ever recorded that actually had repercussions for anyone you've ever heard of on this
No,
app?
never.
It's only because you have so many fucking recordings, nobody wants to sit there and go through all of it.
I know someone who now, when you Google their name, it shows up as the top thing, and they don't seem very.
You should pull that down.
It doesn't reflect well on them because you caught them in a bad moment, and they didn't know they were being recorded.
Agent,
that's live forever on Google.
Agent, that's dumb as fuck, because you can literally go on Clubhouse, ChatGPT, and say, hey, ChatGPT,
What's his name? Do you know anything about Agent Malone on the app Clubhouse? And it will give you an entire breakdown about all your fucking conversations, your personality, characteristics, and traits, and all this different stuff. We did this actually where we went in and we looked up ourselves on ChatGPT, and it tells you who Rich is and who 3x plus 1 his account and stuff like that, and what he espouses and all that type of shit. So it's all on ChatGPT too.
But it's mostly a hallucination, though. Like, they did index, or I'm not sure, like, years
A
ago.
hallucination.
Yeah, I mean, it's like just like before when they kind of rolled out AI, where you could like hold down for a summary, but it would be like one of 10 different templates, where it's basically like
Well,
it's just
last time I used ChatGPT and I asked him about Louise Tickles or whatever, Louis Tickles. I said, what do you know about him? Yeah, I know. And when I asked him about him, he just said that he's friends with a chomo, and that's all it said.
I mean, it's the same thing with Google.
Oh, you got a bunch of wind noise.
I just got GPT.
You have a bunch of wind noise. I said.
Unfortunately, I look good on there.
Well, Jeffrey Epstein said it's not what you know, but who you come in contact with. Well, there is still a subconscious social clout chasing game that's even happening right now. The green beans, this belief that you can, as a mod or have these followers, like that's still kind of in this game to a certain extent. No, no, 100%. I'm just saying that it's like an illusion that green bean or the social club means anything. I mean, not really, because in terms of mass communication, like technically, like all the accounts that I've had deleted, big accounts deleted, it's like it'd be cool to have an audience, but even when you have thousands of followers on this app, if you create a room, it's like still nobody even comes in. There's something about that mojo magic or that positive vibration and intelligence that people seem to enjoy.
Yeah, so John, I just looked on ChatGPT. This is Congressman John Kitover has been active on Clubhouse, particularly in political discussions and debates. There's even a video titled "Political Theater Clubhouse Democrats versus Congressman John Kitover" on YouTube. It seems he's quite active in political conversations on the platform. So even
ChatGPT knows everything about you, John.
They don't know everything about him. That's nothing about him. I look
I
myself.
guarantee if I continue asking questions, it'll continue giving me more information.
Go ahead, Double Agent. Share some more secrets
I will
about me,
not
Double
ask.
Agent.
I will ask a question.
Well, what do you know about me, Double Agent? Go ahead and share something about me that you think is controversial.
I know that you're an annoying troll and doxer.
Is that my life? Is that my career? Is I'm an annoying person, a troll, and a doxer? Like, is that a career actually? Like in some handbook somewhere?
You should put that in your bio. John, put that in your bio.
You know, the thing, John, here's the thing. For a while, you were spouting this thing of like, oh, Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk. And you were really on about that. And you were wrong about that.
No, I was not. I have hundreds of Elon Musk videos. I can send you playlists right now of Elon Musk's talking nonstop for hundreds of videos. It's 100% Elon Musk. Adrian Dittman is his pen name or his burner account on X.
But what do you think about the room in which they were both in there, and Elon's mom was there, and Elon's mom couldn't even distinguish the voice, and she was laughing about it. You don't like go check that room out and then tell me what you think.
I've already sent him a video of that. He still thinks it's.
All I can say is watch my videos of Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk. Elon Musk knows who John Kitover is, and he hates John Kitover. You think I'm a troll on here and annoying? Trust me, I live rent free in Elon Musk's brain now because I have so many videos of him talking in unrecorded rooms on X. I mean, it's amazing some of my playlists where you're like, wow, this is really stupid.
Well, if Elon hates you, you know, I defer to Elon in many things, and I'm glad to know that he and I are also aligned on this topic.
Yeah, this wasn't, believe me, I recorded him, a lot. Yeah, he knows who I am. He's blocked like 20 of my X accounts. I am blocked from being friends with Adrian Dittman. You can ask Grok, who's the most famous person to visit my profile? It says Adrian Dittman did. And then if you ask Grok, who is Adrian Dittman? It says, it's most definitely some guy in Fiji. Okay.
Listen. When I first entered the room, I was like, oh, it's Elon. I wanted to get on stage and ask Elon a question. And then, I did have to listen for a bit to then be like, oh, it's not Elon.
Well, when I first heard him, I was like, oh my god, this is... Anyways, this is a pointless conversation, because now I can hear birds on my windowsill fucking making a nest. I mean, I've had this conversation a gazillion times. It's the same thing, but I could show you the playlist and you'd be like, yeah, that sure does sound like Elon.
John, who's your favorite lefty to stream?
I like Goat. He's definitely my favorite target on this app. He is a target-rich individual.
Wait, not Beam?
No, I find Goat to be particularly obnoxious in his snobbiness.
Someone sent me a text message, unsolicited, with a photograph of Goat from real life, and I was just like, come on, man. Like, it was completely unsolicited, but it's hilarious.
By the way, I'm curious. His thing, like, I was in a room and he started playing some copyrighted music because he thought that would kick you out of the room. Does that work?
Yeah, it does work. I have to immediately turn the volume down because you only have like a couple seconds before it kicks in like a copyright.
Roger, here's a reference to an old song. If you'd seen a picture of Bima, you would tell her that she shouldn't cry.
FEMA, you said?
No, he's supposed to be leaving her, but it's one of those things where he's a truck driver, and she's like the side chick, and she doesn't want to accept it. But he tells her all the time, "Oh, I'm just working through the divorce, baby, and then we can be together." And he just goes home and like spends like a month with his wife and kids and shit.
Why did he?
He's
Why
a
did-
sidekick.
Why did he? Why did she leave the?
I don't know 100%. I'm just speculating.
You know, I just want to go back to what Agent said, that I am a doxer and an extremely annoying person. And I just gotta say that if we had a lot more congresspeople and senators who were like that, we wouldn't be in the fiscal crisis we're in right now.
I mean, even I'll concede, I would bet, as much as you annoy me, I would still take you probably over 80% of Congress.
His whole life is basically fucking live streams.
Wait, Agent, do you live in the United States or no?
Occasionally I do.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No, you don't sense that.
I'll dox myself, yes.
Well, no, I mean it's not doxing yourself. Be like, yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen, passport holder, you know.
I didn't know that until you got today.
It narrows me down, yeah. I will not be voting for John Kitover.
Well, then you gotta fork it over.
I can't wait to do the campaign fundraising rooms on here.
Yeah, we've got a new campaign website popping up soon. We're using the same platform that Thomas Massey is using.
Wait, what did I make up? Nye and Randy.
Use an anecdote. Anecdote, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
What's that, Matt?
I mean, honestly, that makes it so much more frustrating. You actually you're aligning yourself with one of my most favorite congressmen.
Wait a minute, guys. The moderator was talking. What'd you say now?
Your story about being.
Oh no, that was 100% accurate. I said I don't know why she got off the app though. Was I was speculating that's probably the reason because her boyfriend's an asshole. I've communicated with him. He's a real awful guy.
Massey's based. I like Massey too.
Dude, I like him. I mean, I liked him a lot, and I saw this like interview with him recently. Something piece on him recently. He lives in like the Senate parking lot. He just has like a camper van, and he lives in that because he just does. I don't know. He just doesn't want to have. And he's got like solar panels on that thing. He's got raw milk that he drives in from Tennessee or wherever. And then back home on his like homestead or farm or whatever, he's got cattle, he's got chickens, and he's built. You know, he's an MIT electrical engineer, and he built all these automated systems to like take care of his chickens and things like just automated farming while he's away. And he also has these like he has a debt clock that just constantly is like counting and syncing up with. It has Wi-Fi. It's a piece of electronics he designed himself, and it's just a debt counter. But anyway, he's an incredibly admirable person, and he also is the greenest member of Congress as far as his like carbon footprint and all that.
Nobody covered that last month. But yeah, he's badass. Horrible thing that happened with his wife a few months ago.
Wait, what happened? I didn't hear about it.
His wife died.
Oh, too bad.
That's probably why he's living under the. That's why I thought maybe I might be in the Matrix, but it's probably why he's living
we came up with a new slogan at the bar tonight. It's called "Vote Kitover before it's all over."
That one's worse than the fork it over that I gave you. It's too long.
He was saying that, like, yeah, every member of Congress, they'll have a and then they'll be like, oh, I'll have to talk to my APAC guy. They have to run everything through their handler before they can make any decisions.
Yeah, it's absolutely, like, it's wild. It's wild. Yeah, like, I knew that there's a lot of things on this, but with that makes you anti-Semitic. You do. With, and not with, no, but I mean, dude, it's wild. If that's true, that he's the only one. Good on that. Fuck it. Like, it's,
I mean, I think
yeah,
kind of.
infiltrate, get control. Like, I wouldn't.
I mean, does Ilhan Omar? I would think she doesn't have a handler, but I could be wrong. They may have found a way.
Lou, what's your objection to APAC?
Well, if they are literally, they have people that handle our congressmen, I guess, and it's specifically in the best interest of a foreign country, doesn't mean it's inherently detrimental to us. Yeah, it's a bit odd. It's a bit odd. It certainly shouldn't be like something that's secretive or not allowed to be pointed out.
What do you think is secret?
Well, I mean, I don't think most people were aware to what extent that they have influence. Isn't that kind of secretive? Like, wouldn't you? Isn't that a big deal? I mean, some people say that they should be filing for what is it called, FARA or whatever.
What lobbying group do you think spends the most money trying to buy influence?
Irrelevant. I don't know why that's relevant to whether or not a foreign country.
Well, it's not a foreign country. It's not a foreign country. I mean, this just exposes the fact that you don't even know what APAC is.
Okay, so they're not advocating for what's in the best interest.
These are American citizens. Do you not know what you're talking about?
Yeah, okay, you can say that, dude. Come on.
Are they not?
Of course they're American citizens. They're dual citizens. Sure. Again, I said specifically. Hold on. I said specifically. It doesn't inherently mean that it's detrimental to the United States.
Wait, all of my kids are dual citizens. Does that not make them citizens?
No, that's fine, but they shouldn't be involved in government. I don't think dual citizens
Really?
should be able to hold office. Yeah. No.
Of the presidency or just any office?
I would say any office. Why make it like why even go to that? You're a dual citizen. Like if you want to run an office that badly.
Yeah, they're not dual citizens of fucking North Korea.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. Like if you want to do it that badly, you'll give up one of your citizenships. It's not that serious.
Wait, hold on. Elon, when he was working with Trump, he didn't give up any of his citizenship.
Yeah, but he's not in office. You can make an argument that the money
No,
he's spending
for the government, though.
It's not.
Yeah, he was.
He was.
Well, you don't think he worked in official capacity in the government?
Is that what we're talking about? Someone working in the government or someone in office? I think I made it pretty clear. I
See,
said
Roger, you made this point about like these people just fucking flip flop.
It's not a flip flop, dude. They shouldn't be able to hold office.
You hold one position one moment, and then you hear Elon, and you're like,
what's the position? What's the position I'm clicking on?
Well, you should give up your dual citizenship if you hold any position in government.
No, I did
any
not say
position
that.
in government, and then you're like, oh, well, Elon was in the government, but he didn't give up his dual citizenship, but I'm going to cuck for Elon.
For no reason.
And I love Elon, but I'm not fucking stupid like you. I wouldn't make that argument.
You're literally making an argument that I'm not making, and you're only doing
Well, that's exactly the argument you made.
Lou,
they should not be able to hold office.
Lou,
is that not a distinction between...
Why did you say that APAC was a foreign lobbying group?
Because he doesn't know what it is.
What are they?
citizens. Are you against lobbying? Are you against lobbying of all kinds, or is it just people that advocate for relations with Israel?
I think it's a bizarre. Isn't the government supposed to be like our the kids in a context like this? Like why are they advocating for it? Again, I don't have that big of a deal with it. The fact that they've gotten basically everyone's very interesting. I think cause for concern doesn't mean you have to hate Jews or want to kill them over it. But the idea that this should just be like, you shouldn't even be allowed to question.
Well, okay.
Suggesting that maybe you oppose Israel for some reason because you're asking this question. Like that's ridiculous.
Well, Lou, let me ask you this: name another lobbying group that you dislike?
Why do I have to do that? Like I don't know anything about lobbyists. I know about this one.
Oh,
for a very specific reason.
So you're only aware of one lobbyist group, and it happens to be American Jews.
Just say the word, Lou. Just say the K word. Good.
Yeah, I'll say American Jews. I don't think put America first. That's fine. That's why they have their own lobbyist group. Sure, they can have a lot of. Why are they representing or having a lobbyist group for all of the government? Like hats off to them for being able to do it genuinely, for like the level of being able to influence it. And genuinely, like it's a level of strategy that they're unbelievably good at. But like, yeah, no, I think it's ridiculous. I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, but just to be clear, that's the only lobbyist group that you're aware of, and it's the only one you oppose.
Roger, are there other lobbyist groups that compare to them with regards to specifically representing a certain group of people, specifically with regards to their dual citizenship in their home country? Like, is there a Russian lobbyist group where they only represent Russian Americans, and it's to do what exactly? Like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, let me go get you a list of American lobbyist groups. But just to give you a little bit of information, the largest lobbying group in terms of membership is AARP. Are you against AARP for any reason?
You're making you just call me a fucking anti-Semite. It's fine.
Wait, hold on. Listen, it's interesting to me that your best friend is Rabbi Randy McDickerson, who's a raging anti-Semite, and then when we start talking about lobby groups, the only lobby group that you're aware of that you disapprove of happens to be a Jewish group. Like you don't think that there's
so 100% of the lobby groups I'm aware of I disapprove of. Yeah. Marshall is someone that actually sort of like I used to be completely against the idea of lobbying, like entirely. I thought it was crazy. Marshall sort of framed it for me in a way where like you can kind of see what like in good faith what the idea of lobbying could be and why it should be something that's sort of allowed. Still don't really I don't like it, but like at the same time I feel like this would be an example of like not of government actually sort of getting in the way if we were to not allow lobbyists, but obviously it doesn't work that way. Like the lobbyists are way out of control just in general, just with money that they're throwing at people in their campaigns. But yeah, I don't know exactly how I feel about lobbyists, but all lobbyists that like inherently are representing people from another country, ally or not, I think that's very sketch. It's just odd. Like, why is it a big deal to like point
Russian advocacy groups. You have the Congress of Russian Americans. That's the CRA. Are you opposed to them?
The what? The Congress of the what?
Called
What
the
do they
Congress.
advocate for? Like, why are they, what are they doing or trying to get in favor of Russian Americans?
It focuses on preserving Russian culture and combating Russophobia and fostering U.S.-Russia relations. So these are people that live as Americans that are of Russian descent, and they would like to see Russia not discriminated against. That's their advocacy. But my question.
They don't have much influence, obviously, with what we're doing the last years. So.
Well,
yeah, I would be kind of against it. It's weird.
Got it.
Hudson of Russia has no influence.
Hold on.
Roger.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, give me one second, Abby. I just want to say this to you. So you weren't aware that this group existed. The only advocacy group that you were aware of was an American Jewish lobbying group. And so my question is
I know what you're doing. I get it.
You know, if you're so against lobbying for these other countries, like why is the only one that you are opposed to happen to be the Jewish one?
That's opposed to the Russian, whatever the fuck we're talking about.
Abby, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just hearing this. It's so micro-targeted. It's ridiculous. It's not even, you can't even hide what he's doing. The American Israel,
Shut the fuck up while I'm on talking.
What AIPAC
Go ahead, Abby.
and there are other groups like it, from many countries, many different relationships. It is focused on the American-Israel relationship. That's it. Okay? The people that go and knock on the doors are Americans that are from different states, and they talk to their members of Congress and their senators, and it lobbies only Congress, doesn't lobby the executive branch, and it is asking about the American-Israel relationship. Things like the MOU, when that was signed, it was a lobby. The Iran deal, when that was originally JCPOA, there was a large group of lobbying at that time. But this is primarily focused on the American-Israel relationship. That's what they talk about. And to keep that relationship solid, because the benefits to Israel as well as the benefits to the United States that Israel gives to the United States in forms of intelligence and technology. I mean, it can go on and on if you'd like to hear it. I've got lists of it. That's what they. I'm not done. But you talk over women. I had to wake up to this. So. Yeah, I know. I'm not. That's what they do. And if you'd like to know about the.
Many conversations with you. You obviously don't remember me. It's weird that you're actually.
Well, she's talking right now. Her conversation's happening right now.
Is this fucking retard breaking one of the rules, talking over a moderator?
There are many organizations that lobby Washington on behalf of relationships with other countries. I mean, we could go, if you'd like to know all of the Arab organizations or the people that work on the American-Saudi relationship or the American-French relationship. AIPAC is not the only one. It is also not a very, if you look at the value, that the amount of money that's spent by lobbies, it ain't in the top 10, it ain't in the top 20, it ain't in probably the top 50 in terms of the amount of money that there's raised as a lobbyist. You look at who the top lobbyist groups are. If you know anything about lobbying in the United States, take a look at the pharmacies or different pharmaceutical companies. Take a look at AARP. Gun lobby's not even that strong anymore. I mean, there's that Blue Cross is like one of the top in the country. I mean, there's just so many other organizations.
It's fascinating to me with the name APAC comes up when you ask them about like, do they have a problem with
I lost you, Roger. I didn't hear what you said.
That's right. Oh, hey, Abby, I got a question while Roger's in the Matrix. Hey, this other anti-Semitic piece of shit, Abdullah, was saying that APAC's not registered with the FARA. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, it's not a foreign agency. They're lobbying for the American-Israel relationship. Again, they are not a foreign under FARA is what you're talking about, and they're not for the same reason. Should CAIR, lobby? Should they be registered as they go in and lobby for the Arab relationship? There are people that I know someone that is registered as a Saudi FARA. I know someone who's registered as a Qatari one, but they don't work for these organizations. They go in specifically for that country. Again, this is completely different. And there are other groups that go in. I mean, I go in and I'm going in under the RJC. We go in and talk about safety in our campuses for Jews. I mean, does you have a problem with that one? We go in and talk about anti-Semitism and about different issues that we have as Jews in America. Does he think that should be registered?
You gotta remember, Abby, just to qualify this, that guy, his best friend on this app, is an anti-Semite. It's a guy that said that he wanted to have sex with Ann Hero's daughter, who's 11 years old. Like that's the kind of company that guy keeps. And so it's not surprising that that he would hold these ignorant positions. But the interrogation of these people, when you start asking him like what other lobbying groups, he didn't even know of another one. The only lobbying group that he's even aware that exists was the one that advocates for a relationship between the U.S. and Israel. Which, by the way, there's a lot of things that AIPAC asks for that I think are bad ideas, and I think are bad ideas for Israel. My opinion. For example, funding. I think that when you fund a country, you're getting some control and some influence, and I think that's a bad idea. I think that's terrible.
It's not the I mean, the focus, believe it or not, is not on the appropriations as much as the ability to purchase. Okay, so it's when they're talking about money, a lot of it has the right to purchase, and it's also the policies. And
Sure. 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 What I'm getting at here, and this is like like as much as I'm pro-Israel, I think in being pro-Israel, I think it would benefit Israel if the U.S. gave them no money, gave them no vouchers for the weapons. Israel is a wealthy country; they can buy the weapons. In fact, they're highly capable of designing weapons. They're highly capable of manufacturing weapons. There's a lot of things that I think Israel could do and would do better without the U.S. In fact, I would argue that the U.S. Being in the ear of Israeli politicians has actually been detrimental to Israel over time. And only now are we seeing Israel attacking, Iran, doing the right thing, and the U.S. stepping up and doing that. Previously, previous administrations didn't have the stomach
I wish there would be a group that would strongly advocate for not giving foreign aid to anybody.
And foreign aid's the least thing, and again, you and I talked about this. It's like the thing that is such a smaller component of, to get military assistance and the ability to buy from U.S. manufacturers.
That's fine, but we don't. Right, that's fine, but
that's one thing. But
that's
policy.
fine. Hold on, hold on, Abby, let me just say this because it sounds like you're hearing me, but you're not really understanding me. So the opposition that I have is that you take U.S. taxpayer dollars and you issue vouchers to Israel to then spend with American weapon manufacturers. I think there's a better way, and you don't put the American taxpayer on the responsible for paying for it. You have Israel buy the weapons. Period. Point blank. And I think that's the most pro-Israel stance that we can have, because when we do it the other way and we allow taxpayer dollars, you create dissent in the U.S. Amongst some camps, right? And then the other problem is that there is conditions. There's influence over Israel. Anytime you start giving aid to anyone, you're asking for things in return. And I think it's a terrible idea. And I think Israel is better off if they took no aid. In fact, I think a better policy would be for them to reject any aid. That would be even better.
It's a big discussion over there. It's not a priority like it used to be, because the amount versus, you're right, it's a very wealthy country versus what their GDP is and what their needs are, and its percentage of the military budget is not insignificant, but quite smaller than it was in the past. But a lot of the work has to do with policy, and that's what people don't understand, and just what the diplomatic support is around the country, around the world, and other measures that are affecting that country. There are people lobbying on behalf of all kinds of nations that come to work on the relationship between the U.S. and that nation. It's just common. It's under our right to lobby, our right to petition, which is our First Amendment right to petition. But why AIPAC gets singled out? It's Jew hatred. It's where it comes from. I hear it in rooms constantly, and it's not. There's just big. Why are they not pissed off at the pharmaceuticals? Why are they not pissed off at the realtors or let's see, trying to think some of the top 10 lobbyists that are in there.
Chamber of Commerce spends the most money, and AARP has the most membership, and I never hear those. We're in full agreement. The reason why you hear it is because people they hate Israel. More specifically, they hate Jews. And I wish that Lou was just honest enough to say it with his full chest, but he's a coward and he won't do it.
Well, I think you might have that answer. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Hey, go ahead.
Yes, so I'm just trying to intervene a little bit, because this guy just called me anti-Semite just because I say some facts. Again, I'm not against lobbying. They can lobby whatever, but signing up and signing the FARA Act is very important, because they have to follow the policies under the act. So avoiding that is the problem. That is how I see it.
Do you know what FARA is? Have you ever registered under FARA? Have you done it? Have you registered? Do you know what it is? Do you know who it applies to? Why don't you read the law? Read the law.
Okay. Well, again, if you
couldn't just start throwing an acronym out, read it.
He's a pro-Palestinian guy, Abby.
Yeah, and so does CARE.
But here's the thing: you don't really know who I am. You just listen. I'm happy to listen to opposing views.
Abdullah, how do you feel about the state of
with
Israel?
anything. What is
How do you feel about the state
Wait,
of Israel?
hold on.
Personally,
Everyone hold on. Abdullah, I'm trying to help you out. Mute your fucking mic. I'm trying to help you. Listen, the rules didn't get thrown out
just because fucking you disagree with someone. Rule number 4, rule number 5, if you guys need to get a refresher on it. We're not going to interrupt. We're going to keep shares short. So, Rich, I would just ask you to pay attention to rule number 5.
Alright, so I'm going
Okay,
to
I
say
apologize.
I'm
I was
gonna
just
say
frustrated
this
with the
real
revert.
Okay, APAC is not registered under FARA. APAC is a lobbying group focused on promoting the close relationship between the United States and Israel. It does not operate as a foreign agent under FARA's definition. FARA's registration is required for individuals, or organizations that act as agents of foreign principles, including governments and political or like a quasi-political activity within the U.S. APEC's activities, which is advocating for the policies that benefit Israel, are generally considered domestic lobbying efforts rather than direct representation of a foreign government. We don't have Netanyahu with or someone in Israel saying, go on our behalf and represent us. These are U.S. citizens that are going in and advocating for the relationship between the two countries. What will better as for us as American citizens. We're not going in on behalf of the country. There are people that do that that go in directly. I know a person that is registered for Saudi and goes in and directly lobbies for Saudi. It's completely different. I know there's no requirement, but I ask you, should CARE be registered? What do you think?
Well, for me, honestly, any lobby that serves the benefits of another country should actually sign the FAR Act. So that is my point of view. I'm not really against the lobbying idea because lobbyists exist forever, you know what I mean? But I'm against the idea if you're serving the benefit of another country or the relationship between the U.S. and another country, sign the act so you can follow all the policies that goes under it. That is all I'm saying.
You're dealing with the relationship. Do you know what the U.S. receives from Israel? It's a relationship. It's a bipartisan. I'm not getting my words out. It's very late. It's a relationship that Israel is gaining from the U.S. and the U.S. is gaining from Israel in these treaties, in these relationships. But the people that go are U.S. citizens. They're not professional lobbyists that go knocking on the doors. And then other groups like the RJC going in mostly talking about what happens to Jews who just have lovely things like, let's see, we had a synagogue yesterday get firebombed, burned to the ground in New Jersey. We had an Israeli beat up, another Israeli murdered. That's just within the last week in the United States. Then another guy, American, in St. Louis, came home. Car was bombed, firebombed, house attacked. This all in the last week. We go in to try to make sure that stuff doesn't happen and that there are laws strong to protect them.
If APEC is serving only to
You
the
think that
United
should be
States,
registered as a foreign agent?
if-
Because we're worried that our synagogues don't get burned? You think we have to register? Huh? You think so?
well, again,
I asked you that.
Okay, I'm trying to answer you. So basically, if FARA is serving the Jews in the United States, it's benefiting the U.S. citizens. Now, if it's working on the relationships between the U.S. and the Israeli government, then they would have to register under FARA. That's what I believe in.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Well, again, it's an opinion. For me, for me, honestly, I believe that if they're serving the U.S. citizens, for an ethnicity or a religious group that is lobbying for the U.S. citizens, that's fine. But again, that's my opinion, your opinion. I'm not really here to argue. I'm just here to listen to opposing views. That's it.
Hey, Abby, I got a question. What is your job description or your job title? Like, what do you do?
I mean, now I'm a retired lawyer. I have an appointment in the state of Nevada. The governor appointed me to a commission, so I have
Do you work
one
with like?
official commission. But
You work within like DC, right? Like congressmen and senators and all that too, right?
Well, that's volunteer. I mean, and that's going in. I mostly do for the RJC now because I'm dealing more with domestic issues of security.
The reason I asked this, Abby, is that you would be familiar with FARA, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was just checking.
I mean, there are people that register in FARA. I'm telling you, I know someone who's registered on behalf of the Saudis. He's a lawyer. His law firm represents Saudi in the United States, and what their needs are, he's registered. But a bunch of people from, that come in from Milwaukee or come in from Chicago to go meet with their senator and talk about the American-Israel relationship do not have to register. And now, I mean, what AIPAC anyway has changed so much of what they do, it's really now fundraising for elections. Like, it's almost primarily, they don't have big policy conferences. They really, like the entire organization shifted, and it's election fundraising to around the country. A lot of primaries when there's someone that is probably like the dude on stage. If he decides to run for Congress, we would raise a lot of money to make sure he doesn't win. AIPAC is doing.
God bless AIPAC for that.
Yeah, successes, Jamal Bowman, getting him out and primarying him with a much better candidate. Successes, Cori Bush, primarying her and getting in Wesley Bell, much better candidate. Successes, Chantal Brown, primarying Nina Turner and getting Chantal Brown in. Two cycles on that. Those are successes.
When you say Cory, actually, you remind me of Cory Booker. That's one where it's tough because I know he's super pro-Israel, but
we support him. We endorse him.
I know, but he's terrible for the country, and he needs to be primary.
It's why I said I do RJC because let me back up. AIPAC is bipartisan, supports, absolutely bipartisan, supports candidates from both parties. For me personally, I like doing work for the RJC because my issues are more very domestic related issues. And I'm a Republican, but AIPAC supports both parties. And they endorse, Cory Booker's an endorsed candidate. He's someone who is it's the late at night, I'm sorry, forgetting my words. He's an incumbent that is a pro-Israel incumbent, and that's their policy. They will support his election. Sometimes they get stuck, like in the last senatorial election in Pennsylvania, because they had to support a pro-Israel incumbent, but the person running against him, who thank God won, was a much better candidate for Jewish issues in the United States. But they couldn't put money towards him because the incumbent had been pro-Israel incumbent. I don't know, someone Google the top 10 lobbyists, you can learn about it, and then learn about FARA.
But overall, what would you say is the effectiveness of AIPAC as far as like getting their chosen people? Yeah.
And the elections, it's been incredibly successful. Remember, it's not just Jews. It's AIPAC again. It focuses on the American-Israel relationship. So a lot of the people, there's 8 million, 10 million, at least, members of Christians United for Israel. So you have a lot of the Christian Zionists that do work, or financially support AIPAC, but very high success rate, except, some big losses, like the JCPOA was a huge loss. a big win. And I mean, it varies. You have to look at their history. I think they took over someone else. It started in the 50s, but it really kind of took over groups that were advocating to help get Jews from after the Holocaust settled into Israel, and make sure that there was support from the United States for that. But it has a pretty good success rate. RJC has an excellent success rate, but that's Republicans dealing with Republicans. I mean, yes, we have people that are the fringe, like Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, that we don't have a success rate with, but majority of Republicans.
Massey is one of our best people in Congress. I just have to underscore that.
I see. I don't think so at all, but we can disagree on that. I mean, some of my favorites in Congress, some are Democrats too, that are excellent. I like to see someone who crosses the aisle, gets legislation done, answers the needs of the constituents. I mean, there's some excellent members of Congress.
But what is wrong with someone like Massey, who, when it comes to government spending, is taking?
You would do that.
Well, he takes the very real threat of the U.S. debt, which is currently $37 trillion, and if you include unfunded liabilities, there's $100 trillion in debt. Like, I think that the Congress people that ignore this are negligent. And even if I agree with the Congress people on other issues, that is the most important issue, period, point blank. There is not a single issue in American politics more important than the debt. And Thomas Massey's got the best track record there.
Yes, but he also is counters on almost every other vote, on votes that don't have to deal with financial, just to be a naysayer. I don't want to get into him, but you can look at the present administration and how they feel about him, but he counters almost every vote.
Yeah, but
it's not just on money.
But the present administration are anti-capitalist demagoguery fucking fascists. Like Donald Trump versus Thomas Massey in terms of like who wants the best for this country. It's not even a contest.
And Massey has kind of adopted. He's the successor to Ron Paul, basically, of like just voting no to everything. You know, it's not, and he's not. He has nothing against Israel. He's not. Just like everything, he wants to stop the spending of the Congress, and he doesn't want the U.S. basically. I think he's more or less an isolationist. He doesn't want to. U.S.
No, there's not
any other country.
There's not a single person in Congress that's an isolationist. He's a non-interventionist. There's a big difference.
Right, but he doesn't support basically sending money to any other country, military. I mean, I think he would pull out of NATO.
We shouldn't. If anybody reads the Constitution, there is not a constitutional argument for foreign aid. Period.
But he's not like Rashida Tlaib. He's not against Israel. He's like, yep, Israel should do whatever it wants, and absolutely should do whatever it needs to.
I mean, you could say it's funding, but like he votes against the Iron Dome, so things like that.
He's against the funding of it.
Yeah, I think he would say Israel should definitely build it.
It was a joint project with Raytheon and Rafael.
Right. You could disagree with him, but the positions that he takes, and there's some things that I disagree with him too, but when it comes to any type of spending that's out of step with the Constitution, he votes no, and his critics are the ones that are in opposition to the Constitution.
I'm just trying to check. I think he voted against like resolutions that deal with whether Israel has the not just spending. He just votes no on almost every bill.
Did you hear his commentary about why he made that vote? You should go look that up.
I'm just guessing, but it's not up to the U.S. to decide if Israel has the right to exist. I would guess that would be his argument.
Yeah, it was not our business. His interpretation of the Constitution is one that, like, all you have to do is understand how to read English to read the Constitution, and a lot of our Congress people completely fucking ignore the Constitution. Donald Trump's like there's not been a president that has disregarded the Constitution more than Donald Trump.
Anyway, I'm going to try to go back to sleep. My point is, anytime I woke up to hear this, it's always this one entity that gets called out, and just take a look at the different ethnic groups that might be in Congress lobbying. I mean, just a lot. When you're going up and knocking on the door, you get 20 minutes. You go into the office, you rarely get the member or the senator. You usually get their staffer, and you go in and you tell them what you're interested in, and then you leave. But everyone's up there, and people speaking on behalf of lots of different ethnic groups, whether it's Polish Americans that come in, or Kurds that are in there, Armenians are in there. It's not just Jews that are up in Congress. So, I mean, I find that interesting. But you can usually peel the onion on it.
Well, I'm 100% with you on that. I think Lou's point, and when people bring up AIPAC, if you want to oppose lobbying altogether, okay, fair enough. But as we saw here, it was the only lobbying group he'd ever even heard of, and I think that tells you all you need to know.
Well, usually they'll go out against the ADL. They'll often say that, and they'll go at that. And I mean, they're dealing with primarily just the hatred issues. I mean, that's it. That's their whole MO. So it's interesting when they start going after the other Jewish groups that are asking Congress, and some of it's for appropriation, and some of it's just for laws, for protection laws. For Israel not to be treated with a double standard, or for Jews not to be treated with a double standard. I mean, it's things like that. But I mean, I've been up there when there's people from the Kurdish communities that have gone into members' offices. I'm not the one to really get into it because I don't do really AIPAC anymore. I do RJC, so it's different, and they're Republican-based requests.
I think that the main thing that I like to point out is that the U.S. government's not just being solicited for relations with Israel; it's also with our enemies. And so, if you follow the logic of like, well, why don't we just not fund these countries? Then we don't have to worry about some of the silly shit like giving billions of dollars to Iran, for example. And so I like clearly if gun put to my head, give money to our allies or give money to our enemies, I'll give it to the allies all day. That being said, there's a strong argument to be made that we shouldn't give it to anyone. The argument that then gets made is that, oh, well, you have to go by influence, and if we don't do it, then somebody else will. And so essentially what happens is American taxpayer dollars leave the U.S. to do all kinds of crazy shit that has nothing to do with the scope of what the federal government is supposed to be doing. There's certainly not the authority, in the Constitution to allow the wealth transfer from American taxpayers to foreign governments. And I think at very least people should look at we're at such an absurd level of giving away these and participating in these wealth transfers that we even give it to the most problematic nations on the entire planet. Like giving Iran money could only happen because we allow foreign aid. We should just stop foreign aid. Period.
But it's not all foreign aid. If we go in there because the Houthis have been unregistered as a foreign terrorist organization, and we're trying to make a pitch that they should be registered, is it not dealing with foreign aid? You know, there are things that affect within our relationship that are not money based.
Well,
Yeah, Roger.
the simple answer to things like the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas is that it's not in any civilized nation's interest to allow those entities to exist. I don't think we needed to wait for the Houthis to attack American warships or cargo ships that we were supposed to be protecting. I mean, the mere fact that we know that terrorist organizations exist, we should go fucking eradicate them. I'm totally okay with that. I'm anti-terrorist, full fucking stop, and that means the sponsors of it. I was a huge cheerleader for what we did, bombing Iran. I'm not a fucking pacifist. If you have countries that are sponsoring terrorism, and they're not the only ones. Iran is the head of the snake. I think we all know that. But Qatar is another country where we allow fucking people that sponsor terrorism to just live their little billionaire lifestyles. I think that we should have cruise missiles up the asshole of these fucking terrorists.
Well, Roger, I was going to ask you, I mean, how do you feel about the United States, like, giving money to those dirty-ass fucking Palestinians? I mean, like, that is the wildest shit on earth that we give money to a fucking terrorist state like that. I mean, a terrorist area.
We should give zero to that. The only money that should be given is when we see things that are a
Tomahawk
threat.
missiles.
If we see a threat to Western civilization, and by Western civilization, I would extend that to countries that, like Israel, that it's not traditionally West, right? It's a Middle Eastern country. If we can identify that it's a terrorist organization that's anti-enlightenment, anti-civilization, anti-human, really, I think we have a duty to go and fucking destroy them and destroy their sources of funding, all of those sort of things. That's money well spent. I think the military, police, and courts, those are the three things the federal government, if you read the Constitution, those are the only really the things that's called out that we have to fund. And within that scope of it, we should absolutely fucking go kick the shit out of people that are a threat to civilization. And Iran it fits that mold. I would say, and by Iran I mean the IRGC. I have no problem with a lot of the Iranian people. Although if they're part of that pedophile death cult, they probably need to be deprogrammed.
I'd like to add something. Ron Paul proposed back in 2001. The Constitution has a means already for dealing with terrorists, and that is, the Congress can issue letters of marque, which then are essentially sort of like bounties, I think, where then if people go and take care of business, then they become compensated by the U.S. government. We could do things like that with the Houthis. And, they didn't use the word terrorist back in, 1780, what was it, 1781 or so? When was the Constitution signed? I should know that.
1776.
Well, I think Constitution was a little later, but...
87.
87, thank you. But yeah,
when was it fully ratified, though?
It took 2 years. Hold on. I tell you, was it 89 that it was ratified? No. Or it was 87. Hold on.
Anyway, the late 70s
1300. They weren't using language of terrorists, but they had ways of, they had these types of people around. You had like Barbary pirates.
Yeah, we were dealing with the Barbary pirates. We wouldn't have even had a navy if it wasn't for the Barbary pirates. Like, so absolutely, like protecting the sea lanes, hugely important. Like when Biden was in office, this one should have been the sign for everybody. And I don't care what your politics are. When the Houthis were attacking the cargo ships and then attacking U.S. warships, we should have unleashed fucking hell on the Houthis. There shouldn't have been a single fucking Houthi militant, breathing within 48 hours of those attacks. Like, we should have just wiped them off planet Earth.
Yeah, I think it should have been pretty bad for people. I mean, anyway, similar to what is going to happen in Gaza. I mean, it's very expensive, but you've got to just take these populations, terrorist populations, and you have to filter them out and remove anyone who's going to continue to cause problems and completely disarm them, completely defang and deterrorize.
Hey, Roger, I got a question for you. What was the name of that pedophile death cult?
Now, the new proposal is 2 months, and it's Gaza City, which is about 1 million in population in Gaza City. They've not touched Gaza City, so it's intact. It's where the hub of Hamas is. It's where we think the hostages are now. And during that 2-month period, it's going to be moving the citizens out, getting them into safety. Israel's going in like the Army Corps of Engineers and building up makeshift hospitals and distribution centers and housing centers in the 2-month period before they even go in and do one strike. They've got to stabilize the population that's there and then go in and take out what's left, of the terrorist blocks that are in there that'll be in Gaza City. And it'll only be until everyone's moved out, and I think it's about 2 months before that can happen.
Well, I will add this. If Donald Trump leaves office and the IRGC is still in power in Iran, he will be a miserable fucking failure. If the IRGC is permitted to still have power in Iran, Donald Trump could go fuck himself.
Well, the support of
Up to
Iran.
the people of Iran, though, at the end of the day, like, we bombed, there was the hope with this latest thing that the people would rise up, but the people prefer the devil they know. They prefer the IRGC to chaos.
Well, what we have to do is we have to educate them, and we have to deprogram the people that are, some people are just victims of, being born into a pedophile death cult. I mean, like, you've literally got a population of people that believe that the perfect man that's ever walked the earth is a fucking pedophile that married a 6-year-old girl and fucked her when she was 9 years old. And they think that this is the greatest guy ever. Like, Islam is a fucking threat to humankind. Does anybody disagree?
No, I disagree about Iran at all. But, it's different times. It's not plane loads of cash anymore, and the sanctions are going to start to strangle them, hopefully. And hopefully, there's another effort to go in and take out anything left that tastes like, smells like any nuclear proliferation, as well as the delivery systems.
So to Odianware, who said Islam is not a problem in Iran, I have to tell you, Islam is a problem everywhere. It's a pedophile death cult. It's not even a religion.
I want to push back. I don't think it's a big problem in Indonesia. think they worship
That's
Allah.
in Indonesia, that's the biggest Muslim population. It's a
I think they claim to worship the same God as the Jews, and the Christians sort of have this like multi-headed God, but the same one.
Agent, let me ask you this: did the Prophet Muhammad marry a 6-year-old girl?
Wasn't she 9 or something?
No, she was 9 when he fucked her, and he was 54 at the time. But was she 6 when he married her? Answer: according to her, yes.
I assume that he did. Yeah, I assume he did what you're saying.
Yeah. So Aisha is a respected scholar in Islam, and she's the one that made the claim that she married him when she was 6, and that they consummated when she was 9. I would just say that that's foul, and it's a big problem. But that's not even their biggest problem. This is how bad of a religion it is, or a cult, I should say. That the pedophilia is not even the worst part. If you disagree with them, if you disagree with any of it, they want to kill you.
I'm just saying, like, that doesn't happen everywhere. I haven't seen that in Indonesia. I spent some time there.
I don't know. I can tell you, like in Thailand, that portion of Thailand is completely different and repressed. And I don't know if I agree with you on that, but what we see out of Iran is just this working of, like marionettes of their proxies. And now their proxies have been, hopefully they're not fully dismantled, but they've pretty much been, almost put out of business. I mean, what's left of Hamas, what's left of Hezbollah has like been decimated, and the Houthis. And the Houthis. Do you think the attacks on the U.S. ships from the Houthis is not an attack on the United States, and they're attacking our ships and our soldiers? Yes, they attack Israel. They're attacking the United States.
Of course, we should have wiped them out.
It's a big problem. But you're right, Mojo. I think the problem is it's very expensive we've kind of written it off. I guess my understanding is Trump made a deal and just said, look, stop shooting at us and we'll just leave you alone. Only as a cost-saving measure. Of course they deserve to be wiped out.
Here's a solution. You guys aren't going to like it, but when we catch and detain illegal immigrants in the U.S., I think we should send them to places like Yemen and Iran, and tell them, hey, go kill the terrorists, and we'll grant you citizenship.
That's kind of like what Russia did in Ukraine with the human waves. Like, all right, go fight, and then you can be Russian.
So a girl gets killed for not wearing her headscarf properly in Iran, and he's writing in the chat that they're free in Iran, and they're freer there than Saudi. In Saudi, I visit, I wear jeans and a t-shirt, and I wore a bikini on the beach. So you tell me which country is freer. We walk around in Western clothing all the time. No one has to cover their heads, and no one's going to jail for not covering their heads, or being murdered for not. But in Iran, they are. So I don't know where the comment in the chat came from. It is true. I've been to Saudi 3 times now. No head coverings, and I wore a bikini. I went to the Red Sea to see the greatest resorts.
Do you know what their modesty laws are, Annie?
In Iran?
In Saudi.
In Saudi, I mean, I was at their top resorts.
They have very strict modesty laws. I learned about this through the WWE doing their shows.
Yeah,
I didn't have it. I'm telling you, I was at Ritz-Carlton, St.
I've
Regis.
been to 44 countries. It's not true. You can only do that in the Americas. It's not
Well,
true.
maybe they don't want to see you, but they were perfectly fine with a bunch of us. We were
First
at
of
the
all, you're
beach.
Jewish, so that's what you're saying.
No one knew what religion I was. I wasn't there as a Jew. I was there as a business person. So no, you're wrong.
And again, you can't tell me about Saudi.
No, you can't tell me.
So hold on. I can tell you for a fact that WWE is restricted. The women that wrestle showing quite a bit of skin in the U.S. when they go to Saudi, they're required to cover their entire body. And so this is why I boycott the events that they do in Saudi. I sold all my WWE stock when they started doing shows in Saudi. I do not buy this whole modernization thing in Saudi. I think that the Saudis are okay in comparison to the IRGC. Are they a step above? Sure, but they are still very fucking problematic. I mean, all you have to do is go and look up their modesty laws. It's absolutely trash. They do not respect women in that country. Look, I walked around 3 trips now in Western clothing, in jeans and a t-shirt. I went to the mall. I went out to restaurants, and I went to the resorts. They're top resorts in the country, and I'm dressed Western, and I'm in a bathing suit when I'm out the beach there.
Again, this is not true.
Well, you can tell me it's not true. I'm not going to put the pictures of me in a bathing suit on this app because I'm not comfortable doing that. But I absolutely did. I absolutely did. I can tell you the hotels where they were.
True. You can only do this. You can first of all, hi Saudi, tell me when you go to Riyadh, what's the difference there? I've been to.
In Riyadh, I was there on business. I was swimming in the pool at the hotel.
Yeah, again, it is not
But
true.
I could, if I wanted to go in the pool at the hotel.
It is not true. The only place you're free in Saudi is when you go to the American Greenland area. My cousin worked for Saudi Aramco. Again, what you're saying is not true.
Well, I'm telling you that I was at the Red Sea at
nobody cares about your business enterprise. You're not bringing millions. You ain't nobody. What you're saying is not true.
You don't know anything.
You're nobody. Don't worry. You're just on Clubhouse. You're lying. Nobody will believe this.
Hear this, guys.
You can't wear.
You have no idea why I was there, do you?
I'm telling you that you're not a business person.
You know why I was there?
You're just lying. Saudi Arabia, you're joking. Do you know the country I come from? Please. Do you know the country I come from, Saudi Arabia? Again, there are no churches in Saudi. Let me repeat it again. No churches. So I don't get what you're saying. I said as a Christian, there are Catholic churches in Iran. My boss went to Iran twice.
Yeah,
I got a
it's a
gold
lot
card.
of fun to be a Catholic in Iraq. I know what they do to the Jews in Iraq.
There are Jews. So what point are you making? Name a Jewish community in Saudi
I'm
Arabia.
making a point that I went
Because you want beginning
to
to believe that's the
3 trips now. 3 trips. No, Odion, don't tell me what I do. You don't know what I do for a living.
I don't
You
care
have
what
no
you
fucking
are
idea.
lying, then I shouldn't believe you.
I don't care how you feel. I'm telling someone else a story that I stayed at the Ritz-Carlton, which is a beautiful hotel in the Red Sea. I stayed at the St. Regis right near it. Also beautiful hotel in the Red Sea. Beautiful swimming pools, beautiful restaurants, and I wore a bikini. Thank you. And I went to the Six Senses, which is up in the dunes in the sand dunes above it. Bikini.
And Mojo, if you go to Saudi,
Is that bothering you? It's killing you.
Saudi Arabia,
Hold on. Listen. All I can say is I know definitively that WWE stars.
That's not a public wrestling match, or it's different. This is at a resort.
Well, this is fine, and I can also tell you that they have public decency law from 2019 that's still in effect. It's a formal regulation that targets tourists, and it tells them what is acceptable for public behavior, including dress that should not be tight-fitting or revealing. And so, they do have public decency laws, Abby. Now,
I've gone to business meetings there. When I go to business meetings there, I'm wearing a dress that is to my knee. And I cover.
Diplomat. What is business meetings? What does that even mean?
Excuse me, I'm
Excuse me, can I just say something? I was born in Saudi
I cover
Arabia.
my
I have
shoulders.
family in Saudi Arabia.
I
I do
cover my
agree with that.
shoulders in a business meeting, but if I go to the mall, I'm in a t-shirt and jeans. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Abdullah, then why does WWE, something I know for a fucking fact, why are the women that wrestle in Saudi Arabia required to wear full covering and not show any skin? Answer that question.
Yeah, sure. So basically, the Saudis are actually transforming the whole law. Back in the days when I was born, yes, there was a lot of limitation. Women couldn't drive. But when Mohammed bin Salman came in, he actually tried to change and just kind of opened the cultural concept in there. There's a lot of cultural constraints. So they're not really trying, they can't just go ahead and change all the laws that was, that was enforced back in the days. But he's slowly doing that. And I do believe that if Abby's saying that she was able to wear a bikini in Saudi Arabia, she went there recently. It's not like a long time ago.
November, Abdullah.
Yeah, so basically, yes, if it's recent, there is a lot of development that is happening. I have family members over there, actually, and I was born there. And we lived there for 13 years. We were in Dammam and Riyadh. So still, around Mecca and Medina, she cannot do that. And I don't know if she cannot. There's no way. Yeah, but
Alula, I could, and along the Red Sea, definitely in Alula, which is more international tourism.
Yeah, so basically over there, they're changing the laws. They give it more freedom to women to do whatever they want. But it's slowly happening. It's a slow transition. They just can't go and force that because there's these families that that contributed to the law that they have to slowly change and transition into a more open-minded. So I personally disagree with some of that laws and all that stuff, but recently they started to change.
I've been now 3 trips, and each trip I saw it more and more liberalized. So exactly what you're saying. But when I had business in Riyadh, and you'll understand this, we're working on Diriyah, so you understand why I was there. And at the meetings and such that we're doing for Diriyah, I'm in like a dress, like a sheath, like a Ralph Lauren dress to my knees, not to my ankles, and I would have like a cardigan on or a blazer when I'm in a meeting. But I'd probably wear that in a business meeting anywhere. But definitely going out to dinner in Riyadh and walking the streets, I'm totally in Western clothes. And that's the changes, yes.
Yeah, and it's becoming a very beautiful. They trying to motivate, tourism, and they actually building the project called The Line. I hope by 2030 they'll be done with it. So they're trying so hard to change all of that, and it's not like it used to be.
In Saudi Arabia, there's the American side where people who work in Saudi Arabia diplomats leave. Then there's the regular side. And not. Anyway, I'm not even arguing with you. Leave what you want to leave, but say you wear a bikini.
Listen, Diriyah. It's not one side or the other. You have no idea what Diriyah is, do you?
What? Hold on. Anyway, there's no need. You wear a bikini in Saudi Arabia.
You don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is. What I said, I didn't hear you.
Diriyah is the very, very large development. It's a $53 billion development of 300 restaurants, 40 high-end hotels, and I forget how many housing units. It's several tens of thousands of housing units. It's built. It's a new city. It's the whole new city that they're building. That one's in Riyadh. They're building 8 of these gigacities around Saudi. There's also ones along the coast. Neom is one along the Red Sea coast. These are the new cities. And it's people from all over that are living in them.
Abby, would you have like a cover for going out in certain areas of public?
I would never go near a mosque. I mean, I'd be in a long, even in the Emirates. Have you guys ever gone to Abu Dhabi, which is more religious than Dubai? I mean, if I go in the mosque, you cover. You have to wear a long robe and you cover your head in the mosque. But, you cover in religious places around the world anyway. I would cover in a church. I cover, not that much cover.
Bikinis in a church doesn't happen very often.
either. If you go to the Wailing Wall, you have to cover, and if you go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, you're covered. And you're covered in religious places. That's completely different. And there are neighborhoods, like in Israel, there are religious neighborhoods that you have to be respectful because they're very religious. But the general, like going to the let me think of something very, going to the mall, which is a mix. You see people, women in burqas, and you see people in jeans and a tee. If you go to the outdoor markets that they have, like if you're in Jeddah, which is another city in Saudi, and you go like to the old market and walk around, it's a mix of everything there.
So Odie, when did you go?
Abdullah, as you go to the marketplaces.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the Old Town. It's very
the Old Town in
it's very
Jeddah.
beautiful. And it's funny that you mentioned the mall. Even back in the days, the mall, there were malls that only allowed for women and and families. Like you can't go as a male just entering the mall. Now they're changing all of that. There is a lot happening in Saudi. It's for me, it's worth visit. I'm just gonna be.
Listen. You guys can say whatever you want. I'm just telling you that fucking WWE wrestlers, the females are required to cover their fucking bodies when they wrestle in Saudi Arabia. And the mere fact that the WWE capitulates to that and does shows there is fucking disgusting. To be able to say that, hey, we're going to let you tell our women what to do. They don't have their fucking individual freedom to do what they want to do. Honestly, dude, I still got smoked for fucking Saudi Arabia. The fucking towers that went down in New York, those were fucking Saudis. Fuck the king, fuck the prince, fuck Saudi, and fuck the entire religion of Islam. Fuck them all.
Oh, Joey, again, when you go in a transitional phase, you just can't implement things immediately. It's a transitional phase.
Well, let's not sit here and act like it's a liberated society when they're quite literally forcing women to wear clothing in the WWE. Like, this is stuff that's known. It's very disingenuous to make it sound like they don't have these customs still in play in 2025. It's just fucking. This is bullshit. The Saudis are a bunch of evil fucks.
Monica, Saudi Arabia is a place that 2011, 2012, 2013, even my boss that is a strong Catholic had to cover up her head. Now, this person mentions Jeddah.
10 years ago.
Yeah, we have a consulate in Jeddah.
When did the law change, Odia?
Well,
When you started driving in 2014, you were there before that.
Okay, so the law change means that they will allow you wear a bikini that is not in the American side. So we have a consulate in Jeddah, right? There was an immigration problem because the person in Jeddah decided to come and visit the mosque. She was almost arrested. Again, I don't know. My argument was simple that me as a Christian, I am freer in Iran than in Saudi. In Saudi, there are no churches.
What year?
Not do if you're a homosexual.
Number one, what year? If 14 women started driving. In 2018, they took away the guardianship laws. Go watch the movie The Saudi Women's Driving School. It's on HBO.
So I don't understand why Odie can't hold space for a decade of distance from his anecdotal experiences to Abby's. Actually, more than a decade.
They still have public decency laws, and right now we're being led to believe that somehow because they want to be seen by the Western world, because they want the tourist fucking dollars, and they want to buy into the sports fucking world, they want to buy into golf, they want to buy into pro wrestling, they want to buy into all this shit so they can be perceived as being more Western. They're fucking frauds. They're a bunch of goddamn pedophile death cult members, and we're treating them like they're some fucking special people. The government in Saudi Arabia doesn't give a fuck about anybody in the United States. They don't give a fuck about individual rights for women. They don't give a fuck about women. Their religion is anti-woman, and I can't believe I'm hearing half this shit. Like they still have public decency laws on the fucking sit here in this room and say that that's not true. It's just fucking dishonest.
So what I'm hearing is that Mojo is very upset that his WWE wrestler babes can't wear the bikinis that Abby wore.
Lacey Evans looked ridiculous in the outfit they had her in.
Hey, I think it's morphing, it's changing, just as Abdul was saying. I mean, it's just everything's easing up. I had a conversation with someone who is the ambassador to the U.S. It's a woman, and she's on the Olympic Committee, the International Committee. And part of she grew up mostly in America because her dad was the ambassador, and most of her charge is to make it easy for women to go into the gyms. They weren't able to do that there. She's helped with women as they get into sports in Saudi to be able to compete as Westerners compete. And there's different facets of that society that are changing, and there's people that are championing the change over there. And it's going to take probably a whole generation, at least, maybe more, for it to really westernize. But they are absolutely loosening things up. They want tourism in there. They want their country to westernize. That's the dream of 2030, the vision of
they want American dollars, but they want American dollars. Hold on. They want American dollars, but they still subscribe to a pedophile death cult. These are the facts.
I'm not. All I'm saying is the experience that I had. What their deep philosophy is, I'm not opining on it. I'm just saying that they definitely are opening up. It's important to them, and it's important to bring in international tourism into their country. They're trying to get out of just being in the petrol business. They're taking their sovereign wealth fund and they're expanding it. They're giving a lot of money, investing it into lots of different businesses, tech businesses. They're trying to bring that element into their country. But when you go to destinations there, like Alula, which is absolutely magnificent, and I would say a place on earth you should, if you ever get a chance to see, it's a combination of Petra and Sedona. It's something. I mean, it's all tourists there, and they're dressed as people going hiking and touring. It's not this repressed feeling and definitely doing business in Riyadh. The first trip I went, I brought all the headgear. I thought I'd have to be all covered up, and I never wore any of it. So
well, Riyadh is exactly where they had the last WWE event.
Yeah, I mean, but I wasn't wrestling. I was there doing business.
Right, but why would you require women to fully clothe themselves? What's up with that? You gotta cover your arms.
I don't disagree with you. I hope they change it. I think the person I said I met with, who's on the Olympic Committee, I think that's part of her charge is to get things lightened up and loosened up. Abdullah, you know who I'm talking about? He's still there?
Yeah. Say that again.
The Princess Rima is on the Olympic Committee, the International Olympic Committee.
I'm not really familiar.
Anyway, there's people within the system there that are really trying to change it, and definitely the guy at the top is trying to change it. That's his charge, and he clashes with his father over it, who's more traditional.
I'm not forgiving the Saudis in my life.
Okay, there's a movie. It's easy to watch. It's like an hour long. It's called The Saudi Women's Driving School. And it starts out with the premise of now 50% of the country has to learn how to drive, and how do you teach them? So how they actually set up these stadiums with hundreds and hundreds of cars to teach these women to drive. But the movie is really more about the changes there and the modernization.
That's the propaganda movie, man. Come on, man.
I looked it up. It's in the chat. It's going in the chat anyway. It's from 2019. And if you guys want to not like the Middle Eastern countries that have enacted true horrors on the U.S. and other people, you can.
Yeah, I could live 2 lifetimes and I'll never forgive the Saudis. I think
diversity standpoint, I think Roger's exactly right. They want American dollars. They want a tourism culture. They do not want to westernize their modern society, their lived-in society. They just want to make it appealing for tourists.
Well, that's why I said watch this film, because they interview women that don't want the change, just like you're saying, and they interview a lot of women that the change has been incredible. These women get shipped off to LACO to U.S. universities. They get MBAs. They come back. They're working in the government. Now they
You're
have.
talking about a classist society.
Can I finish, please? So since that film's been made, it's advanced a lot more since then, and what they're building over there. But it's a process that's his dream, that's his vision, this Vision 2030, and they talk about it. So the film really goes into more about the whole cultural change that's happening there, and they interview citizens that are pro and con on the subject. But it gives you a window into the change, and you see how it was. And in 5 years from now, it'll probably be morphing. I think they saw the success the UAE had. They see how the UAE is developing in so many other areas, business areas, that they would like to parrot. And the countries are very close. And I think that they're looking at that. You also have Bahrain, which is a very Western in the area as well. A lot of the Saudis were going there to buy their booze. So it's just morphing. It's changing. And whether they'll wear something different next time they wrestle, who knows? But I can tell you from my experience, and I have pictures to prove it, where I was, and no one hassled me.
Yeah, no, I totally believe your lived experience. I just, if you've ever spent any time sitting in I've sat in rooms where there have been Saudis, and I will just tell you that typically, traditionally, the Islamic culture, they hate Westernism. They think that it's equivalent to Sodom and Gomorrah. They absolutely do not want to westernize. But I do think that there is some validity to the claim that they've seen the UAE, they've seen the dollars that it brings in. I think that they definitely want the money, and I think they're trying to figure out how to coordinate between being able to prosper and take advantage of that tourist dollar, and somehow maintain the integrity, because they do. They do not like Western culture.
I don't know if it's as hungry for the dollar as it is, his ego and his vision of changing the country. It's a pretty rich country.
He can't change the country.
But his vision, they're spending, that one city alone is $53 billion that they're building. You go underground and you see all the services, everything, are like layers of tunnels underground that will then, serve this city above it. And if you saw the hotel brands that are coming in there and the restaurants that have already started to come in, it's cuisine, everything is changing, and they're westernizing is the best way I can explain it. But yeah, there are people that don't want it, but the people that love what you feel they love, they also love their crown prince. He's very popular, and a lot of them are following his lead. Look, it's a big nation. There's a lot of people. It's a lot of landmass. But I would tell you that my experience, first time I went, I was scared to death. I didn't know how it would be. And now I realize how comfortable I was. And I went, I went once with other Jewish people, so that was one experience different. But then the last trip I went with business, like primarily business, in the hospitality business. So completely different. I will also tell you that my industry is part of building a very large casino right now in the UAE, and how that's been accepted and how the UAE has advanced. Completely advanced. I don't know if you've been to Dubai and what the experience is there, but it's very Western.
So there's this conflation again, and I
other Emirates, and they say you're free. And all these things is a ploy, like Mojo said, to get the American dollars. And you say the crown prince is popular. The crown prince is not that popular. They still prefer his father over him. In fact, when they made all these new arrangements trying to modernize, there was a small revolt in the smaller towns in the populated areas in Saudi. But there's something the crown prince does. The crown prince knows how to suit the population. He pays them, increase their UPI, and they all kept quiet. Two, you're talking about people coming to America. Let's be fair. Saudi Arabia is a classist society. You mentioned Prince Rima. Who is Princess Rima's father? An elite? Is that who I'm listening to?
Peter, he was our ambassador.
No, but beautiful. An ambassador. I know he was an ambassador again. Is that someone
He was the
that
ambassador to the United States.
He was a former ambassador. She's now replaced him. So look at it. Her father was ambassador. She's an ambassador. These are people that are linked to the crown. I cannot listen to those people. I'm sorry. Those are not the true people in Saudi. Again, your perspective as an American is different.
Well, and by the way, you're wrong on, because our casino resort is not, it's being built in a different Emirates.
Which Emirates is it being built in?
Well, it's
Wait,
Marshall Island.
hold on. Like, being on a fucking resort is not the way that you experience a country anyways. That's like saying that if you go to Ritz-Carlton in Jamaica, that somehow that's indicative of Jamaican culture. If you're on a resort, like, you're literally in a self-contained environment. You're not really participating in the culture at all.
We're building it. It's not built yet. I'm talking about the UAE, Roger. I don't know if that's what you're talking. He asked me where it is, and
where are you? No,
but you said that you were at a resort wearing a.
When I was in a bathing suit, where I was at a beach. Like, where else am I going to be? I'm not walking around the city. I don't walk around Las Vegas in a bathing suit.
Well, here's the point.
At a hotel beach.
If you're at a hotel, you're on a resort that's catering to tourists, and what they're doing is they're prioritizing your money over their principles, right? Shocker, right? But at the end of the day, they fucking hate women, and their culture is never gonna fucking change.
You were at an American resort. I mean, I don't understand how difficult is this to understand? You were at an American resort. Like I mentioned
What do you mean American resorts? That's an international hotel chain. International.
Ritz-Carlton is not American.
It's an international.
That is international.
International.
When you're at a hotel resort, you're not experiencing the culture of a country. I'm sorry.
I didn't say that that's where I experienced the culture. I experienced the culture as I'm walking around Riyadh, and I'm walking in. Yes, if I go to a mall there, I experience the culture. Can we agree on that? If I'm walking in the street in the old market in Jeddah, am I experiencing the culture? In a marketplace?
I would imagine you're not wearing a bikini there.
No, but I was in jeans and a tee.
Better cover those arms.
I didn't in not walking in the street. When I went into a business meeting, I did.
No, Roger, it's my understanding things have changed drastically in the last few years in Saudi. Like people,
The modesty laws are still on the books. Like I said, if they want to take,
is what MBS says.
If they want to take American tourist dollars, that's not a shock to me. But to conflate that with them having respect for women is just fucking wild.
I think they have their own version of respect for women. They still have reasonably high birth rate. They have a respect for humanity that we don't have.
They're a pedophile death cult, agent.
Anyway, you're wrong about the Emirates.
Anyway, like I said, the American perspective is always usually different. Saudi Arabia. I don't know if you know Cristiano Ronaldo Abdallah, so I don't know why Shakira. And he was allowed to bring his non-married wife partner with him. Not everybody will have such power. You guys have laws against cohabitation. He was allowed to bring his non-married wife. Is Ronaldo the average person that has
To be honest with you, you put me in a position where you think I stand with the Saudis. I'm just here trying to tell you, just like Abby was trying to tell you, experiences and what is really happening. I do not stand with Saudi Arabia. I was born there. I know the suffering of living in Saudi Arabia back in the days. You know, at least in the United States, my daughter is being considered a U.S. citizen. Over there, all of my family members were born there. I don't have a chance to go and visit where I was born. So don't think that I'm standing with the Saudis. I'm not. All I'm saying is I'm trying to tell you what is really happening. The facts. This is what is happening. Abby experienced it. My family experienced it. We still experience this stuff. Like, it's not. I'm defending them and saying their policy is right and they're the greatest people. No, they're not. They're very bad. But this is what is really happening right now.
That's what I've been trying to say. I'm not. This isn't the culture I want to go live in. But my experience was and my friend who goes every 3 months as an American businesswoman has had a similar experience. And you see when you go into business meetings there, you see a lot of women running businesses now. The women own businesses. They own bank accounts. The laws have changed. The laws of custody have changed. The laws, rape laws have changed. They've modernized. They've tried to be, what we had is DEI in the U.S. For them, they have inclusion for women, and that's their push. Now, whether they're fully doing it, whether they could revamp really in a Western way, it's going to take, as I said, a generation. But they are changing laws on the books there, and they're going through this process. And you feel it when you're there, and when you meet women. And I spent a lot of time asking business women how their lives were. I looked at how they dressed. I asked them questions about their freedoms, and they said it's not all there yet, but it's definitely morphing and changing. That's just the point.
Abby, what you're saying is it's safer in where you went to visit for women than it is in parts of London in highly migrant areas?
That's a really
Big W wins again.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really interesting question because that feeling of repression is exactly what his vision is, to take away that feeling of repression. So, just what I saw, and again, as a lawyer, I asked, and I met other women lawyers there, and I asked a lot of questions about their laws, and the laws that restricted women, the laws that now have opened up, definitely with the issue of owning bank accounts and owning property and owning businesses, and it's just modernized. How it is in a restrictive area in London, where they bring in Sharia law, it could be a lot more restrictive. I mean, or at least it's going in that direction, where Saudi's going in the other direction. So I don't know, and I'm the same way as what Abdullah is. I have no intention of living there, but doing business there is a different story, and definitely in the Emirates, the experience was great, and it is. Is he still even in here? He's not. It wasn't in Dubai or Abu Dhabi where the casino's being built. It's in a different Emirates.
But what I real is, did you get any advice from them on what they use to make
Amazing,
money?
isn't it? And also their eye makeup, man. The killer. I know. They're really lovely. The women were very lovely there. And it's magnificent. Also in the Emirates.
Yeah, Saudi women can be beautiful.
Really?
Why do they need beautiful women? They're men like goats.
I don't know about that.
replay yesterday that I'd like to tell you guys about if they were ready for a topic change.
Monica, I'm always ready to hear you talk, sweetheart.
Well, okay, well, that reminds me of something else that happened. I was in one room and I heard that someone else in another room was doing a really bad Monica impression. So now I'm in a dilemma. Should I be flattered that they're doing impressions of me at all? Or irritated that they're doing it badly?
Girl, imitation is the highest form of flattery.
That's true, but I will say that Ricky probably does the best Monica impression. It's really funny.
Well, Ricky's impressions in general are just super funny because he's so feminine.
I wish he was here to hear that. Yeah.
Oh, I have no problem. I have no problem saying that to Ricky's face. Ricky and I, we have this beautiful little love-hate relationship. He loves to call me Serene, and I love to poke fun at him.
Not funny.
Frenemies, babe. Frenemies.
So, anyway, I did not like what was happening in a room, and I left it, and then I heard it got back to me that they were laughing that I left the room because, well, okay, so Steven was in White Belts and Chillism, and Steven can be a lot, but he's also Steven, and he's been doing a lot of Twitter spaces, and I'm like, hey, Nathan and Knowledge talked about going to Twitter, and so let me connect someone who's experienced with running spaces. Well, I made the mistake of forgetting that Steven was white, and that doesn't go well all the time over there. And so they felt that I was shoving whiteness up their asses, I guess. I don't know. It was unpleasant. So I left the room. Well, then people said, Monica ran away because you were being mean to Steven. And did she start another room? Well, that's what I heard. I'm like, I could start another room. So I did attractive white women, or what was it called specifically? Attractive white women have wrecked the left.
Oh, she just swiped out. I wonder how long she'll talk before she closes. Bless her heart. There she is.
That's what happens when I click to read the title.
Yeah.
I remove myself from the room.
When attractive women have what?
Attractive white women have ruined the left.
Have wrecked the left.
Have wrecked the left. That's what it was. I saw that.
Because when a noted historian / peanut farmer from California, who is even-keeled and conservative and talks about tariffs and economic policies and which way Western man forward, talks about a model called Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle jeans, it's going to get my attention. And so I played his 6-minute. I played his 6-minute video, and then I did Sydney Watson. I quite like her. I think she's very funny. Her take on the whole Sydney Sweeney American Eagle jeans debacle. So I want to let y'all guys know.
Well, we have to get back to Steven. I want to know, because you're like, Steven was being Steven, so was he singing, or was he like...
Well, he was confident, as Steven is wont to be, and I was telling them, I introduced him as someone who does a lot of X spaces, and then Nathan went on his "Why do you believe in God?" line of inquiry, and it was just like aggressive and unnecessary for the vibe of the room.
Wait,
and I'm sad.
Are we talking about Bader?
Yeah.
Taters?
Oh my gosh, Bader and Chillism. Actually, I think I saw Bader and Chillism the other night. Yeah, Bader came in here last night, and he hot-footed. He came in here.
No.
He came in here, and he was here for 2.0 seconds, and he hot-footed it right back out. I was surprised. she didn't come up.
He kept pinging me into rooms. Was it this room he was pinging, or did he do his?
It wasn't this one because he didn't stay. I mean, he made a mad dash right back out.
He'll pull X people in here for social because he's like on X the platform's so huge that, and then you don't know who's listening when you get 100, 200, 300 people in there eavesdropping or whatever, because they have an anonymous feature over there too. Like sometimes you just want to have a conversation with people that you like, and without the open ears of people trying to destroy you, figuratively speaking, mostly. So he'll pull his ex people over here and then do a social with the regulars on Clubhouse. So yeah, would not be a bad idea to visit, check in on them, Abby, every once in a while.
What's up, Hillary?
Me. And
hey, Hillary.
Hey, baby girl. I saw you're in here. I wanted to run up and just give you big hugs. I miss you. You're crazy. Aww. I hate being the only crazy person around sometimes.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's got to stick together. How's the move going?
Who else is going to help the other people get out of the institution someday? We know all their exits are.
That's right.
The move has been postponed, and I'm fucking great because everything is in boxes, and I hate having to go through the boxes to find something. You just get that out of here. Like, I cannot take it anymore. They're fixing the roof, and the guys that do the roof dropped, and this isn't a big deal. It's just a stupid complaint, but they dropped the big bags of the, what's it called? The roofing tile. What is that called? Anyway, the things they pull off the roof.
The shingles.
And they threw, thank you, shingles. And they threw them all down onto my little garden, and I'm like, you bastards. Those are potted plants. I was taking them with me. They ruined all my shit up there.
Girl, I can relate to the living in chaos amongst the move. We just finished and it was horrible.
But this has been like 2 months. Like, could you imagine? Because with the first, every time we are literally going to be like, okay, we found the place, we're going to go, then something comes up. Like, my husband had to leave for work, he had to go to a week training. I'm like, I'm not doing all this shit by myself. You're crazy. So we postponed it. Now we're postponing it again. And my son is about to start school back. And it's like, dude, we need to get settled already because I'm not moving him in the middle of the school year.
Well, we actually decided to move a year ago last June. And our goal...
So you got me beat.
Our goal was to put the house up for sale and be out between August and September. And my brother was living with us at the time with his kids, and right before I was ready to list the house, he lost his job. So then I felt like, I shouldn't list the house right now because it's just not a good time for him, It took him like 3 or 4 months to find a job. Then he finally found a job, and it was like October, and I was like, okay, now we can move forward with selling the house. He fell downstairs and broke his knee. So, yeah, it got delayed once again, and then it was the holidays, and, it's always a pain in the ass to move during the holidays, and then it's like, oh, let's just finish this. It's been the move that has taken forever.
Girl, I think our husbands hang out. We're like trading secrets over there. Hey, we don't actually have to do anything. We could just come up with another excuse this month. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna go to John's, sleep on John's couch. It's cool with you, right, John? He says yes. Just kidding.
I think he would totally say yes.
No, he'd like triple lock the doors and be like, no, turn on the TV, turn on the lights. He's outside.
Yo, I absolutely hate moving. Who was the catalyst for you guys moving? The idea of moving? Was it you guys or was it your husbands?
It was the apartment complex because we got flooded bad during Hurricane Beryl, and so it was apartment complex being like, you guys have black mold, you got to get out. We're like, well, that sounds like a you problem. We've been here for 16 years, we're good. And then it started getting like bad. We're like, okay, we have to actually leave. God damn it. So it was one of those situations like we wouldn't leave here if they hadn't, been like, if you don't leave, you could die. always
Anthony.
plan to move. We just never get around to it. We're busy people. We are very busy.
Good luck with everything. Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to move anywhere where there's a leaky roof, or are they repairing your current residence before you leave?
Well, no, it's the apartment. So I'm in. It's 2 floors, and it's the apartment above us where the actual roof is. And so they're repairing that because of there's too much roof damage. But in our apartment, because of the flood, there's black mold. So
Oh no.
and they're like, you should go.
Y'all, we're breaking one of the rules. We changed the topic.
And you were properly recommended with a title
I
that
know.
accurately reflects the attitude of the room creator.
Right.
Okay, so are we supposed to just be boring? Because I thought we were nailing it.
Maybe Roger is a moving bigot and he objects to lives in boxes, and we need to move forward. And
Monica? Monica?
Present.
yes, sir.
I'd like your mom.
Oh no.
Well, my PCR is a circle, but okay, thank you.
Greatest prison pocket in the room.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Anthony, you're giving heavy Brooklyn vibes today with your accent. How's it going with you, sir?
Monica, I've never been better. I hope all is well with you and yours. I can't complain even a little bit. You know, Monica, you missed a really good room yesterday. Nyla's here.
Oh no, those are the worst things you can tell me. Tell me more.
Wait, you
So,
said I'm
yeah, you were in the room.
Which one?
Stig had a room.
Thanks.
Stig had a Sig had a room, and yo, it was amazing, man. It was such a good room.
Well, hold on, let me guess the title.
Why was that room amazing?
It was a good room for you not to be in, Monica.
So let me guess the title. These ratchet whores don't deserve your wallet. Am I close?
Sort of. Not completely way off at all. But yeah, nah, it was a good
Hold on, let me do better.
Go ahead.
These ratchet whores don't deserve your money, and check out my new gun.
You know, anyway, it's the masculinity match. What do you expect?
That's right.
Sig has really stepped up. Sig is really. I have to give him his flowers though. He's really stepped up on the. He doesn't let those rooms get ratchet anymore. I mean, he really has.
Nice.
He really has stepped up his game with the moderation and just trying to keep the dialogue going in a mostly respectful fashion. I got to give him credit because for a long time I couldn't be in those rooms. But yeah, it was definitely not a white woman room yesterday.
Sounds like a black woman room either.
No, it really wasn't not.
You know what I liked about that room, Nine? What I liked about that room is that
Anthony.
sure.
Let's be honest. Sig, he can be entertaining, but he's a complete fucking midwit and he hates black women. Straight up.
I wouldn't co-sign that, Mojo. I think that Sig is one of the smartest cats on the app, and you know, Sig is super consistent, and he actually said that if I was single back in the days, that he would have wiped her up in an instant. He said that yesterday. Do you recall that, Nine?
Yeah, you told me that before, and I mean, I get it. That's cool. It's flattering. But my thing is this, Anthony, right? I could see if you and Sig were holding space, discussing your experiences with black women, et cetera, et cetera. But when you have white dudes modded on a stage like that, who don't date black women, who never dated black women, who don't even have black
why are you modded and holding space with these white dudes who don't even like who don't even date black women? Why are you giving them space to bash black women? So that's very oddball, Anthony. I mean,
Because it's clickable.
So,
Everything is
so
content,
Nye,
especially when it gets scandalous.
so Nye, I think that's what I like most about the room. You know, I was about to say that. You know, so it frustrates me no end. This idea that like only a couple of black dudes should speak on this issue, and that's probably one of the things I get the most flack for. You know, from people that I actually like. They're like, their issue is, why would you be in a space where there's white people, white dudes in this case that you're mentioning, um, that are saying negative things about black women? That, you know, essentially that's your thought process. And I just like unfiltered, honest talk. It doesn't mean that they're right. It doesn't mean that their ideas have merit. I want to know what you're actually thinking. And when we have honest dialogue, we can have a better understanding. When people are, some of the worst people on this app are so-called politically correct. They're dumb.
Accurate.
They live in their these little silos with you know that are just echo chambers, and they cannot stand to be challenged on their ideas. So now I welcome it. I look forward to it. There's, you know, like, we're a social media audio app. Let's talk about it.
I do have something funny to share about Sid. Um, Someone was complaining to him about my antics on the app, including all the racist rooms I've held. And I said, Sig, what was the worst title? You like, they don't understand. Like, the most inflammatory title that I got my previous account yeeted for, Sig co-modded that room with me. So they're complaining about me to the friend who helped me do the room. It was quite amusing to me.
You know, like, I've made in some of these rooms what I consider to be, you know, not really controversial statements. And, you know, like, the responses show just this lack of knowledge. And then, you know, it's like, I'm actually blocked from a room by one of the main mods because I said someone was out of their cotton picking mind. Literally.
Well, that's racist.
Well, you have to understand the limitations of politically correct.
Yeah. Anthony, that's funny actually. Yes, that's hilarious. Wait, was it a black person or a white person who blocked you?
Yo, I'm not sure if they're black or white, and I've been on stage with them for years. I'm not sure if they're a man or a woman. Yo, you know, I got taken to task because I told what's supposed to be a woman named Ashton. I don't know. You know, I don't care. I don't give a damn. I don't know if Ashton's a man or a woman either. That's not who I was talking about originally. But I don't think Ashton's a woman. And you know, we've had debates about this, but whatever. That's a whole other story. But I got taken to task for telling. So we were talking about the Epstein situation, and it was a real serious dialogue me and another person on stage were having. You know, it wasn't about anything that was funny, anything that was, you know, like we were kidding around. We were totally serious. We were talking about, um, you know, the you know, pedo stuff, whatever. It was really messed up. I'm of the mindset that it's not worth it to, you know,
she belongs. And I'm not of the mindset that this is a partisan issue. I think this is a bipartisan issue. I think that there's people on both sides that have stuff to lose, and if we want the truth to come out, we just need to just let everything out. And this is what the conversation was about. So because I said that this is a bipartisan issue, in the midst of me saying that, Ashton came off of his mic, her mic, whatever, and said, Anthony, are you drunk? And I said, shut the fuck up, Ashton. And they're like, oh, the way you talk to women is so disgusting. And I'm like, Ashton isn't even a woman. This is Clubhouse for you. This is Clubhouse for you.
Well, that's the thing, Anthony. If a person can bash black women all day, cold-hearted with a black dude, then they can call you out, right? Anybody can say anything on this app, right? Then they can call you out and ask you if you're drunk. It's free game, and people can say and ask what they want. Where are the limitations? Where do we draw the line? We can't, right?
Nine. Nine. Yes, you can call me out, 1,000%, and I can say shut the fuck up. That to me is and this is crazy, man. This is really, really crazy. I've been in rooms where I'm going back and forth. I'm by myself, lone wolf of Wade. I'm just Rambo in it, taking them all on. Neo in the Matrix. And then someone comes off their mic and says, oh, you can't say you're from Brooklyn anymore. Now, for Brooklynite, those are fighting words. That's like, yo, what? So I start lighting them up. And during the course of me lighting them up, I asked them, yo, where did you go to high school? You claiming Brooklyn, where'd you go to high school? And they're like, well, I got pregnant and I was going to school in Queens. I went to high school in Queens. Now, I don't say anything about the fact that they got pregnant in high school. I don't even like that is such low-hanging fruit. But I talk about you can't claim Brooklyn if you're from Queens, if you went to high school in Queens. It's impossible. You're no longer Brooklyn. You lost your Brooklyn past. And I'm lighting them up. And then it becomes, where's your wife? Bring that bitch on the phone. Then it becomes, mind you, I have not called them out their name. I haven't said anything about, bring your spouse on nothing of the sort. But this is, you get villainized because, oh, you shouldn't argue with a woman. This is the bullshit on Clubhouse.
John calls it clown house, which I think is really funny. And it is kind of clownish. It took me a minute to realize clown house was his name for this app. I just thought it was the name of his house. But no, it's what he calls this app, and it is quite amusing. Clown house. This app is clown.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, you have cowards that will talk shit about you in their rooms, and you challenge them, and, they hide behind the green bean, in somebody else's created house. Straight cowards, 1,000, that aren't bright, that really aren't intelligent, that,
like you're talking about somebody specifically. And I'm staying out of it. I'm
straight up cowards that fetishize. They fetishize black women. That's who you should be like. That's who we should be talking about if we're going to talk about, a white person that's, a white person that pretends to be a black person's friend. They pretend. It's the land of make.
You think it's pretending going on here?
It's straight pretending.
Authentic? No.
It's straight pretending. It's straight pretending.
Wait, hold on. This is a good topic. Like, how do you know when you're with someone who's genuine?
Exactly.
When they're willing to tell you the truth, not coddle you, not not stroke your ego, not pretend to like you so they can F you. No, when they tell you the truth. That's what friends do.
Okay, but if someone says you're disingenuous and you work really hard to be authentic and not fake, are they telling you the truth? Or are they telling you what they think you are? Because not all criticism is constructive, Anthony, or accurate. How do you discern that?
I think that you kind of like have to look at the track. You have to look at people over time. There are people, right, that you don't like, but you respect them. There are people
I talk about this a lot.
there are people that you're neutral about. You don't like them, you don't dislike them, but you respect their ideas. And then there are dumb people. There are people that really don't have any ideas. They're just dumb. And like they're modded in spaces, they're administrators in spaces that they didn't create, and they're really not intelligent people. And then they'll say stuff like, "I'm just a cracker in the corner." Who says shit like that? Who really says shit like that?
Well, I know one
I'm
person
just a
who
cracker in the
sounds
corner.
like.
Who says shit like that?
Cracker in the corner, and then my response just the other day is, tell me if this is approved, Anthony, or is my black card revoked? Can I say I'm the spook who sat by the door, or no? Is that too black? Is that too extra?
All of that is approved, not because you're authentic. Cracker in the corner is some pandering shit from a fake pandering dummy. That's all that. That's all cracker in the corner is. Like anyway. But all I can do is laugh, man. All I can do is laugh. You know, there's so like the egos on this app are so out of control. I'm not, I'm wrong all the time. I'm fallible. I make mistakes. It's okay to say my bad. It's okay to say, yo, you know what? Upon reconsideration, you kind of moved the needle on that one. It's okay to get a new idea. But that's not the vast majority.
So,
I got
go
it.
ahead.
No, you got it. I'm sorry.
So I like to say I can like someone and not trust and respect them. I can respect someone and not like or trust them. And I can trust someone that I don't like or don't respect because I know who they are. My friend El Phoenix, who was like OG Clubhouse and brilliant and beautiful and just amazing person, said, Monica, trust people. I was like, trust people? There are some crazy wackadoodles to do what they're going to do. And once you know what they're going to do, then you can trust them to do it because humans are pretty much going to human.
Like the thing I love the most is when these purported people that is doing so well, they want to act so tough on the app, and then they want to challenge people to meet up. That's what you know. And it's so crazy when you see two people you can't stand, and there's this part of the super friends, and their relationship implodes, and then they're threatening to fuck each other up. That's the best of Clubhouse,
No, that is the best of Clubhouse, and I've seen it so many times over the years on this app, especially on the so-called dark side. These people have been befriending and warring and fighting and sparring and doxing and threatening to kill each other for years. And one minute they're at each other's throat, and then the next day they're bonded and best friends. And then a week later they're airing each other's dirty laundry out. It's wild. And then the best part is when they all decide to meet up and have sex. And that goes completely sideways. And then they're back
Seinfeld ever been on Curb Your Enthusiasm? I don't think so.
Yeah, Jerry Seinfeld also Jewish.
You know, I had the chance. Anytime I have the opportunity to do a shameless plug, I go ahead and take advantage. I had the opportunity to interview Larry David, and he was just as funny in person as he is on TV.
He seems like a really good dude, and he's irreverent and he's not politically correct, and you know, he makes no bones about it. So, love Larry David.
But you know, Anthony, not to beat a dead horse, just going back briefly, and I know I'm breaking a rule here. Mojo don't kick me out of the house. Six room today was an eye opener. How I'm going to be navigating this app going forward and interacting with certain people, because I was like, this shit is craziness. And this is not the first time.
I don't know how far it went.
What happened? What happened?
After a while. No, just another anti-black woman room hosted by men who don't even date black women. It's so strange. So I was like, this is weird.
But nah, you can throw a coin. You can throw a coin in the corridor in the hallway and find the gender grievance rooms, the war on men, the war on women. So are you shocked that it was led by Sig, or that there were comments there that you were like, now I understand, like a new perspective on?
She's not being fair. There's a young man that lives in Detroit that wants to meet up with Sig and fight. He hates Sig. He came in the room and said, "Yeah, I can't front. What they're saying about these black women is true."
Y'all
So,
are crazy. I wish
they bonded over the toxic gender war?
Yes,
Oh,
I could actually bonded over that subject.
What do they say about black women?
We're not going to repeat it, Dave. You just have to be there, bro.
Yeah, please don't repeat it. You definitely have to be there or not. Don't be
David is a psyop. Do you see what he's doing?
Yeah, he'll be that case.
Great psyop.
Nye, have you asked Vic what relation that he's had with a black woman or with black women that has prompted his inspiration to host these rooms?
Docs.
And no, because, and you know what, and I'll be honest with you, at the end of the day, I really don't care. I really don't even care what the genesis is.
I'm saying that I think that, like, by him saying it out loud, like, that, then maybe, like, it will, I think that maybe you should ask him, like, when he has a room open with some people in there. Just ask him.
Good point. Perhaps. If I muster up enough care, enough fucks to give
ages, et cetera, then you're like, okay, tread lightly when dealing with that person or engaging with that person. Somebody hit me up on the back end the other day and said, "Nye, there's someone you go in a room with that you like," but they were in another room the other day calling black people the N word and blah blah blah. And I'm like, I'm already knowing. That's why I tread lightly with this person. So yeah, these spaces can be very enlightening.
I need names. And
Oh yeah. They know rooms they can get away with that stuff. Yeah, they know
hold on, I gotta ask.
they can do that in the rooms they can't do that in.
Were you
So.
guys on the app when there was a group and they would post friends every day and it was black femicide?
No, I'm not sure. And I feel like there are a lot of those rooms on this app. Just like Monica said, throw a coin and
Oh,
you'll
I
get one.
haven't seen black femicide rooms in a long time. Monica, what was that woman's name that hosted the room? It started with an A. She was really actually amazing woman. It's been so long since
the only A I know is Alize. I don't think.
Yeah, Alize. Was it Alize? They used to host.
I think I know who you're talking about.
They had their really cute PTRs of the
Yes,
silhouette of the
Yes.
black lady.
Yes.
Was she British, Anne?
Yes.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So I really enjoyed her. But yeah, so there was like those rooms that I had never and I was listening because I was like, I had never heard. There's a lot of like things on Clubhouse that people just say that they would never say in real life. So I'm like, do people really like talk like this in real life? I was so confused when I started this app and I like learned all these new ideologies or people don't really talk like this. So they wouldn't say it to your face. Like majority of the trolls on here. So I used to take it really serious and I don't know, I took it really serious and thought oh, these are all my friends, and it was oh, just learn how to set boundaries and stuff and just accept people for what they show you and just don't expect anything else.
Well, and to that point, I like to troll in certain rooms. Like now that I know that I can go into the anti-flat earther room, just drop some weird shit about flat Earth, and they go completely insane. I find it quite amusing and satisfying. As a matter of fact, they didn't open a room today, which is disappointing. I mean, yesterday. Maybe today.
You're trolling anti-flat earthers or trolling flat earthers?
The anti-flat earthers, I troll them because they get outraged. It's funny, and I have no, globe model flat Earth. It doesn't matter. I enjoy listening to both perspectives, but the globers, man, they get so heated about the flat earthers and the flat Earth debate. So I just enjoy going. Monica, you know Tin? I know you know Tin. Sure.
Gary?
Is that his real name? The Nigerian? I think.
Oh no. He's not Nigerian. He's from the islands, I thought.
Oh, I thought he was Nigerian. But we're talking about the African liberal who hates. Well, I shouldn't say hates, but he has a lot of criticism about black conservatives, and he goes by Tin.
Is he an anti-Trumper?
Yes. He leads the anti-flat Earth rooms.
I'm gonna be joining you in there then.
Oh my God, he goes insane.
Oh my gosh, no! For the first 2 years on this app, all he did was come into all of our rooms, our Republican, conservative, Trump. If it was anything like that in the title, he was coming in and just severe TDS. I forgot about him actually. I didn't even know. Did you know that Goat is on his new username is misogynist?
Yes. I don't know why he changed it. It's a bigger mouthful than Goat, and everybody knows him as Goat. But okay, Goat. Misogynist. So It was an interesting comment by Josh in the chat, and this relates to our current conversation about how we can discern people's personalities and their motivations and stuff. There's a favorite quote that I really like: "Speak from your scars, not from your wounds." And the number of people that bleed all over Clubhouse stages is quite significant. And I like that quote. We should remember that quote. Anyway, that ties into SIG and the anti-black women rooms. It ties into all the grievance rooms that we hear on the app every day.
Yeah, I don't know. I suppose there's some entertainment in toxic, hurt people getting on social audio and opening up space to host conversations with other toxic, hurt people around subjects that trigger them and allow them to center themselves and air out their grievances. I suppose so. There's only so much of it I can take, though, Monica.
No, well, we agreed. That's what I'm telling you. Like, the rooms with 200, 300 people, because they've got the receipts and they just came back from a weekend with the other, the scripts, the storylines. They had rooms filled with people making crap up for the entertainment and enjoyment of others. And they can. And also, I like our rooms better now.
Yeah, I do too. I was just thinking today, man, I heard someone say, I don't know whose room I was in. Someone was like, yeah, you just should start following everyone on stage, which I don't do. I don't follow everyone on stages that I'm in. But, folks who, I've been making it a habit over the past couple of days to, if I hear voices or statements from people who I'm like, I like the way you think, I'll follow them just to open up the hallway for me, open up new rooms, switch up the algorithm a little bit because it's getting a little boring. It has been for a while. The same rooms, the same conversations. But like I said, there are certain people who I will support. Like Monica, I saw you open the room earlier today about white women have the leftists going crazy. And I started to come in there, but I was working to support because I wanted to hear what you had to say. Because the title was funny. Because it's the truth, ain't it? These folks have gone completely cuckoo over Sydney Sweeney. It is so strange.
So I have a PTR that I put up of a black lady who's overweight, who's standing next to one of Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle ads, and she's dressed scantily, which is unfortunate for someone who is overweight, and shooting the bird at Sydney Sweeney's gorgeous American Eagle ad. And I think it triggered a couple people that I was making fun of black women. Well, I wasn't making fun of black women. I was juxtaposing a woman who could be more attractive and isn't, flipping off an attractive woman, and her intolerance at the other woman's beauty, her jealousy, her pettiness, her ugliness was much more than skin deep. And I understand that when I put up a PTR that's ambiguous, that might not relay what I want it to convey. There's a heathenist serpent has a PTR of Sydney Sweeney in jeans fashioned as a swastika, and I called her on it, and that's why I put up the PTR that I did, and I got more crap over my behavior than heathenists did, inferring that Sydney Sweeney was a Nazi. You can't make it up.
Yeah, I just saw the photo. I went through your pictures. I saw the one you
they had a woman crying on social media saying, "Wait till they come and kill us, and then you'll see what we're talking about with this Sydney Sweeney Jean ad." She literally said that the lynch word. When they have us lynched on the streets with nooses around our necks, then you'll see. And I'm like, ma'am, it's just denim pants. Please, don't. Okay.
Not nothing. Oh my God, these people are so insane. The far left slash so-called progressives are insane. Now they're coming to lynch us because of the jeans. It's craziness.
So,
Oh
I
my God.
honestly think, I think it's because our lives are so cushy, not that we don't have the fight or flight. We don't have the drive that our ancestors did for mere survival. So in order to feel relevant, we get mad at stupid stuff so we can have that drive, that push of anchor. And I'm like, this is a luxury belief. This is a luxury belief, and it's foolish, and you should be laughed at.
You know, Monica, and on that note, I am so grateful and blessed to have this cushy, you know, luxury soft life where I don't stress out over nonsense like this. I'm not stressed out over Project 2025 and so called. What they say? What do the liberals claim? That they're coming to lock up the blacks, ship us off, and put us in cages. Sure. And now they're going to lynch us because we're not blonde haired or blue eyed like Sydney Sweeney. Lord, today it's just too much. I just don't
Did
stress
you
out over
see?
these things.
Did you see Doja Cat's impression of Sydney Sweeney?
And that witch, she needs to stop. She was MK Ultra and sacrificed. She's out of her
Oh
marbles.
no!
Yeah.
So so shameless plugs are leading in the poll. So I do want you to tell people about your Saturday room, please, not.
Oh, my Saturday room where we talk about conspiracies and celebrities and politicians and UFOs, all that good stuff. 2 p.m. Central, that's today. Press Hollywood. I'm getting better at not hosting marathon rooms though, Monica. 'Cause, you know, we used to go all night, well into the next day. But I think today we're just gonna go maybe an hour, hour and a half, perhaps, because it gets a little out of control.
Right.
You weren't there last week, but there was a big fight on stage last week.
Oh well, now I have to go check out the replay because hello. I think
no, don't check out the replay. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be deleting
no,
all the live replays.
no. Oh, okay.
I'm realizing
You
I say
decided?
too much. Yeah.
Aw,
Yeah, I think I say
okay.
too much sometimes, and it just gets. And then in hindsight, I'm like, you probably shouldn't have said that. Maybe you shouldn't have said that either. I just get excitable at times when I'm holding space, which finds
Yeah, but that's what makes your space so great, is because you're like genuine and funny. So okay, if you have to, but it's just a loss. That's what, like you're denying people the amazingness of it. But you like it's your room, it's your property, so you can do whatever you want.
You know what? Now that you said, I like that you said the amazingness of it. I think it just nurtured my ego slightly. So you convinced me to keep the Monica. Thank you. Thank you for saying the
Yay!
amazingness of it. You
Well,
sold me on the amazingness of it, Monica.
and you know, amazing doesn't have to be perfect. It can like there's a phrase in Japanese called wabi sabi. So they'll have a vase or an urn that's cracked. Well, instead of throwing it away, they put gold in the crack, and then the crack becomes art, and it's just beautifully flawed and gorgeous, and that's life, right?
Yeah, you certainly have a point. And you listen, my rooms are a little bit different because not a lot of people do entertainment rooms anymore. Well, at least not anybody outside my little entertainment group of people that I follow. And even they don't do the type of entertainment rooms that I do. So it's a nice break from some of the ratchet rooms, the anti-black rooms, the political rooms, which I don't mind the political
sometimes, the political rooms tend to just start at point A but always end at the same talking points. And it's a little boring after a while.
So let me start some mess because I feel like the conversation's winding down. Jaro, your PTR is racist and offensive, and you really should consider changing your PTR, Jaro.
Oh gosh, now what is it? Where is that?
He said, sure, give him 1 minute. Wow.
No, I was trolling. Oh my goodness.
He might just change it to another picture of an ape. Maybe hold
Right.
the blonde this time.
Right.
Ape is a blonde.
How dare you damage the Tim Horton brand by intimating that it's drunk by Simeon Lumberjacks, Jarl? The Bigfoot AI videos are hysterical to me. Naya, have you seen them?
I haven't seen the Bigfoots, but the baby AIs are funny.
Oh,
Especially
those
the
are
ones of
so
the Real
good.
Housewives of Atlanta.
I haven't seen that, but the political ones. I'm like, you really don't like Trump? Watch Baby Trump, and maybe you can tolerate the message a little bit better because they're just so cute.
Wait, Monica, I have a link for you. Hold on, it's not baby, but it's Trump. And I think you might find this just as hilarious as I do. Where is it? I hope I saved it. Oh, here it is. This is so funny to me, and what makes it even funnier is this is a real exchange. I do believe this
They're
was
the
a real
best.
exchange between Biden and Trump. Hold on. I think I put the right link. That link I just posted, Monica.
Alright, and I'm gonna find the Bigfoot one. They're like, he's outdoorsman talking about, oh my goodness, okay. Talking about, like, he's tending the fire and talking about his world problems and stuff. It's just so funny.
I have to start posting more less offensive content on Twitter because apparently my previous content was offending everyone. So now I've just decided to post movie clips and just quotes from other people instead of my previous propaganda pieces, I suppose. They were propaganda pieces, I don't know.
Josh, I just read your comment, but I don't think I even understand what you mean. Saying the black man had to talk to white men who like black men, white men who like black men, gays, interracial gays. I don't know, because even the white women left the room. There's a guy code as well. It's a cup code too, and a white man and black woman code too as well as a black man and white woman code.
Let me read the last section.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I've seen those patterns as well. So it looks like he's having a conversation with someone else. Let's see who else he's talking to. All right. Huh. Is he talking to himself? He's talking to himself. Josh, come up and talk to us instead of talking to yourself. So I put.
Make it make sense, Josh. Make it make sense.
I put it one of the baby Trump videos in the thing, and then night I saw a video. It's AI generated of what happens when black women get drafted into World War III. Would you like to see it or not?
I actually, it sounds funny. I actually would like to see it.
All right. So understand that it's not my video. And yeah. So I'm gonna put it in the chat for you to look at, and then I can delete it if you hate it. If you hate it, I will delete it. I promise.
Okay, is this the link you just posted? Okay.
Yes. Oh my gosh. She's kind of charming and cute. When people are brutally honest with you, it for me I respect that. But they're gonna just be whoever they are and just like openly be whoever they are. You gotta honor that. And Josh has joined us. Josh, welcome.
It's Josh.
Oh, Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, excuse my voice. I just woke up. No, I was responding to what America Jones was bringing up. If you look at that part that Nye read, the very end is my response. But I don't know what your question. I know that Monica probably has questions. I don't know what you're asking.
Well, I've been appreciating your comments in the chat, so I'm very happy that you joined us this morning. And that your insight about sometimes it takes a long time to know someone is fair. And then sometimes I think some people are just very open with who they are. And if you listen hard enough, you can hear what they fear, what they are happy about, what angers them, what buttons they have. If you listen.
Oh, I agree. I have this highly developed skill with pattern recognition. I work in software engineering, so I'm really into patterns. So I don't get on stages very often because they're so contentious, and I'm a pretty succinct person. I don't like to sit on stages all day, but I love to listen, and I love to learn. I like to listen to people, and I learn a lot from people. But I also see patterns, and been on this app since 21, so the patterns are becoming more recognizable now. So, like when I first got on this app, it took a month for me to figure it out. But once I saw the pattern, like you said, there's some people that project their trauma on here. Some people like to attack certain groups of people because it makes them feel better. So after a while, you see where people are coming from. Some will take a little bit longer to check out figure out because they play the smoke and mirrors a lot. So you think you're dealing with something, and then it takes months. And you see them in other rooms associated with certain other people. You say, wait a minute, I need to evaluate my view of that person. So, but yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Josh, I'm really glad that you came up on stage too. It's nice to sometimes get to talk to our chat proud of you, Josh. I like your spirit. So so I don't think Americans liked the
Wait,
video
hold
I
on.
shared.
Shout out to Faro. Sorry, Monica. I just want to give a quick shout out to Faro. What's up, Faro? Sorry, Monica. I just, a new voice that I met on this app who's just a delight to chat with. Sorry, Monica. I just want to give a
Oh,
shout out.
that
What's up,
high
man? How you feeling?
high praise, Michael. You just got an ad. If Nye recommends you, then you're people that I want to know.
Yeah, he's definitely, so far, I think we've been in a handful of rooms together. He's cool people. I haven't been in enough spaces to fully gauge, like, where he stands on certain issues, but so far, I've really enjoyed what I've heard coming from this man.
Thanks, Nah. You know, anybody can ask me. I love to elaborate on any issue. I feel like that's our problem. Us as grown folks, we can't talk about the hard subjects without bashing each other.
Child, especially in our community, don't I know it?
For sure. I just left this one room. You know, it was a spiritual room, but I had to tell the brother, you can't, when you're trying to build with somebody, you can't bash their beliefs because that's going to turn them off immediately.
Yeah, Monica, Hakima, who I adore, he got mad at me at Healthy Debates because he got a little upset. He said I was being anti-black. But all I did was call out the anti-blackness of this doggone app and share my opinions about, you know, I'm not, listen, y'all know I love black folks. I love my community. But I'm not above being, a little constructive criticism, a little tough love. And apparently that's a no-no. We can't do this. Akima didn't want to do it. And quiet as kept, I think it was in one of Mojo's rooms earlier yesterday, I think. Mojo asked something, I forget what it was. Something about the hallways, I think. And I commented on it, and he turned to Hakima and asked Hakima for his opinion. Hakima didn't want to weigh in, and I was sitting off mic like, I already know why he doesn't weigh in, why he doesn't want to weigh in. He just gave me shit for weighing in on a similar topic in another room. So yeah, Farrell, we can't have these discussions. Our people don't like it when we do it in front of mixed company.
Hey, well, guess what? Stop acting like a jack, and then we won't have to. You know what I'm saying? I was looking in the comments, and I'm gonna say this, and I know I'm about to catch flack for it. We ain't anti-black folks. We anti-niggas.
Oh wait, we can't say that word on the stage. Wait, you're new. We can't say the N word in here. Don't say the N word. Don't say the N word. I don't want you to get sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. So just to clarify, that's what we are anti of, the N-word, not black folks, people. There's a big difference between the N-word and black folks.
Yeah, folks know it. They saw the Chris Rock stand up. They just like to feign like they have outrageous selective outrage. We all know the difference, right?
I hope we do, but a lot of us seem to act like they don't.
You realize that to racists, you're exactly the same. There's no difference, right? So by you saying that, you're just justifying all the racist people saying shit like that. And they view you as the former. They don't view you as a different black person.
Wait, what's racist? What are you saying? Because if we say there's a difference between N-words and black folks, that's racist? When black people
Yeah,
say
I think that's racist. Yes, that's my opinion. Or a colorist, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. This is my opinion.
Why? Let me give you anybody's opinion.
But wait, this is the same guy who was in the chat in Healthy Debate saying you don't even like black people, period. So what are we talking about?
That's why I said it.
What? I never said that.
So check this out. How you say your name? Gerald?
Sure, Gerald.
So I love when non-people of color try to come up and say, I'm going to just say it. I love when white folks tell black people they're racist. First of all, this is what I like to say.
I didn't call you racist, bud. Didn't call you racist.
You said my statement.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Okay, so my statement. Let me see. I'm glad he let me on the show so I can rectify this shit. So listen. First of all, I'm a black man. Anything I do or say, well, not say, but anything I do, I could never be racist, bro. Do you know what racism is? People like to throw this word around and don't even know the meaning of it. First of all, me or my people have never,
ever systematically or systemically oppressed a whole culture of people. I've never done that, and my people've never done that. We've never came and tried to kidnap, pillage, rape. We've never done none of that. So, but now if you say I'm prejudiced, you may have me there. But racism, my people have never ever systematically oppressed a whole nother race. So first of all, that's what you people need to understand about racism. Racism, bigotry, and prejudice. They're all three.
Did I not say colorism? Did I not say poor colorism or whatever you want to call it? But thanks for the semantics, bud. Good. Let's pull out the dictionary.
No, you said my statement was racist, and I'm trying to let people know that there's a difference.
I said poor colorist.
There's a difference between N-word and black people.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, because I don't care about the semantics, I think it's an offensive statement. I think it's a stupid statement. I think you're justifying white KKK racists because they say the same thing. And guess what? They don't differentiate between this type of black person or that type of black person.
Well, there's the thing. Hold on, Pharaoh, hold on.
Okay. I just want to say one thing.
No, you're not going to say anything yet. I'm speaking. Just hold on. You can speak in a minute, Sally, or whoever you are. Jarl, here's the thing, though. You just kind of answered your own. You just kind of brought it full circle for yourself. The racists don't differentiate. You're right. To them, we're all N-words. But in the black community, we differentiate. We know the difference between black folks, upstanding Negroes, however we want to phrase it, and them N-words over there. See, we're not a monolith. We're not the same. The racists do not differentiate between the N-word and black folks. And Clubhouse is proof of that. Because they call any and all of us the N-words, no matter how smart we may be, how articulate we may be, how hardworking we may be, how upstanding we may be, how we're holding down our families, our households, it doesn't matter. We're all N-words to these people. But when
you're just justifying it.
We understand the difference. Well, we're black. We can do this. I don't know why that's a problem.
Like people have called me a sand N-word because I'm Lebanese. And then some people have said that because I'm white, I'm, all of the nasty names and a white supremacist. And it's like, but then I'm a stand N-word. And then I'm a fake white. And then I'm all this stuff. Like, when are we going to drop? Like, I don't subscribe to the race rhetoric. I see and I know what it's done in our nation's history. And it's awful. The only reason why we still talk about it because it's living rent free in people's head and people are talking about it. This race stuff, they use it against us to divide us on purpose and just separate. Okay? They do it on purpose. So when are we gonna stop talking about race? It's a social construct meant to do awful, evil things. And when I'm sorry, the gentleman that was speaking that said there's no way that all black people could ever be racist or well, how do you know that to be true?
I just explained.
No, but you're saying by your history. You're saying by your history. So
Yes, this is what we.
Future of maybe there'll be people that are like, we want to get back at all of those.
Okay, so now you're talking about future things. We're talking about things that's present and that's happening in the meaning of things. I said, if you really look up racism and know what it is, that is the systematic oppression of an entire race. We didn't have to put no color or anything on it. When you're using the definition, we can see what race has done this. And I want to take it a step further. Watch this. This is what black folks do. When we get something negative towards us, like the N-word, guess what we do? We take it in our culture and flip it and make it positive, N-I-G-G-A, never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. We take it and make it positive with our culture because it's been used in a negative way towards us so long. And then when we do that, take the negative word and make it positive for us, of endearment. We switch it. Guess what? Now every other race. Oh, why can't I say it? Or why do you guys get to say? Because you guys. Listen. Two black people didn't meet each other in Africa, two different tribes, and come up and say, "Hey, you N-word." Or two Hispanic people didn't meet each other from different tribes and say, "Hey, you know the derogatory term, what they call Hispanic." So you have to understand, these are words that originated with the Caucasian race. They put that stigma on us. We didn't. So we took it, like I said, and changed it and made it positive, and that's not even satisfying. We can't even take nothing negative and make it positive without other races coming in talking about, "Oh, why can't I say it? Why do they get to say this and we don't?" Because you can't be a part of everything.
Well, and people that say that are like ignorant and stupid, and like this, they're just a waste of fucking space and time. People that would even challenge, like, why can't we say it? No, like when I host rooms, it is a rule. No one is allowed to say the N word at all. I don't like it. I think that it's foul. I think it's awful. I think it's evil. I think it's degrading.
Absolutely.
And so
I agree.
I don't allow it. And there are people that will challenge me, and I'm like, okay, then goodbye. See you later. Like I don't have time for it. But it's just, to me, it's when are we going to like stop?
But hey, Farrell, go on mute because we're getting feedback, Farrell. If you wouldn't mind just muting up.
Like when are we gonna stop talking about the race? Because when we really think about it, like what defines race? Like who is white?
Well, I identify as a rich white Jewish woman, and this is not debatable. Just FYI. Go ahead, Jarl. I think you.
I can't take you nowhere, NY. You was so silly.
Well, I just wanted to respond to Pharaoh. So I feel like he was targeting me with that, and I actually don't. Black people can say whatever they want. You can use the N word. I really don't mind. But I think it's okay to have a conversation about you saying, "Oh well, there's these other black people and they're bad," and it's okay to categorize them with the N word. But me, I'm different, and that's why I'm not saying don't say the N word, but I can still think that the way you're saying that is stupid and offensive. And if you don't want to have that conversation, it's fine. But I think that's totally different from telling you you can't use that word. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you saying other black people are whatever. That's just dumb.
Well, listen. I think every culture is responsible, has a responsibility to call out the ratchets of their community. You know.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. White people want to criticize white trash. Latinos want to criticize Latino trash, black trash. If you're in your group and you want to say, hey, there's a pocket within our community that the optics are just not good. They give the rest of us a bad name. Here's how we can do better, black folks. And I say black folks, and I'm speaking from my own black ass experience. And I don't think there's anything wrong with black people dishing out some tough love to our community. If it seems uppity and elitist and you know, to do so to outsiders, so be it. But it is what it is. You know, do I want it? Do I want to go walk down the street and see black men with their pants sagging down, with their ass showing through their underwear, their tidy whities? Absolutely not. And somebody's got to call this dumb shit out, right? Among other things. Our elders don't want to see this. Our elders don't want to see this. Our elders don't want to have a. Our elders should be saddled with taking care of babies that their young daughters or granddaughters are having, and then they ditch them with the kids and they go out and be wild in the streets, right? We shouldn't honor this no snitch code in the community. This is all ratchet N-word shit, and it's okay for black people to call it out. And if you're not in the community to understand my perspective, then all you have is to sit on the sidelines and criticize black people and how they navigate black culture. I mean, listen, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You're an N-word whether you are a positive, forward-thinking black. You're an N-word whether you're wilding off the streets to the outsiders. We can't win for losing, so we gotta shut out the noise from the outsiders and handle our business from within.
on our birth certificates and our driver's license. Okay? We didn't.
No, on the birth certificate it does have
It
race
doesn't.
on birth certificates.
Not
Yeah.
on mine. No, it doesn't.
Mine does. It says
Mine
black.
does.
My mother says Negro.
My mother says Negro, yes.
Oh, not mine doesn't. Is yours says that?
No, the
Yes,
older
mine
generation
says
black.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my mother and grandfather's name says Negro.
Okay.
Exactly. To
Okay.
Harold's point, yes.
But yeah, but like what I'm to Gerald's point, he said, well, what do you like? No, I don't subscribe to anything. On my driver's license says my name, my date of birth, my address, my height, my weight, those things. Like there's so many things to like identify people as we're people, and so race is a social construct, and there's a reason why that is not implemented on our birth certificates or our driver's license anymore. It should not like be a talking point. And when you say we should be, calling out people from our own community, like to me, I look like we need to bring shaming back in general. If someone's like on here like saying awful horrendous things, I can say my opinion. It's a fucking free country. Like we can do that. We have the freedom of speech, and I can say whatever I want and put the opinions out there. And we need to bring shaming back. I don't care if you identify as black, a transformer, a fucking dinosaur, a monster. Like I don't care. If you say something awful, if you threaten people, if you talk bad about children, I don't care what the fuck you identify as. I'm gonna call you out. We all need to do that. We are not just a community based on race. It's for the human race. Period.
Hey, Nye, let me ask you a question. And why? Listen, how do you feel about this? Because it make me feel a certain type of way. And most of my homies and homegirls that I ask, they feel this way too. Does it bother you like this dude Gerald? Not so much Annie, but this dude Gerald. Does it bother you, NY, that so many non-black folks always gotta speak or have an opinion on the black experience or black culture, and they're not that? They don't know nothing about it, can't relate. Their thought process is 100% on the opposite spectrum from ours. Their experience in America is totally different from our experience in America, but yet and still, they always seem to have an opinion or how it should be in the black community. Does that sit with you well?
Well, Faro, it's like this. You know, Faro, I'm Generation X. I think we're both Generation X. And when you right, when you reach a certain age, you're kind of used to certain narratives. No, you're no longer surprised by the reactions and the submissions to these conversations. And this is not directed at Anne or Jarl in any way, although I suppose I should have be a bit surprised at Jarl's like, oh, it's racist if you you use N word and black interchangeably and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, everybody has an opinion about these things and these words. Um, and they throw the word freely around, right? Outside of these spaces, outside of black conversations, they throw the word freely around. And then when we get together and talk about the ways in which we use the word, then they want to police the language. Suddenly everybody's offended.
Absolutely.
But they'll go into other rooms with non-black people and call black people the N-word. They'll laugh and joke about it. You know, they'll say, "Oh, I was just joking. We don't really mean that," et cetera, et cetera. They don't call anybody out. They don't hold their fellow white man or woman to task or whomever's hurling the insult, right? As a matter of fact, many of these people love to sit in spaces with black folks who hate blackness, and they like to be co-modded and sit on these stages with black people who talk shit about blacks because that gives them room and space to talk shit about blacks too. And then black folks in the audience are supposed to pretend like we didn't know and see that you were on these stages talking shit about blacks. So then you come into other rooms where we're in and then attempt to police the language that we use about blacks. So you just find that you pick and choose your battles and pick and choose who you respond to. Because you know at the end of the day, it's all selective fake outrage. People just pretending like they're triggered.
Fake still in that. I'm still in that fake outrage. I'm still in that. That's exactly what it is. Fake outrage.
Okay, I'm gonna weigh in on this. And I was talking to some people yesterday about this.
Good morning.
Good morning, hon. Uh, the continuous discussion of race is not interesting to me. But I'm gonna put something out here. I was a little girl, and sometimes I ramble, and so I'm gonna try to make it short. When I was a little girl, and my dad said that I was absolutely not allowed to say the Niger word. I will not say the word. And he told me I was not allowed to say it. And that my mother was to spank me if I said the word ain't or that word. Okay? But he told me when he told me this story, this is what he told me. He said, my daddy was a cotton farmer, and he had to hire hands to pick cotton. And he paid a living wage to the people that he paid to pick cotton for him. And there's a selfish part of that. That means you're going to get the best hands. But it also is just the right thing to do. And his neighbor said, why are you paying those people that much money? And he said, they go to the same grocery store I do, and they can't live on less money than that because I can't. And my granddaddy was tight, okay? And he said, I went uptown with my daddy, and there was a black man sitting on a bench. And he said, hey, John, come over here. I want you to meet the best old Niger that I've ever met. He said, my daddy does not mean anything by that word when he says it. It is the word that they called people when he was growing up. That was just what you called black people, okay? So if he says that word, that doesn't mean he's a bad man, because he is not, okay? But every white person wants to say they got a black girlfriend. Well, I actually did really have a black girlfriend, and my son was raised with her son. And he was hanging out with this kid, and they were using, it was cool. The black kids were all using that word. And I told him, I said, I don't care if they use that word. You are absolutely not allowed to use that word. That's their in-culture word. That's what they say. They're being cool with each other. But I'm sorry, son, that is not a word that you are allowed to say. You could be videoed saying that word, and it could come back in some, not intentionally, and then they could come back and say, see, he said that word. You are not ever allowed for that word to come out of your mouth. Okay? And to your point, now, I was raised in a racially diverse community. So I know all about the foolishness and the goodness. What I found out was, what did Martin Luther say? We are individuals. And individually, there are some black people that there is some foolishness going on, and some white people foolishness is going on, and people are about the quality of their coaches and their family. If they didn't have a good family, they might get a good coach, and they rise to that. But if you didn't get a good coach or a good mama, you're in trouble. And that goes for white people, brown people, and black people. Okay. I gave my little morning word for the day.
Your morning TED Talk.
My morning TED Talk. I could go on TED, and that would be probably one of my morning TED Talks. And we've all got a TED Talk, and that's mine. I love y'all, every one of you. Even if I don't really enjoy certain kind of conversations, and I leave when it's not appropriate for me. I do love sex, but even that, sometimes you're thinking, do we have to discuss body fluid? Because everybody likes sex, and we all want to have some. Clean it up, kids. I love y'all. I'm going to see y'all later. Bye.
Can I just say that I love that Shirley went from giving us a history lesson on the use of the N-word in her family to her confession about loving sex. God bless Shirley on this Saturday. May the Lord bless her all day and keep her.
Nah, honey, did I cut you off?
No, babes. I was just admiring you, queen. You are a queen. You are the new queen of this space.
Well, honey, I love you too.
You went from giving us a history lesson on the N-word in your family to telling us how much you love sex. Queen, I love you. I sit at your feet to learn. God bless you.
Honey, you are precious. And I just got through telling somebody that, blacks are always getting offended by people talking about watermelon when you need to just throw it back and say, and now I eat watermelon. I'm from the South and I eat fried chicken too, and some collard greens. But okay, my daddy wasn't happy unless there was collard greens at Thanksgiving. All right, but I don't ever talk about it because people can be offended. But
You
watermelon.
can talk about it with me. I like fried chicken, watermelon with mint leaves.
Yes.
Feta, collard greens.
Yes.
We can talk about soul food.
Okay.
I'm not offended.
Okay, but
Proud Negro woman.
okay, but I'm gonna throw in here. But you just throw it back to people. Watermelon has got the same thing in it and acts on your body the same way as the blue pill. Okay, leaving you with that. I'll talk to y'all later.
Why is we even see this is the thing that gets me right here. That whole
You weren't having it, Pharaoh. You didn't like it.
that fake ass outrage, that whole conversation. Why the fuck would you? Sorry, because I get mad because you trying to sneak little disses in like I ain't catch that. I don't know if y'all caught it, but why would you even bring up watermelon and fried chicken when we having a conversation of see that's what I be talking about. Why would you even bring up watermelon and fried chicken? That has nothing to do with the intellectual way that we're going on the development of the N word or how other cultures think they can interject in our culture and tell us what to say and how to use our lingo. That's ours. So I don't know if y'all caught that, but wow, that was just watermelon and fried chicken. You had to bring that up.
And what say you, Ann? Was that racist, Ann, for her to bring up watermelon and fried chicken?
No, I mean, I think that it would be like ignorant to assume what people's intentions are, especially people that we don't know. So like to jump to the conclusion that like what that their intentions were in poor taste or to like be any way that you took it, I just think that just does conversation a disservice.
I was going to say, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hang on a minute. We're adults here. That is a nearly 80-something-year-old woman. Okay? She is the clubhouse grandma. And I got news for you. She didn't mean to offend your sensibilities. Like, we are capable of having adult conversation. But don't get into your feelings and act like a bitch. She was an 80-year-old woman.
Hey man, I didn't get offended at the slightest. I ain't get offended at the slightest by it, cause I see them type of folks every day. Like, yeah, man. All shit, man. Look, bro. Look, man. These white folks, they gonna
we don't
even let me tap in.
Wait, one mic.
Let me tap in.
Hold on, one mic. Go ahead.
Let me tap in, bro. I appreciate it, bro. So, I know y'all don't know me, man. Man, these folks gonna do what they gonna do. They gonna act how they gonna act. They gonna say what they gonna say. You can't do nothing about it. They don't give two shits about what we think about what they think, bro. We shouldn't give two shits about what they. We shouldn't give two shits about what they talking about. It's man, it's one of them things it's been here forever. And it ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere till motherfuckers die and new generations come and motherfuckers blend, bro. It's a moot point, bro. That's all, man. Like it's
absolutely.
And you got people from different different regions of the country, right? That deal with the same shit in different ways. See what I'm saying? So it's all good, bro.
Absolutely. I'm from the D. We don't deal with that in Detroit, bro. You know how it is up this way if you've been to the D. Ain't none of that. But it's just like this lady that's the moderator. Hear what she said to me? Don't get in your feelings like a little bitch. Or whatever she said, right? Because I said I picked up what the 80-year-old woman was saying and Annie and whatever her sympathy, however you say your name, they will never get it, bro. They're not in the mind state of a NY or a Pharaoh. So all of this stuff there, like she just said, she's an 80-year-old woman and this, that. They will never ever get it because they don't understand the black experience. And I'm 100% with you. Why do we care what they think? It's just when they come in and try to tell us, like NY said, how to regulate our culture. This is our culture, not y'all culture. Remember, y'all don't want to be a part of it. That's all I'm saying.
You're from Detroit. I am too. And let's just say
I'm from Detroit, Detroit. I grew up on Nottingham and Warren on the east side. So
Okay.
not to be funny, but there's no one that looks like you ever over there.
Oh well, I mean, I'm in downtown Detroit all the time. I go to the Tigers games. Obviously, if you live in Michigan, then you are a Detroit Tigers fan, no matter if they suck or if they're amazing. You go to Tigers games. Everything is in downtown Detroit. The casinos
Right.
that are
Downtown
where the Red Wings play. Motown. Motown. I mean, if you want to talk about like where music started, like we all know, and it's beautiful to go down there and like the history behind every single building there. It's absolutely amazing. And it's weird because coming at Clubhouse, I was like, oh my gosh, like I go to Detroit all the time, and we don't talk to each other like this. we don't like in. I mean, I will say Michigan as a whole, but like especially in Detroit, there's like so much culture, but it's like um, people are just like very real, and they just like say what they think. And people that are from like that don't live there that come to visit, they're like, oh my gosh, they're so harsh. And it's like, no, we're just like real, and people don't even people may take it like the wrong way, but I don't ever hear people in Detroit talking about this like race shit ever, ever.
Right. That's what I just said. It's not, Detroit predominantly black, so I don't deal with a lot of outside until I come to Ohio, Toledo. Then it's more mixed. Then it's more mixed. So, and why? Remember when you first met me? See the mentality of the different. What I say when I first met you, and why I said, "Hey, I ain't from Michigan. I'm from Detroit. Detroit is our home state." Didn't I say that? That's our mentality here. Detroit is. I ain't from Michigan. I'm from the D. Detroit is our own nation. It's our own state. We different from everybody else in the country.
Is that Hakima? What's up, Hakima? Hakima's back. Well, he's here, I should say. I shouldn't say back. Good old Hakima.
I don't know if you know this, bro, but just yesterday, me and a couple of my partners was chopping up, and I found out that Detroit is like 85. The city of Detroit is like 85% black. That's like the blackest city in America.
Next to
It's
New York.
blacker than gay ass Atlanta?
Atlanta ain't nothing but Atlanta is like 60% black. The city of Atlanta is like 60% black.
New York City has the highest population of black folks. That's the new chocolate city. New York has the highest population.
Hold on, fellas. I see we have Dolly. I want to give Dolly room to speak in case Dolly wanted to get in, jump in on what we've been talking about. Hi, Dolly. Are you there? Would you like to add to the conversation?
Oh, good morning. Hi, guys. I'm technically just up here because I was invited. My experience would be, or my opinion would be, I'm half black and half white, so I'm offended by almost all racial terms because I don't fit in either class exactly, except for my black family. The black side of my family is FBA, and my genealogy is very strong on both sides, so you can't make me choose. I have a lot of black family and I have a lot of white family, and I'm just right in that middle. I was raised by a black dad, so that the N word offends me. I don't like it. I don't love it. I also don't use it.
What's
I'll do
what's
my
the name
best
of the
not to
room?
use it.
And why was the name of the
Yeah,
room?
my house is called Press Hollywood. So do a search on the app for Press Hollywood, and then join the house, and you'll see the room. Or you're following me. You'll see when I open the room today. You'll see me in the hallway. So pop in, and I'll try not to use the N word because sometimes I do. I can be a little bougie, judgmental, kind of a hole. So, I won't put on my bougie boots today.
What's the name of your room? What's the name of the room? The same one at 2 o'clock?
Yeah, it's called Pop Culture Politics. I think it's called Pop Culture UFOs and Politics. I think.
Okay, I'll check it out if I ain't cutting here.
Yeah, and I only said that because Dolly just reminded me. Dolly's like, I don't like to use the N word. She's not the only one who has said that. And you're right. I'm not a fan of the N word either. I'm not. I think it's a disgusting, despicable word. But I find myself, every once in a while, when I'm being putting on my tough love hat and speaking about certain members of my community, I find that I'm using that word.
So, and why? Why
Me
is that?
too.
Why do you feel like that? Like, I probably use that word 30, 40 times a day. Why is it
Me
that you
too.
feel, as being of the culture, right? Why is it that you feel disgust? I'm interested in that.
Wait, you said why do I feel disgust? You said?
Yeah, why is it that you don't like, because you said you use it, so it's not disgust. But why is it that you don't like the word being of the culture?
Because I do understand, you know, when I understand outsiders' point of view, because for them that word has only one meaning. They don't understand the levels to that word in our community, and the ways in which we use it and who we use it at, right? It can take on different meaning, and that can be a mind fuck for the outsiders. On the grand scheme of things, knowing the history of the word, I do think it's an ugly, nasty, demeaning word. I don't think that black people are the N word. Okay, I don't think that we should use it as a term of endearment because it really isn't. I understand that many of us believe there is power in taking back that word and redefining it and using it in a comical or entertaining or loving way. I get it. I'm not gonna bash us for that. It doesn't mean that I accept it. Now there are times where I do find the word appropriate, right? Like, let me give you an example. I was at the grocery store not too long ago. This black man thought that I cut him in line at the deli when I did not. And he became completely enraged. Said he was going to go to the car to get his girlfriend to come not only beat my ass, but beat my mother's ass too. Now, one thing about me, I don't do I don't do loud talking. I don't argue with men. I don't do that shit, right? So to me, I'm thinking, yeah, that's an N word. You're mad about the deli, sir,
Got
and now
that
you
right.
want your girlfriend to come beat me up and beat my mother up. Now, Erica Badu has this saying that I'm not even going to use correctly, so I'm a paraphrase. I'm a paraphrase Erica Badu. Me, Nine McGee, I'm sweet as pie. I'm an angel. Okay? I don't like confrontation, arguments, drama, gossip. But to quote Erica Badu, if I'm pushed, I can turn into a bottle of Hennessy and a pack of Newports real quick. You dig? And that man was trying to turn me into a bottle of quote 45 and some Newports. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to give this N word in energy today, right? So there's levels, Hove. You know this. I hate the word, but I use it when appropriate. Don't you?
I
Don't you?
appreciate that. I no, I look, it rose up. You don't understand how hard it is for me to talk to y'all right now without saying it. It's
Yeah,
just,
don't say it in here because it's banned in here. You'll be
it's
booted
just,
and banned.
it's a natural, like, it's just, okay. Like, I, you, are, hey, now, like, it's one of those words, and it's one of those familiar words, and it's nothing to say it, right? And I, I, hmm, I think, I think that when people that are offended by it, because you don't seem to be the type that's when you're not in a business setting. When you're in a business setting, I understand. But anything outside of a business setting, you're supposed to be able to be yourself. If you can't be yourself, you probably don't need to be there, and you probably don't need to be around those people.
But Huva, I'm only half black, and the only time I've been called it is negative, is in a derogatory, pointing out my black side in a non-friendly, like in a negative way. What was that?
People you around, people that you're around. That's your experience. That's what I was telling people. Your experience defines how you feel and think about stuff. Like when I'm in a room, Pretty Red's room, it's all men bashing. That's all they talk about is bashing men.
Oh my God.
But watch this. That's their experience from the men they choose to have kids with, the men, uncles, granddaddies in their lives. That's their experience. So that's why they always men bashing, because the people in their life wasn't no good. That's just like Nye was just explaining about the guy when she said, oh, for sure, he's an ER. He's not an A. I try to tell people this all the time. The difference between the ER and the ER is a crazy acting individual that we don't want to be around. The A is never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. That's the part that we took and made. We dropped the ER and put the A and made it stand for something positive. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. So, but they, like she said, they don't want to understand that. Like this lady said, her side of the family is black, this side is white. And what I found out with most mixed people, from my experience, they always identify as either I'm black or I'm mixed. They never say they white. They never, from my experience, and I'm 51, when every mixed person I've ever met, they always say, like she said, you can't make me choose. They either say I'm black or I'm mixed. They never say that they're white. And that's, I always wanted to get a bunch of mixed people together, like do like a survey or ask them, and just, why do they all either identify black or mixed and not white? She just said it. She said, you can't make me pick. So basically she said, I'm mixed.
Because no one considers me white. No one considers me white.
Absolutely. Now you're getting somewhere to trying to understand it, because the society views you. See, I got a mixed 10-year-old daughter that I'm raising by myself, named Classy. No girl, no nothing. But her mother is black, white, and Mexican, and she always tries to push this mixed thing on her. I get that, but I asked my daughter, I say, baby, how do you feel since you're 10 and been living in the world? Do you feel like a white woman, a mixed woman, or do you feel like a black woman? How does my baby at 10-year-old said, Dada, the world treat me like I'm a black woman.
Listen, this means nothing at all, but as you guys are speaking about mixed people, I'm triggered. I'm triggered. No disrespect to anybody mixed, because I have no problem with mixed people at all. I'm triggered because two of my exes were mixed and they were crazy as fuck. But they loved the hell out of my black ass. That's one thing about dating mixed men. From my experience, they love black women. Not all. They're crazy as hell.
I can't not love black women, and why? I can't not.
Everybody loves black women. Like, everybody loves black women.
So we've come full circle from Sig's room? Okay.
Well, Monica, I don't know. It just depends. He needs some mixed race men on that stage. Preferably ones who were raised by, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Because my one ex, his mom was white. My other ex, his mom was, oh no, they both have white moms. Interesting. And they only fucks with black women. So it's interesting. He needs some mixed race men on there too. But they probably would give him shit. You know, if you're a man, regardless of what color you are, and you come into a space like that, you defend
brother just turned me on a month ago. And JB said the app is 5 years old, so I'm late. I ain't got no social media. I'm gonna get a Facebook. I'm gonna get Instagram, all of that. I need to get up with the times. I'm still old fashioned. I still like to knock my women off by pulling up in that caddy.
That's how it should be. Playing
That's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it, man.
I still like the court girls. I still like to take them out to the movies, go buy food, and you know what I'm saying, talk shit. I still like to do that. I don't. It's like so impersonal on this social media. Hey, how you doing? Let's meet up. Damn, you might be a serial killer, baby.
No, you got the right idea. Meeting person, people pulling up, et cetera, trying to have face-to-face interactions. I mean, social media, though. I mean, social media sure is a great place to meet people if you live in a town where you can't get out and meet people the traditional way. But then the problem with social media is you never know who is behind the screen. If you're getting true, authentic people, or if everyone's a catfish or a troll, you know. So.
Well, I just
Or a
think
predator.
that
Or a predator.
Yeah.
all the people that I've met in person on Clubhouse are, like who they are on here is genuinely who they are in real life. So that was like pleasant. Um, Stay KP are two of them, and they're great guys. Um, but yeah, which was like pretty awesome. So like I don't know, don't be if you've been on staff for a few years and you've been like talking with people for a few years and you're in the same area and enjoy a conversation with them over the course of a couple of years, why not? You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind meeting Sig and KP in real life. I do like them on this app.
Yeah, they are like who they are on here. Like they're like genuine, down to earth people. They're cool.
Nah, I want to meet JB. He's silly as hell. He told me the other day what he did that nickel for, right? So I finally got it out of him. But the social media, yeah, man, it's thing. So now I know a little bit about me, y'all. I did 20 years. So I've been home for a few years. I've been home like 4 years. So
Glad you made it up out of there, my boy.
yeah. I'm a barber. Got my own barber and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I got a 10-year-old by myself. So that's why I'm not on social media, because it's like so foreign to me. It's just like I be looking and like, huh? This is going on and stuff. So when my little brother turned me on to this, he was like, Nick, boy, you like to talk a lot, and you be having something to say. You need to get on this app and see where it takes you, because he was like, your dude Whack 100. This is where he came from, Clubhouse. So I said, oh, for real? So that's what got me on here, and I kind of like it, man. It's a good space to build, because I like building. That's what we be doing in my barbershop every week. Like tomorrow, we about to have a big session in there. A lot of my homies is 5%ers, so y'all know what I'm going through. So, but I like this space.
No, Clubhouse is cool.
Are 5%ers like Proud Boys?
Whoa.
5%ers is, they call themselves the nations of earth and gods, meaning that 85% of the world is dumb, deaf, and blind, and lost. 15% of the world know the knowledge, but they use it for evil. The politicians, senators, and all that.
100%.
No, that's 85. That's 95, 80, and 15. And then the 5% is left.
100%.
Yes, the 5% would make up the 100, but the 5%ers are supposed to be the ones that got the true knowledge, but they use it for good instead of evil. So I go with that philosophy a little bit, because the numbers, but Yaku did not go in no cave and gene splice and make white folks. He did not. No. No. So they got a lot of crazy beliefs.
Probably 80, 15, 5, not 85. But okay.
No, they say 80% is dumb, deaf, and blind. 15%, which would make up 95%, they have the knowledge for evil, the knowledge.
You misspoke, bro. You were just misspoke. She just saying that you had misspoke, bro.
Oh, my fault. Oh, my fault. Oh, okay, yep. So that's what a lot of my homies is, and I be trying to build with them, and it's just, man, they lost on it, bro. They just so lost. I don't understand a lot of times when it's right in your face, but like one of my old school homies say, Pharaoh, if you don't know, you just don't know. If you don't know, you just don't know.
Yeah, Drake said my dog did it for Louis Bell. That's all he know. He don't know nothing else. Sometimes all they know is doing it for Louis Bell. Shit, fuck it. Shout out to Drake, the greatest poet of the 21st century.
They not like us. So
Drake said I only love my bed and my mama. I'm sorry. I mean bars. Bars. Go ahead, I heard my name go.
That was me.
I
You out
too only love my mother and my bed. That's amazing.
Right? Like seriously. What else needs to be said? I only love my bed and my mama. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Paul. I think I heard you say my
No, I've been meaning to ask you what state you out of.
I'm not far from Detroit. I'm in Chicago, baby. I was just in Detroit. Me and my people drove up there for something like a year ago, or maybe it was earlier this year. I think it was to see a basketball game. Was that? Yeah. I think we went up there to see a basketball game.
Okay, I got homies in Chirac. I got a few homies in Chirac.
Yeah, I lived in LA for 20 years though. I lived there for about 20 years. Where I work in the film and TV business, still do, but I've worked myself to a state where and work myself up to a position where I can live anywhere now and do and still do my job. So if I moved out of the country, I can still work, you know. With the
I
exception
got a lot of ideas about films.
Say that again?
We need to link up. I got a lot of ideas about films and movies. You know, when I was doing my little time in the army, that's what kept me. Man, I got so many stories and books and movies that I was sitting in that cell writing down. I got this one movie called Imani's Fate. It's about a black girl in the bayou that has premonitions when she touches you. And if she has sex with you, the premonitions actually comes to fruition.
That's a sci-fi horror thriller mind fuck, it sounds like. Right up my alley.
But right, man. And then I got one called In God We Trust. It's about a black mega church where the guy's fronting as a good pastor like a T.D. Jakes, but by night he's one of the biggest drug dealers in America, and he washes his money through the mega church. It's called In God We Trust.
You know, I've been working on a similar script for a couple years. It's my passion project. You know, I believe in manifestation. I've been putting out into the universe that this project is going to be an Oscar-nominated work. I've been working with some Hebrew Israelites, and I know how we might feel about the Hebrew Israelites, but I've been working with some leaders of certain sects to flesh out my pastor character. My pastor character is not a Hebrew Israelite, but in listening to some of these guys on this app, they're very eloquent. They have a way with words and a way with interpreting the scripture that I find intriguing. So I've been, tapping into some of them to get their help with writing the sermons for this script. I'm really proud of this script. I can't wait till we kind of can get it.
What's it called?
Best wishes 9. Yeah, intellectual property and stuff.
Exactly. You know what, Pharaoh? I'm so hesitant to say. I keep it so close to the heart. I don't even want to say the name of it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Put it out like you said, man. You was the manifestation. Put it out there, baby. You was the manifestation, just like me.
She's speaking on it now. That's good. And then now you know how much we like Jordan Peterson. Have you done the self-authoring program with him?
No, but I should look into that.
Oh, nice. Mhm.
Yeah. Monica, wait, hold on. I used to host a lot of how-to sessions here on Clubhouse for filmmakers, media, how to pitch, how to get an agent, blah blah blah. And I've compiled it all into book form. And I've been trying to think about how the best way to publish it. So maybe I'll. You said Jordan Peterson has a self-publishing.
Yeah, self-authoring program where you write down what you want your life to look like in 5 or 10 years. And what he says, when you write it down, you're aiming up, so that even if you have had big, hairy, audacious goals, and you don't meet them when you want to meet them, doesn't mean like you're just aiming yourself toward them, right? And was it when you shoot for the moon, you'll land among the stars, even if you don't get to the moon? Like there's something to that. Or fixing yourself, orienting yourself toward your goal. I'm gonna send you the link in the back channel. I could put it in the chat too, but I'll send it to you in the back channel too.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a huge believer in manifestation because I've seen it work so many times in my life, and I've been in awe. I mean, I've told you. You probably have heard my Doctor Who manifestation story, right? But in case you haven't, allow me to just brag briefly. I don't mean to make this about me.
No, I want to hear it. I don't think I remember it. Go ahead.
So some of y'all know I'm a huge Doctor Who fanatic. I mean, a fanatic. And so a couple months ago, I was reading about some updates about the series, whether it's going to come back another season. Disney and the BBC are fighting over the IP, and of course, the past 2 seasons, the show has been led by the first black male Doctor Who. And so I was watching some interviews with him recently as I was reading reports about whether or not he would be coming back to the show. And so I've always heard in my capacity as an entertainment news reporter that the BBC is very, very specific about what media they give interviews, they grant interviews to with the Doctor Who cast. I've always heard that the Doctor Who cast is impossible to get an interview with unless you are just in with the BBC. And so over the years, I've never been pitched to Doctor Who, never been able to get close to Doctor Who people at all. And so about 2 months ago, I'm in my room reading about Doctor Who, reading about the new Black Doctor, and I was watching some interviews and remarking how beautiful this man is. Like he is just stunning to me, right? He's not traditionally handsome. I would describe him as beautiful. His skin is just flawless. He glows. That melanin is just delicious. And I remember thinking to myself, if I ever get a chance to interview him, I'm going to ask him about his skincare routine. Like, what is his skincare process, right? What's his regimen? And Monica, I swear, 2, 3, 4 days later, I get a pitch from the BBC in my inbox. I was stunned when I saw the subject in the email, Doctor Who Season 2 interview request. And I open it up and it says, hey, Nye, do you want to interview Chukwuti Gatwa, his new companion? And I just like to die. This is not real life, I'm thinking. And of course, okay, so the interview happens. I get my little 7-minute interview, and at the end of the interview, I got to ask him about his skincare, and he just loved it. And I clipped it. The clip went viral. I clipped that little section of him talking about his skincare. It went viral. And so, yeah, the power of manifestation is so real, right? I did it one other time. I'll say this and I'll land and I'll shut the fuck up. Because I gotta go get my coffee. Well, when I was living in LA, y'all remember the Boys in the Hood movie came out? They did the Boys in the Hood movie. And I was walking from my apartment to Coffee Bean. And they had this big poster up for the movie, advertising the movie. And I remember thinking, man, I grew up listening to NWA. It would be so cool if I could get on the press tour for the Boys in the Hood junket. And sure enough, I said it out loud while I'm walking to get coffee. Lord, I want to be on this Boys in
take it a little deeper? Can I take it a little deeper? Because I've been in it too now for the last 5, 6, 7 years. And watch this. I'm so glad you brought that up. This is for everybody, even for the non-believers of manifestation. People, watch this. We do it all the time, but such on a small level that we take it for granted and don't even think it is what it is. Let me give you a bunch of examples on a small level. Say you haven't seen somebody and y'all just talking about him and y'all ain't seen him or her for months or however long, and y'all talking about him, and then they pop up. We done that a lot of times on different levels, and people don't think what it is, but it is what it is. You spoke them into existence or spoke them up, and they popped up. Now, we don't look at it like that because of our thought process and in our training or our indoctrination. But I'm so glad you said that now, because manifestation is real, because I've been manifesting since I got out. I used to sit up in that cell and look up at the ceiling, like the song say, and manifest me getting out, raising my hand in the classroom, trying to finish my bachelor's, and they spewing out that bull, and look, I done that. I sat up in that cell and thought about getting my barber license and getting a shop and raising my kids, and guess what I'm doing? All of that. So manifestation, sometimes when you first start out, because you're not in tune with it and you've been thinking the way you think is doubt, it'll take a long time. You may manifest every 5, 6 months or every 4 years, but once you get good at it and start knowing and stop believing and knowing, the manifestations come on the regular, every other day and once a week, things like that.
I'm trying to link your YouTube video from your bio to attach it in the chat. It's not copy and pasting for me. Can you grab it? Because people are interested in hearing your Doctor Who interview, and I wanted to give them the link.
Okay, yeah. Let me grab the Doctor Who interview. Hold on. Let me grab it, guys.
The self-authoring program by Jordan Peterson is in the chat. Also, there is a fee to it. I don't get any kickback from it. But if you are lost and looking for direction in your life, I recommend it. So I'm really enjoying this poll. Currently in the lead is the culture wars and who's winning. And Andrew Breitbart said politics is downstream from culture, and I believe it. And I think there's evidence of a culture shift in America. What we need to decide, is it going to benefit us now and in the future, or is it a wrong direction? I'm going to put your interview in the White Belts Chillism Discord. What chat would that be best in? I think probably Cinema.
Thanks, Monica.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I haven't updated my YouTube channel in weeks because of issues I'm having with YouTube and one of the outlets I work for, because we post the same content, which is, expected, but now I have to do double work. I have to edit multiple versions of my interviews so that we don't get hit with copyright, restrictions. So I'm finding that I'm posting a lot of videos on my Facebook just to kind of avoid the YouTube restrictions.
Right. Well, have you checked out X as a viable platform? Are you doing video or audio only? Both?
Both, but mostly
Okay.
mostly video.
I really
for the interviews. I don't
do they have, are there some stars that they say, okay, you can interview them, but you can't talk about this? Or you can interview them and you have to talk about this? Do they curate your questions?
Sometimes that happens. It depends on if the celebrity has any salacious gossip floating around in the media. Yeah, like Tom Hanks always comes to mind. Um, I've interviewed him a couple times, and I adore Tom Hanks, but oddly enough, it has happened where the handful of times that I've interviewed him seem to go down when either his son is doing something crazy in the media, or a couple years ago when social media was accusing him of being a child sex trafficker and responsible for the killing of Isaac Cappy. So his team, he's got a great publicity. Every celebrity should have a great publicity team. So clearly his team was aware of these rumors and the gossip. So I'll get hit with the keep the questions to the top focused on the show. Don't ask anything gossipy. Don't ask anything about the personal life. It doesn't happen often, but it happens every once in a while. But not often. And if they don't give me, if they don't flag it, then I will take advantage. I'll always keep the interviews professional and to the point, and to the topic. Then I'll wait to the very end to ask a question that might
that you really want to know.
Exactly. And generally the celebrity will answer. They don't give any pushback. They don't get upset about it. If they want to answer it, they'll answer it. If not, the only person who was like they didn't want to answer something, who was that? Oh God. And it was a true story. Was it Bobby Cannavale? I don't think so. No, it was Billy Zane. Billy Zane, who used to be a hottie back in the day, if you're old enough to remember Billy Zane, he was playing, I interviewed him for the Lifetime Movie Network about a year ago. He was playing a coach, a college athletic coach who was seducing the students, taking advantage of the students. He was pimping out the students. That's what it was. So this real life coach is in prison now. He's doing like life. So I asked Billy Zane something about if he could meet that real life coach, pick his brain, ask him questions, especially if it was to prepare for the role. What would he ask him? And he didn't want to touch on that. He was very. I forget what his excuse is. I think he said he doesn't like to deal in hypotheticals. And I said, okay,
oh,
cool.
got you.
Yeah, so we just moved on from that. But generally they'll answer. They don't mind. I'll say this. I'll give this last example. Salt and Pepper. Pepper from she's on a reality show. I think it's Love and Hip Hop. I think. And one season, her and her niece had some drama, some major drama, and there was a huge family falling out that stretched over a couple seasons. So when they put me in front of Pepper and her niece for an interview, they told me before the interview starts, don't ask questions about this, that, and the other. The personal drama was going on off camera. And I said, okay. But as the interview progressed, Pepper brought it up. She brought up the drama. So I'm like, fuck it. He told me not to bring it up. And since she brought it up, she opened the door, I'm going to walk right in. And so she opened the door, I walked right in, we unpacked that subject. She didn't mind talking about it. So sometimes it's just a matter of reading the room. If the celebrity opens the door to a subject that their handler said don't touch on, then I'm gonna touch on it. Because they've already opened the door. They've already given the green light that we can go there to some degree,
Yeah. Now, there are people on the app who ask pointed questions, and then when you answer them as honestly as possible, they'll say you're lying, or like how do you handle the people who, because you're an interviewer, right? You don't ask questions that you don't accept the answers to. Now, you might probe or question their responses, but it's always to get the information, not to call them ratchet lying hoes. So, what's your advice on that?
Wait, what's the question though? I missed the question. How do I?
Yeah, the pointed questions that they don't really care about the answers, and then you take the trouble to answer them, and then they're like, "Yeah, you're lying. That's not true. You don't believe that," or kind of that kind of thing. You just stop engaging with them because they're obviously have an agenda that you're not complying to, so it's making them cranky.
If you mean as it relates to the folks that I interview, I don't really have that problem because one thing I've learned about the art of the interview is I always ask questions that are designed to get them to open up and to want to overshare. That's the key. And so I always find that the type of questions that I ask, the subject is they're thrilled to talk about whatever I ask them. And I can't tell you the number of events that I've gone to or post interview emails that I receive from managers and publicists who say, "Nye, so and so thought you were the best interview of the day," right? I always like to tell this story about, and I don't mean to bore y'all, but what's that man's name from This Is Us, the black actor? I gotta look him up. Hold on.
Oh, he's very talented.
Yeah, let me look up This Is Us cast so I can give you guys his name. Yeah, Sterling K. Brown. Sterling K. Brown. So a couple years ago, well, before This Is Us, it was This Is Us first season, and they had given the media a couple episodes in advance to review because the network was about to put us in front of the cast to talk about the show. And so Sterling K. Brown was already generating a lot of buzz for his performance. There was already talk about Emmys before the Emmy Award, before the Emmys were even, nominees were even a thought, right? And so one episode I had to watch the night before I interviewed him had to do with his father, relationship with his father. And it made me think of my dad because my dad died over a decade ago from cancer. So me and Sterling are sitting there in the lobby at the Beverly Hills Hotel doing this interview, and I'm telling he said he's drawing, to get into the headspace of that character. He pulled from his own experience with his father, and then I'm talking about my dad, and I swear we both, by the time this interview ended, we're in tears. We are both crying, holding hands, crying about our father. And so, right? It was so magical. And I'm like, wow, I can't believe I'm having this moment with this man. It was so authentic and so real. So the next day, his publicist emails me because she thought that the interview went great. And so she's emailing me her client list because she wants to know who on her client list I want to interview next. And Sterling's name is on there. Actually, let me rephrase. It wasn't his manager. It was someone from the publicity house that worked at the same publicity house as his manager. So she, I guess, got my name and sent it over because she heard the Sterling interview was great. So she's like, "Nine, here's my client. Here's who we represent. Who do you want to interview?" And I saw Sterling's name was on the list, and I emailed her back. I said, "Listen, I already interviewed Sterling yesterday." And she said, "Oh, that was you?" She said he thought that was the best interview of the day. He loved it so much. You were so great, et cetera, et cetera. So I always get that. That's a long way for me to answer your question, Monica, that I rarely get subjects who are bullshitting their way through the answer.
Right. Well, but then also you have open inquiry. So if they say something that doesn't make sense to you, you're not gonna slur them. Well, you can't really in your job, but I'm thinking more about clubhouse interactions, right? You're not gonna call them stupid and dumb when they give you an answer that you don't agree with.
I have done it. I have done it twice.
No, tell me more.
Method Man and hold on. There's another actor. I'm looking up his name right now. Method Man is always, and I love Method Man. Okay, but hold on. Let me look up this actor.
I love this. Nice. Like I called him a stupid idiot, but I love him. But I called him a moron. But I love him.
Right, you'll love this. So hold on. Okay,
I've interviewed your boss, 50 Cent, numerous times, right? So what are we talking about? So anyway, after he went on, going on and on and on about how he deserves better, essentially, the interview went on without a hitch. But when I told my editor about it, he was livid because my editor doesn't like oftentimes how black press,
Divas.
yeah, gets shafted sometimes. So he said, I want you to write in your article, do a nice article about the interview, but mention in your article how funny these people can act, especially black talent, especially how Method Man was acting. So I wrote the article. I did, I wrote it. I didn't really attack him, but I called him out. I did the same thing to Eamon Walker some years ago, and then the next time I saw him, he acted right. And so when I published my article about Method Man, his team reached out, and first they wanted me to remove the article. They begged me to take it down. And I said, I got to clear it with my boss first. And the boss said no, and we explained why. And after we explained why, they understood to the point that Stars then reached out, and they were so apologetic. They're saying, Nine, next time you're in LA, we're going to take you out to dinner. You know, I said, it's all good. Just talk to sometimes we got to talk to these talents because they're not aware of the energy they project, right? And some of us writers, we've had enough and we're going to call you out. So when next time you get in front of black media, act like you have some sense. Don't show your black ass, as we like to say in the community. Sorry to the mixed company for using that type of language. So yeah, Monica, I will call him out. I called out, what's that rapper's name? Little Yachty. He's the worst interview I've ever had.
Okay, so Nye, can you write a
Yeah.
second screenplay or a second book about your best and worst interviews? Because this is good stuff. This is interesting behind the scenes look at the people that are on the screen. This is really
I
cool.
worry though, would I get sued if I mention these people's names in the book? That's the thing about it. What
If it's true,
protections do I have?
you have documentation of the interviews. They're on public record. It's not like you're saying anything that they didn't tell you. And did they say anything off? I wouldn't put anything that they said. Now this is off the record, not just between you and I. I wouldn't do that because. But yeah, a compilation of your greatest hits. That would be cool.
Oh, I like that. No, I think I like that. A non-compilation. Good idea, Monica. You got the wheel spinning.
I have a couple every once in a while. Not all my ideas, are good ideas, but sometimes. All right, are we ready to put this room to bed? I really did like this poll question. I think I screenshotted it. I'm gonna have to run it in a couple rooms because I like learning what people want people to talk about, and I think it's very relevant. The culture wars. I think that's how we develop as a society or regress as a society. Um, I had feedback for our new friend um, about him coming down so hard on Shirley. I think he heard whistles that weren't there, but he can.
I agree, and I started to say something too, but other people wanted to talk, and so I just let other people talk. Because my point of view was, listen, sometimes Southern white folks just like to find that one black person that they can vibe with as it relates to soul food. Ain't nothing wrong with it. That woman wants to eat some fried chicken and watermelon. Let that woman enjoy her fried chicken and watermelon. That ain't racist. Who doesn't like fried chicken and watermelon, right?
I have watermelon soaking in amaretto alcohol right now in my fridge. So if you want to judge me, you can.
That sounds delicious.
But yeah.
You know what makes me mad is I got my own issues with Miss Shirley. She's the last person in the world that I want to jump up and defend. But I don't know. My mama just raised me. You respect your elders. I don't care how wrong they are. It's just a matter of respecting the elders. They have some kooky, wacky ideas, okay? But you sit down
share her love of fried chicken too. I may have Popeyes on speed dial. Like, don't you can judge me if you want. Your was it was nice that was it nice that said that your opinion of me doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's none of my
Doesn't
business.
matter. You know what I'm saying? I just find once you reach a certain age, you have to live in your truth and just live your best life. Listen, what's that comedian's name? Jennifer Lewis. She jokes. And she's older than me. I don't know. I think she's maybe in her 60s, 70s. I'm not sure. But she's always jokes that she has like 20, 30 summers left, meaning how many years she has left on this earth. And I love that outlook because it's like, let people say what they want to say. You will not rob me of the 20, 30, 40 summers that I have left. Meaning, I'm not going to
Right.
stress out about people's opinion of me. I'll just, especially on this app, I'll just tread lightly. You know the spaces you should go into, you know the people you should navigate with and interact with. Um,
Well, now I do.
yeah,
But that took some bruising.
exactly. Monica, one of my friends popped into this room earlier and they heard you speak for the first time. And so they're texting me off the app because we were texting a lot on the app because we're producing a documentary. And he's
I'm
like,
so nervous.
he said, is that the infamous Monica's voice? I said, that's the infamous Monica. He said, I've heard so much about her, but I've never heard her talk. I said, yeah, that's her, the most hated woman on Clubhouse.
Bless
Wow.
her. Bless her.
I was worried that you had a judgment call on whatever it was I say while that he was listening. But yeah.
No, he didn't have any judgments. He was just surprised. I think he said you didn't sound anything like he expected. Because you have that very soft, angelic voice. So no, he didn't say anything crazy.
Wait, the white demon parasite didn't come through. I'm gonna have to work on that.
The demon dragon didn't come through.
Oh, gee, oh man, I miss her. Aw, I hope she's well. Um, little dragon demon. Okay, so in the chat is Josh Johnson. He is one of my new favorite comedians. Have you guys heard of him?
I don't think so, but let me look at his face. Sometimes I know these comedians by face.
He is a handsome young man who has insight on humanity and will bring up current topics to talk about, and he does it with such grace and finesse. I know of him from a few years ago before he's hosted the Daily Show, I think, once or twice. Um, I know of him because when he catfished the KKK, and that story was hilarious. And I've been tracking him recently because he's been doing his flowers tour. So I hope you like him and you put it out in the universe that you get to interview him, so I can be in the audience fangirling over Nye and Josh. But this link is how a TikTok craze is healing wounded men, and I just love it. They talk about this prank that you're supposed to play with your friends. Guys just call their male friends at night to say, yeah, I just wanted to wish you a good night and sweet dreams. And the reactions that men have over their men friends checking in on them range from, oh my gosh, like you just saved me from self-harm, to, man, you're weird, get out of here. It's just amazing.
Yes, I have seen some of these viral videos, and you're right, they are hilarious.
And he did one about Trump and Elon Musk when the breakup happened. And he opened it telling a story about his elementary school, about how there was a bully that no one liked. He was a big bruiser. He would just be mean to everybody. And then there was this skinny ADHD kid who was annoying as hell and clumsy. And he ran into the bully, and the bully said, "That's it. We're going to fight after school." and he said you had never had seen such a unifying event, that everybody was invested in this fight because they were pretty sure the little guy would not win, but the little guy was so irritating that him being clocked by the big guy would kind of be okay. And then he goes, and then I think about Trump and Elon Musk, and it was just like, that's so funny. It was so good. I'm gonna have to find that one too. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Is it worth me looking for it?
I would like to see it, even if you can't find it now. Send it to me on my back channel.
Yeah, I will.
Before we close the room, if we close the room, well, I think we are. I have to say, I don't see much of my man Michael Knowles. The algorithm doesn't show me enough Michael Knowles. What's up with that, Monica? You know I'm obsessed with Twitter. I never see his videos come down the daily. Always online. But Michael knows. I feel like the algorithm does not give this man enough screen time, at least not on my screen. Do you want that on?
Um, I do not. The last time I saw Michael Knowles, he was doing an ad for Prager University, and I like him too. I think he's pretty charming. I'm putting the video, I think it is, a 45-minute video of him talking about Elon Musk and Trump. I think this is it, but I'm not sure. But I'm gonna bring the one where where he's like, men are being healed by a TikTok joke. I need to bring that to a replay on Clubhouse, because anything I can do to support the good men that are going through it, in part by not being recognized as being good, decent men, and in part by the bad element of women folk who insist on trotting good men underneath their heels in pursuit of wallets. Like, I will. Um, you know, just like I will uplift women who are good women against Sig and the Masculinity Mansion, because, hello, you know, not all, some, but not all. Mother's here.
Hi, Mother.
Hey, good morning, my little pookie wookies. How are you guys?
Happy Saturday.
I'm getting ready to get up and go to my fitness class, and then I gotta go to yoga, and then I'm gonna go with brunch with the girls. Then I'm gonna get a facial. Then I'm gonna go get a massage. I'm gonna have a wonderful day with myself and my girls today.
Beautiful day planned. Mother, do you resent or have a problem with people calling you your first name?
No, I don't care. You call me whatever you want. Call me.
Okay.
People forget, like, Mother is this is a TV show character. Like, Mother's here is from June. Like, it's not, I'm not emotionally attached for it. People get their hoopla about it, and I'm like, why do you care so much?
Well, they think to weaponize your first name against you, and some people think it's a weapon, using people's first names formerly used on the app. They think it's a form of doxing. I never got that vibe from you, and I quite like your first name. So yeah, I like it. So thank you for but it was so funny last night on that stage where it was like, you want me to tell you your first name? You want me to say it? Huh? You want me? And I'm like, guys, slow down.
And then I was like, say it. I don't care.
Right. And it took, I mean, I think he was targeting you, but also targeting me. And I was like, it's not necessary to do that, sir. Like,
One thing on this app too is I think he got a little triggered when I said he sounds more like a fag than I do. That's probably what that's probably what pissed him off. Like, you have a more high pitched feminine voice than a gay man. How does that feel? Yeah, I wouldn't like that as a straight man either, to be fair.
But what happened, right? See, I always forget. Like, I have to remember that sometimes people react aggressively because they've heard something that I've missed. But
I hit a sore spot because I'm sure I'm not the first person to bring it up. Like he got real mad.
But you insulted him because of what?
Because of his high-pitched voice. I was like,
but no, there was something before that. Like you wouldn't have just targeted him like that, would you? Without reason.
No, I think I started this.
I think you
you
did.
Yeah, I started.
I thought he was not letting you speak or something, or he was coming in demanding something, and it was he came in strong.
I will own my shit. This was 100% me who initiated. You know, sometimes when
I
you come on this
appreciate
app
that.
and you want some violence, that was yesterday.
Did you get what you wanted?
Yes.
Very good, I guess. I don't know. I just see people slinging arrows and hitting innocent bystanders, and I'm just like, aw, did you have to? Like in my PTR album, you'll see a large black woman shooting the bird at Sydney Sweeney in her American Eagle ad. I'm not targeting obese women. I'm not targeting black women. I'm targeting the attitude of hatred and envy and jealousy that is conveying to me. But because of who I am, that PTR can get wildly misinterpreted that I'm punching down. I'm not. I'm punching laterally. So, alright, I actually think we're ready to close the room. Serendipity, what do you think?
Bye everyone, have a good day.
Y'all have a good day. Alright, invite all the pink ticket people to join in the muff. The royalty clubhouse is here in the muff. We have people that we'll record with or without our permission. We have no control over that. It's just part of the risk you must risk to get your ideas out on this audio app. Alright, Serendipity, have a great day. Bye, Dolly. Bye, Hikima. Y'all guys take care. And I'll see some of you around the clubhouse.
That is not right.
David, that series is,
Yeah, sure, there is lots of bots, and we could, tell you how to get kosher food, but if that doesn't matter, then it doesn't, it's not a problem.
Explanation that you agree with was announced.
There is facts in the world, yes. There's facts in the world, and there's facts in the world because there's other facts, and those facts instantiate those facts, and so on and so forth. Remember that?
Are you stating strong emergence as a fact?
Remember the causal chain that I was talking to you about? Right? My causal chain is not broken.
Oh, I thought you were just saying you were stating strong emergence as a fact.
Well, then, listen, if you're not going to use the word emergence, then give me the right word to use then, brother.
Well, no, it was just less about the wording. It's just more of the theory that I disagree with to an extent. Because I see it from a naturalistic point of view, and I think actually could probably fit that definition to some degree. But you disagree with that.
So listen, what you're doing is kicking the can down the road, my brother.
All I'm saying is that nature is responsible for it rather than your deeds.
All right, then you just kicked it down the road because I'm going to tell you that the nature that you rely on to be consistent is going to be because of my God. So you're not really saying anything, bro, by saying that.
Well, I don't rely on nature to be consistent. That consistent, it's not always going to be one thing. one way.
So then how is it intelligible that we eat out oversight? Isn't it already falling apart for you?
No, I'm just speaking on conditions like Earth. Earth won't always won't be this way, and the nature on Earth, because the sun will turn into a white giant at some point.
Oh, no. You can't go with that theory. That's
no, it's not.
That's using the word emergent.
That's just stating that the sun is a star. It has a certain lifespan, and the conditions will not be what they are now. So it's not consistent with what it is now. The Earth will not be the same.
You can't look into the future that much.
Oh, so we can't tell. You can't use science to tell the age of the sun.
They're rethinking the idea of there being a red death. They're starting to rethink that idea that's probably never going to happen.
Never going to happen.
Yes.
Everlasting star.
Well, there's plenty of ones that are out there that are a lot older than ours.
But that it doesn't mean they're going to last forever.
Well, it's defined forever, right? Like a billion years is a very long time.
True, but it still has a finite ending to it. It has
as far as we know.
Time.
It's not definitive.
His argument is that basically that is forever, but not mine. I mean, him is defined forever.
Well, how can these elements evolve within 1 billion years that already happened with the previous billion years? I mean, we don't know. So yeah, it could be forever. We just don't know.
See, you're expecting you're expecting, right, that the way it's uniformed, right? It's called the principle of not the principle of uniformity, uniformitarianism. You're saying that in the beginning of the universe, that the electron weighed exactly the way it does now. So all the predictions that you're going to make about the past and the future, that electron will remain. But Renzo, you don't have evidence to prove that.
But I mean, if
you're just assuming that to be the case so that you can speak intelligently.
No, that's not it. If you assume that the sun will not die, let's put it like that, as you would, then you're going to.
No. I'm saying the red death and how it's explained, they're rethinking that idea.
The bottom line is either or. It's going to not be what it is now. It's going to die. The star itself.
No, it can implode into a black hole.
But either way, it's not going to be what it is now, right? It's not going to be what it is now. Life on Earth will not be as consistent
that's not definitive, though.
Good point, David.
Okay. So it's not definitive that every star will eventually die? Well, I mean, if you follow that, then you go against the fundamental principle of astrophysics. That every star will eventually die.
Sounds like that principle seems to be your God. Because that principle can't ever change, right?
It's just it's part of a scientific understanding that I follow.
Sounds like an eternal principle to you, brother.
No, it just.
And how many times has science been amended to a different theory?
A lot. True, a lot.
So in the next few billion years before a star supposedly dies, can that happen again?
What exactly is star?
Can the scientific theory, as far as you know it, change in those 1 billion years?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, oh, thank you. So then it's not definitive.
But, like I say, for those who follow under science or astrophysics, and I'm not saying I'm an astrophysicist, I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson, of course, but I do understand that it is a fundamental principle that every star will eventually die. Okay, because they're fueled by nuclear.
It was once, there's a fundamental principle that Earth was the center of the universe.
But this is the best understanding we have to work with.
Exactly. So,
right.
I guarantee you that principle is going to change. That understanding is going to change.
Right now, that's we have to measure right now. And we have been correct in the past. Who's to say the same what if could be, if not more, of course.
You're not being charitable towards his explanation there. He's saying, because he's saying that we thought we were the center of the universe, right? But those scientists that believed in a geocentric model are still justified by their assumptions and their experience and their experiments, right? They're not completely wrong because it is relative.
So we're not going to tell those scientists, oh, you did all this for nothing. When we still have to understand the universe as itself, the observable universe, we're in the middle of that. Science has a very difficult way of putting this picture out there because it does look like we are the center of the universe, even though we're not. Right? Because it's relative to where the center is. Because the center really is really not the center. Because the center of gravity of the sun is not the center of the sun, right? Or the center of our Earth. It's the center of gravity in between the star and the planet, right? So what's the center? Is it the center of the Earth, the center of the sun, or the center of gravity? That's the question you got to ask yourself.
Now, again, of course, you're using these old examples to show that science can be faulty. Of course.
No, they're still justified by the scientific discoveries because nothing supersedes the observation. Right? So the observation of things going around each other, that's observation. We're just looking at it wrong. So all those men that studied the geocentric model and then we switched to the heliocentric model, those men are still remembered as intelligent scientists because they were completely justified by the beliefs that they understood the universe to work in the way it did. So all those experiments are still justified by the belief of geocentrism.
Okay, all right. Now, you said all this fancy stuff to be the smart guy, but do you really believe that the sun, is not going to die, as you put it, or however you say it? I don't want to. You said something along those lines.
What I was explaining before about the Andromeda galaxy, right? The Andromeda black hole, is that when the star eventually dies, it implodes and gets so dense, so dense and hard and heavy that even when it gets to the black hole, nothing is going to determine it to fall in or disintegrate. There are still stars today that are circular, that are going around these black holes that have not completely disintegrated or like imploded into the black hole. Right. The remnants of it is still there. So as much as you want to say, oh, like all stars die, let me tell you something, Renzo, we don't know. They just turn into a different state.
You did just say, I don't know if you said it wrong, but you did say when it dies.
No, when it all right, so
the explanation did say die, but go ahead.
But die meaning in the sense of that it doesn't have the rays anymore, but the element of that star is still there because it's so heavy and dense.
Okay, and the element of the star, will it give us the same warmth and will it project to the Earth the same way it does as present?
See, that's what I mean. You see,
I'm just thinking on all the
warmth part is depending on our sensory, on our senses, right?
I'm speaking on everything. Will it present as it is now?
It'll just be in a different state, and you're going to tell me things cannot be created or destroyed, right? You're going to use that principle? I'm just going along with the science, right? It's going to change state. It's going to change state, correct?
No, I'm just showing that the consistency of nature on Earth itself isn't consistent and won't be even in the near future. When the sun goes
Consistency is for babies.
What you're saying.
Consistency is for babies.
Renzo, you gotta yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna beat you up here, Renzo. I'm just trying to build you up.
No, I'm just showing you the inconsistency of nature. You said it. You said
okay, so there you go.
See,
very inconsistent.
Nature.
Let's not argue about that. Let's move to the next point.
Right. I said I actually think it's gonna be inconsistent. I don't rely on any consistency.
But just rely on God and you'll be fine.
Well,
amen.
That sounds fun.
That's nice, Jazzy. Let's go, Jazzy.
All right, so let's continue on, boy. I know you got something else, man. Come on, man. You got something. That was the only response to consistency argument thing you said. Like, nah. But you got anything else though? I actually wanted to. Nah, I ain't gonna go back to that.
Yeah, but we already beat you in that debate. What debate do you want to lose?
Well, which one? Which one I lost that, man? Which one? I thought we weren't taking L's and wins, man. We were just having a discussion.
Yeah. Of course.
I mean, I'll take a W. That's fine. You don't have to. Well, you
But no,
take
I like
if you're doing science, it's tentative. It's a tentative number. You never actually hold on to.
Right, because you never know.
That's true, because the definition of winning can change. Yeah, so if anything, I take the bitches. I take the W. I mean, the SARC could explode in like 8 minutes from now, and I could be wrong. You're right.
I like building these discussions apart, you know, but
I mean,
I think you play.
For the 4 minute now.
But no, you play stupid when it comes to the evolution argument, though. I always will say that.
I play stupid, honestly, because y'all be saying a lot of like sus things, and like I'm not gonna sit here and explain things to you guys. I'm not gonna sit here because then that's when you guys start trolling, right? And once I start explaining it, if I say one thing, if I misspeak about one little aspect, you guys are just gonna harp on that one thing, right? Instead of building and letting that stuff go, you just want to harp on that one topic type thing, and then the build is gone, and then everybody starts crashing out, and oh, you're stupid, you're stupid. You know what? I'd rather just have you say real shit, Brenzo. I'm not here to teach nobody nothing.
Oh no, man, you never had that discussion.
I'm just here to teach you. I'm just here to teach you. They ain't nobody. That's it.
Nah, yeah, I'm gonna give you grace, bro. I'm gonna give you grace. I just want to build type stuff. I just want to see where it's gonna go and think a little more critically about it. But okay, but since you disagree with evolution coming from nature, from us evolving naturally through natural selection and things of that nature, I mean, can you still man that argument of a naturalistic explanation of evolution?
Still person.
You're gonna have to explain naturalism. Like we're gonna have to agree on the definition of naturalism, and I think that's gonna be a difficult.
Okay, how about that? I just changed the wording. How about I mean, you understand nature, so that evolution came about through nature, or
I have a nature distinction. I have a nature nurture. I have a creator creature distinction. So my creator creature, my presuppositions are going to be different from yours.
Right, but
I believe in a creator.
If I ask you to still man it, though. But if I ask you to still man minds, you should be able to do it the same way you asked me earlier.
If the creator created nature, then there's your
That's it.
I'm just asking you still man. Not give me your. I know where you stand at. Where you want to put land at. But I just want you to remember earlier you asked me the same thing.
What you doing up here?
And this argument, I just want to see where it's at. With this argument, if you can fully understand my point of view.
Last time you felt for anyone but yourself.
I understand your point of view because I cannot not be a materialist, like or a physicalist, like that's within my paradigm. So it's not so much that I disagree with materialism or physicalism. I just think there's underlying principles that define what that is. Because that's not the only thing. That's not what's ontologically right. Is the physical. There is a duality of the physical and the non-physical. So I can't ignore the non-physical. Just go into the physical with you because then I just find myself.
But you're ignoring the scientific argument.
And the divergence with the convergence, all add up.
That's right.
I'm not spending my final hours with you two bullshitters.
Scientific, I'm a scientific, so it's roughly a scientific argument that I represent for evolution.
You're not a scientific realist because that don't make no sense.
No,
What are you talking about?
Well, yeah.
Science ain't real. It's ever-changing theories. Y'all be falling out, man. Stop it. Don't argue with Concretia. The fuck boy, shut up. I don't know you.
Listen to the rationale. Science isn't real because it's ever-changing.
No, you know what's real? Facts. And what they do is tell you that science is real, but science is science. Right? There's a lot of faults and flaws and false narratives in science. Okay, so how come Einstein's theory of relativity was so different from Newtonian gravity? Oh, because science is accurate. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Two scientists, two different theories about the same concept. Like I said, keep on believing these crackers if you want to. Your ass gonna be dumber than a box of rocks.
science is fact until it's not science.
She brings up an interesting point there, and I want Dave to piggyback here with me because I'm probably not going to be using the right language. But when it comes to Newtonian physics, right, Renzo, we're not going to use that logic in Newtonian physics that we would for quantum mechanics, right? It doesn't apply. So that logic in quantum mechanics is going to be different than the logic that we use for quantum mechanics, correct? Do you understand that?
Are we still on the subject of evolution?
Yes. So the observation, nothing supersedes the observation, right? So we adjust the logic so we can understand the observation. We're not gonna use the logic of Newtonian physics in quantum mechanics. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you, Renzo? Because that's what I'm saying. Okay. And I think that's what you're kind of doing, right? You're using the same logic that you're using.
Nah, I think you're a little off on this one.
No, it's correct because like what you understood about protons and electrons and neutrons, that goes out the window once you get into quantum physics, quantum mechanics, because you get inside. You understand what quants do. What quants do is actually more important to why neutrons, electrons, protons move the way they do, because it has nothing to do with protons and neutrons and electrons. It has to do with quants. So yeah, it throws a lot of those theories out the window, and we're still in the very early stages of understanding, quantum mechanics. So science. It keeps changing.
Did you understand that conclusion? So a scientific argument based on So a scientific argument based on like a fossil record. Hold on, y'all. So a scientific argument for evolution based on a fossil record.
Fossil, that's lowbrow thinking.
Hold on, but it's only one variable, is it not? I mean, it's not the only thing. I'm talking about like comparative anatomy. What else we got here?
Yeah, but that's low resolution thinking. That's low resolution thinking.
So DNA and all the genetic evidence and all this, that has nothing to do with evolution. Like, we can't use that for evolution. You're saying that's just lowbrow thinking. That's just dismissed.
The reason why we say
you're about fossils, yeah, it was like about fossils.
The reason why we say lowbrow
is a historical record of life.
It's not an insult, but
it shows the progression. It shows the fossil record. Hold on, wait a second. Y'all really telling me that?
No, listen. All you're doing is relying on time. All you're doing is relying on time to begin.
Yeah, so it's basically two different disciplines, right? It's like basically trying to take Bonquisha and using that information to understand like a real woman.
To understand concrete shit.
Normal, right? This information to like determine what a good woman is.
Hey, Guava in the chat said concrete don't understand what's going on, so he starts to ad hominem.
So if you use
concrete was lost. Can someone explain to him what we're talking about?
To try to understand a good woman.
Concrete.
Jasmine, this is the ghetto, Jasmine. Let him finish.
You literally have to get a good woman to understand a good woman, not a Bonquisha. Not gonna work. You're just gonna always come to bad conclusions about good women if you use Bonquisha.
I was just a little wrong back.
You said you can use a Bonquisha to measure what it is to be a woman?
Exactly.
What are those?
And we can't use a Bahamian to measure what a black man is either. You goddamn singing a Caribbean nigga. Shut up, you're not black.
Exactly.
We can't use a Bahamian man to know about black Americans. We can't use the man that sits on Clubhouse in Barnes and Nobles all day to know what's going on with black men. You're not a normal black man. And you're also not a white man. You're just a nigger that wants to be white. You're just a nigger that wants to be smart. And you was sitting here lost as hell. And you know who wasn't lost? Bonquisha. Ding, 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 ding. Bonquisha was here.
From my research with evolution through the scientific, looking through scientific methods, they look at the fossil record. Scientists, from what I see, they study the transitional fossils that display characteristics of different species that descended together. Just like the
that doesn't tell us the conditions, though. That's not going to explain the exact conditions as what's going on.
but it explains the process of. That's what I'm saying. It explains, gives you an idea of the process of.
No, it's not a process. It's not a process.
The process of evolution through the fossil record, you can see the changes over time, can you not?
Yeah,
The
but see,
transitional
now
fossils
you're
and such.
making this, but see what you're doing? You're making this a philosophical argument. You're not making this a scientific
A
argument.
philosophical argument.
Yeah, you're not making it a scientific argument. You're
How? It's based on science.
No, here we go with this science word.
Think about it. Hold on, think about it, right? Paleontology. Paleontology is philosophy of science. No, it's not. It's a science.
No.
Paleontology is a science.
Ology means science.
Right, and paleontology means the study of ancient life through fossils.
But science is a philosophy, Renzo.
It's a school of thought still.
Wait.
Science
Now,
is naturalism.
Nah, naturalism exposes naturalism. Science.
I know y'all ain't trying to say science is a philosophy, bro.
Science is philosophy, bro. What are you talking about?
Somebody else.
Are you serious?
It is, yeah.
It is.
So science is a philosophy.
Slap the
It's just a very rigorous version of philosophy. It's just this particular brand of it. That's all it is. It has certain conditions, like you have to measure shit, you have to be able to repeat stuff. That's all it is.
You have to assume naturalism. You have to assume, yeah, that's a whole bunch of
There's nothing natural about guessing how old something is.
No, naturalism means that, hey,
Okay.
Science
Now I
is
just looked it up here.
Scientists assert that there's like a phenomenon, and it's gonna help a naturalistic explanation rather than a supernatural explanation. That's science.
No, that's not science, dumbass.
Oh my god. Can someone help me?
Look up the definition
No,
of
I'm
science.
not going to help you, Nathan. You deserve it now.
Wait a second.
So here, I'm gonna use another.
I tried. You cut me off, man.
So here, let's do this Bonquisha as an example.
All right, have a good day. Because this dumbass nigga not adding nothing to the conversation. And y'all keep letting dumbass black men that don't do nothing but lay slabs of fucking concrete down talk to y'all about science. This nigga doesn't know about science. He's a dumbass black criminal nigga. He's a criminal black man. Period. Concrete. I can't even hear you. That's sad. All I hear is wah 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 wah. Cry baby bitch. Cry baby bitch. You a cry baby bitch. Cry baby bitch. Cry baby bitch. You cry.
Hold on, but I think I got you with this. I think I got y'all on this, man. Hold on, no, wait, Marcus. No, it was a statement that everybody agrees on that science is a philosophy, and I still disagree. I looked it up here. I'm just saying if y'all agree with this or not. No, science and philosophy are distinct disciplines. While they are related and influence each other, they are not the same. Science is a systematic process of acquiring knowledge through observation and experimentation, while philosophy is a broader field focused on fundamental questions about existence, knowledge, values, reasons, mind, and language. Y'all agree with that?
Yes.
No, I don't agree. I disagree.
So after the observation, right, after we collect the data, right, do we get experience from the data or the observation?
Data.
Yes, the experience is not from the data. The data is just numbers on a page, right? But the experience is
anecdotal.
where we get the understanding. Because
anecdotal.
So because
Good weddings and stuff.
What about Matge Ben David, that room free?
Oh, sure. Oh, those are big ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are great. There's a really good. Then there's like. Have you heard of Birgay Eretz HaKodesh? They listen to like boy groups.
Birgay, I've never heard of that. I've heard of some Yeshiva Boys Choir, Miami Boys Choir.
Yeah, Miami is a big part of the Sunday
Did you kick out John Kidlover? Yakov? Yakov?
Well, if you ever want to hear any Mizrahi Chazanot, there's a really, really great tenor. Strong voice. His name is Emil Zrihan. And it's just powerful. And then there's this other guy, Roberto Mizrahi. Yaakov.
Yoo-hoo, Yaakov.
Shabbat Shalom, Maor.
Yakov? Yakov, are you there?
I don't think he's there.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just trying. Maybe he would hear
Yeah.
me this time.
And he haven't. And I don't know if he's closed the app because he's still here.
He probably left his phone somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, Al, that's what we need. Maybe we could get Leslie back in here, or Jeff.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, maybe Lawrence. Maybe you could call Jeff or text him.
Hold on. I'm working on something. Give me a second.
Leslie, what happened to you? I talked to you in a mouth.
We ended this room. Like, Rena and I left. And I see what's happening here. I'm not really in for this, but yeah, I understand now. Lawrence, thank you. Yeah, is Yakov there?
No.
I would suggest everyone just leave.
Yeah.
So confused. Wait, were there just people? Is there something? Huh? Oh.
Is there any life in this room? What's going on?
Are you there? Lawrence. Lawrence.
No, hold on, sorry. Get the volume turned down.
Oh, no, I'm trying to get Lawrence. I get it.
I haven't heard him for a while.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Lawrence, can you go ahead and kick this guy from the room?
Whoa.
What? No, kick the guy and help the fortress. Kick the guy out. I don't have this guy.
Yaco,
Fauci, Ramsey, whatever. It's kick.
can you check your Insta?
Lawrence, yeah, sure.
Lawrence, can you use ultimate and kick him, please?
Yep.
Hey, what's John doing? John, don't record the room, please. I don't see anything. Lawrence.
Little Jihad. I love this topic. Jihad. Yaakov.
Leslie, you there?
Yakov,
Yeah.
could you kick out John Kidlover, please?
middle stuff, so they would be, generally speaking, they adhere to and accepted the ethnic creed historically.
So, when Aya, for example, says that they are much less fanatical, shall we say, and their observance of Islam more liberal, more Western leaning, while at the same time being very strict on crime, surely you don't disagree with that.
No, in terms of crime, they're very strict on crime.
Yeah.
Like, I don't believe in leniency on crime, actually. I think that, personally, I think that countries like the United Kingdom and various other countries, they should bring back things like the death penalty and capital punishment. Especially when it be for crimes against children, whatever the way.
Largely uncivilized, so it's actually on the way.
Honestly, I'm against any idea of people migrating to Europe or Muslims migrating to Europe or the United States or Canada or any of these places. Now in regards to, because it's even spoken about from some past scholars, like, what was his name? One very well-known scholar that passed.
We are also opposed to Muslims migrating here.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Anyway, there's a statement that was made back in the 90s. A man named Muhammad Nasruddin al-Albani, who was a very well-known scholar, contemporary scholar within the Islamic world.
Oh, he's Egyptian, right? Isn't hijab related to him? Oh, sorry.
Muhammad Nasruddin al-Albani, as his name implies, he is Albanian.
Oh, you meant Bana, do you know Bana, right? From Egypt. Oh, okay.
There's actually a couple of people with that name. I think it's a family name. But, but anyway, going on to that point, he asked, the question was asked to him, and he said, "Oh, noble Sheikh, what advice do you have for the Muslim youth in Canada?" And he said that they leave Canada immediately and move to an Islamic country, which I agree with. I don't think that any Muslim that values their religious principles should mass migrate to Western countries. It's not advisable at all.
Well, now, just looking at the conversation that you and I have had, you made it clear to me that you felt that I owed you jizya as a non-Muslim man. Is that correct?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So, in your view, all non-Muslim men, whether we live in New York, Vatican City,
depends on their financial status.
Yes, but
unless of course they're also within unless of course they're also over a certain age bracket.
Right. So you feel
if you're a senior citizen, then no. If normal. Okay. All right.
The non-Muslims who can afford it, who are men, who are
non-Muslim men that aren't members of the clergy, that aren't poor, and that aren't senior citizens, then yes.
Hang on. They don't have to talk over somebody. You don't have to talk over me. Basically, most of the world who are men owe you money because we're not.
No. Jizya only applies to Jews and Christians.
Oh, okay. So every Jew and Christian in the world within a certain age group who can afford it owes you money.
No, it only applies to men too.
I just said men. Mandalore.
You said every.
I said men. Your English is really lacking here. So try to just listen slowly before you come off mic.
Passive aggressive insults.
Nobody's being passive aggressive. You're the one who feels that the world owes you tax, not me. Talk about passive aggressive. Now, this is the entire world. This is the entire world.
It's funny because of the fact that I managed to trigger you.
I'd like to hear what Norm is trying to say.
He's actually triggered by something.
No, I don't say I'm triggered. I find it remarkable that a person would claim to have any moral authority after saying that the men of the world who are Christian or Jewish apparently owe him jizya. By the way, I think
Hey, Mandalore, I'm Christian, Arab from the Middle East. If you want my money, come get it, buddy. Come get it. Give it a shot.
Come and take it.
Come and take it, bro. I dare you to. Come on, come get it.
What I like about Norm is that, for the most part, I do not really hear Norm getting triggered, but I do hear Norm getting legitimately frustrated when people don't let him engage. One of the things that's very frustrating, I've noticed is happening for Norm over the past few days, is Norm is a good listener, and so it's easy for you to get their point. When they say 30% of their sentence, you're like, oh, I got it. But of course, you know, it's frustrating for that person, even though you did deduce accurately what they were going to say. Hey, we still got to let them finish, and fucking then we respond. It's very annoying.
Yeah. Hey, I have an idea. If Mandalore, if you want, what you can do is set up a GoFundMe page for your little Jizya idea, and I might give you $1. Come on, dude.
You can set up a go fuck yourself page.
I think it's a certain percentage, fine.
Excuse me. No.
I'd be in trouble. I'd be in trouble.
And normally there's no percentage. It's only the tribute called zakat that is given by the Muslim. That is 2.5% of their salary. There's no limit for the jizya. In fact, historically we have reports of being around 10%, 40% of their salaries.
Up to 50%.
Yeah, and even to a family member, for example, that you give to the radical. And by the way, for the people who don't know, this is a rule that is more detailed. Muslims believe in that you live in the
And you know this ayah because you grew up in Islam, so you have a first-hand relationship with it. Ayah?
Sorry?
So you know this because you grew up in Islam, and so you have a first-person relationship with all of this.
I mean, there's no Muslim country that does the jizya, but, you know, it used to be done before, under the caliphs, and yet, as I grew up as a Muslim, I left when I was 26 or 40. I was a Sunni.
I mean, it looks like, what I'm seeing in Gaza, for example, it looks like Hamas is exacting attacks from all of the people who live there. So if it's not jizya, I read recently that this is how they fund themselves. They're taxing the population 10 to 15%. That's what I was. So I don't know if this is related. I'm not that familiar with the Muslim taxation system. So if anybody wants to explain it to me, you can. But the interesting thing is that Mandalorian felt that I owed him money, and right now I'm in New York, and I guess Fadi owes him money. And
come get it. Come get it.
Fadi, I think, is in. I'm gonna make up a place.
Canada.
No, I was gonna say what's those moose? What's one of those funny names they have up there?
Nunavut?
Well, Nunavut.
Moose Gigantic?
There's one that has moose in the name, I thought. Like
Moose? There's a lot of
Jaw.
Moose
Jaw.
Moose jaw. Okay, or moose tentacles or something like that.
Yeah.
We got a place up here called Moose Head.
Yeah, me too. Hey, Zach, why do you not want any Muslims to immigrate to
I was just joking.
Oh,
Yeah, I was just joking. It was just funny because he said,
I was recording you. You ruined my clip.
No, it's just funny because he said, I don't believe any Muslim should emigrate here, and the funny response is, good, we don't want you to emigrate here either, you fucker. Sorry for cursing, sorry.
I've spoken to many Muslim people. I've lived in predominantly Muslim countries for many. I've never once encountered any Muslim person ever, and I've unfortunately hung around extremists, not intentionally, but I just was in that situation, and I've never been asked for jizya until today.
I very much do not have a problem with Muslim people. I live in a place where there are some Muslims around, and they're very fine people. So I don't have a problem with Muslims. I was just trying to be funny.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think that Mandalore should set up a jizya GoFundMe. Maybe he'll get.
Yeah, you're an actor. GCRs only applies under academy. That's why.
Yes, Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Fadi, I'm sorry. It's a new business that I'm starting up, and don't steal the idea. It's called Jizz on Me.
Okay. No, why?
It had to be done. Come on, I think that's pretty darn good. I'm gonna write that down.
Yes, I have a question for Sabina. Sabina, you said something earlier. Are you okay if I ask you the question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I think you said something about maybe family units should be allowed to immigrate, not single men and women. Do you put the culpability on, like when you have something disgusting like what happened to Sarah, like these young men following her, looking at her child, all of this is completely disgusting, deplorable. I put the blame on number one, the young man. I think men should be held to a much higher standard in today's society than they are. But the second place I go is the parents. Like for you, who do you put the blame on? The country letting them in, the young man, the parents, their religion. Like, how do you think about that?
I would say it would be like a multiple different things. So I would agree that I think in her case it wasn't men, it was little boys, and so I think society needs to be more firm on boys. But I would also blame the parents, but I would also blame the government for not enforcing. So that's why when Braverman came out and said, this was going on, she was doing the job that maybe some other politicians didn't do because they didn't enforce the law. So there should be enforcing the law as well, if that makes sense. But the reason I was saying that family units come together are better is because they will be able to, it takes like a village to raise kids. So bringing a bunch of single men from a war zone into a new country is not a good idea, even when you look at the migration patterns of like the early 1900s, when you look at like immigrants that were like coming from Europe and stuff, it just worked better when you bring family units rather than single people. Like, does that make sense?
I'm struggling with something there because I realize there's multiple factors. You see, if I have a boy and a girl, I have a young man who's 13 years old and an amazing girl who's 9. If my son did that, my God, it would be, I would lose my mind. I would absolutely lose my mind. And I would lose my mind. First, I blame myself as a father. Young boys look up to their father. My problem with the family unit thing is like, that person who did that, maybe you don't know about their situation, but in general, like you bring the family unit over, I don't know that solves the problem, because like, that's what the family, or you don't know about some circumstance, maybe their father died, whatever, or I don't know that solves the problem, right? I think the family.
Right. It doesn't, but if you brought in, let's say you brought in like thousands of European men and brought them into India or the Middle East or Bahrain. Let's say you brought like thousands of like young, European men from the age of like 18 to 30. They would feel threatened by that. That would threaten any population if you bring that many people in. Because who is going to marry these young men, right? And then they're as well. So that's different. Like if you bring a bunch of seniors, it wouldn't be the same. The seniors won't be able to give back to society in the same way, but they can take care of that. You're removing those young men from their structure, like their seniors, like the elders, like there's a whole group of people that would be able to, like, I don't know if you know this, right? In my culture, I'll give you an example. In my culture, this is a well-known thing that happens. If you guys when a young kid, right, from my country misbehaves sometimes Somali parents will take them back to Somalia and leave them there. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Wait, what? Yeah, it's called Dakan Elis. Dakan Elis is return to the culture. Why? Because if you come here and you can't follow the rules here, you have to go back home and learn how suffering there is.
I thought they couldn't return back home because it was like the war-torn refugees.
No, but that's the point. Sometimes you're sending them to death because it's dangerous, right? But the point is that if you're misbehaving here, some parents will take you back there so that you can learn better.
That's insane. Have you ever heard of grounding a kid?
No, this is
In America, we have a thing, we take away privileges like no television or something like that. We don't take them back to Somalia.
I'm telling you, if it works. I've seen them, they come back straight enough. Because they understand that you're living.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. Some people consider it abuse. I'm not saying this is the right thing to do, but you know, but it's a form of deportation. Like our people do this to each other. Like, and so if a young daughter starts behaving a certain way, you send her back, and when they come back, usually they're scarred. It's really a bit extreme to do, but at least it gives them perspective. It allows them to understand that, okay, that's how people living there, they come back more appreciative and less likely to do violence.
I just want to say that as an American, I absolutely disagree with having to pay a jizz tax, which is a poll tax essentially. But American men and women should never have to pay a jizz tax to, barbarian conquistadors.
And the tax on Jews.
Sabina, it's interesting you say that. So what my dad, when I got off path, like came home with a B, or heaven forbid a B minus, he would threaten me with going back to the homeland, but it's for a different reason. It's for the sacrifice that he made to leave the homeland, and to leave the homeland for a better future for us. So it's interesting the way it's framed in.
That's the same framing. Yeah.
You think it's the same frame?
Yeah, it's the same frame. Yeah, because it's supposed to teach you, like, he made a sacrifice to come here. Why are you going to become a gangbanger or something like that? Right? No, it's...
We're a jizz tax collector.
I don't know. It's not just grades. It's like other things. It's more severe things. Like, it's extreme stuff that they're sent back for.
For me, it was a B minus.
Could you be sent back for murder for reconditioning and then come back a good person?
There's
a local politician here in my state who says that she's actually from Somalia, and she says that her number one priority, now that she's a member of the American House of Representatives, is to help Somalia.
Wait, I just want to say something quickly, because Sarah, you said in the chat there is no honest Muslim. That would be considered Islamophobia, actually. That comment would be considered Islamophobia. Why do you say that?
She's talking about the taqiyya.
I think I would call that Islam hate.
Sorry, I kicked myself out. I'm talking about that phenomena where they're allowed to lie. If you say, "Are you Muslim?" and then they say, "No, I'm not," and I've heard it a few times for Clubhouse, where they're like, "I'm not Muslim," blah 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 blah, and yeah, it's some kind of thing where they lie because they have to protect themselves somehow from being perceived as Muslim, which in itself is an oxymoron, right? If you were living honestly, you wouldn't need to lie.
Isn't that only if your life was threatened?
I thought it's this if you're captured, like it's an award type thing.
Yeah.
But I think they joked it.
Genuinely,
they're saying like 1 sentence later that they are Muslim, so I think they actually are just lying or joking. Yeah.
But if you're being hunted, right? Let's say the way like Jews are being hunted, like in World War II, like you can't lie and say wouldn't you do that in that kind of situation?
Christians and Jews are hunting Muslims now?
No, I said in World War II when Jews were being hunted.
I would like to answer that. See, you must first understand the concept of
division of areas. Islam is basically, you can say, broadly divided into two categories. One is Darul Aman, where the Islam is reigns supreme. It is under Islamic control. Then there is Darul Haram, that is where Islam is at war with others. Whether you like it or not, it is always at war with infidels. So now your country is Darul Haram. Okay, so they are at war, whether you realize it or not. They are at war. They want to overpower you. So it is permissible to lie, and it is not just takia. You can go through kitman, morna, hiyal, and other forms of deception. And if you go to the Islamic rooms, you will find a lot of these kind of lies they say, and it is almost compulsive lying that they do. At least when it comes to the scriptures.
But you said during law, right? Sorry, normal. Hey, you said it
He said during war, and they're always at war because they're at war with the infidel. Can you explain Kitman, AJ?
Sorry?
Can you explain those other forms like Kitman?
Yes, like Tavaria is creative lying. Creative lying means, I'll come to that at once. If somebody comes and asks me, hey, do you have a penny in your pocket? I'll say, probably having
It's
a
like logical means of it.
Yes, exactly.
Say it again. I'm sorry. I think that was you. I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
So if you come and ask me, I'm a Muslim. Do you have a penny with you? I might not be having a penny, but I might be having a 50 pound in my pocket. Yeah. But you were asking for pennies in it. So basically, I'm deceiving by, saying, I don't have any penny.
You're a penny pincher.
So is that like sort of over literalization, or is that lying by omission?
There are other forms of lying. I think you should read on it. Lying by omission is Kitman, I guess. Kitman.
Thank you. What is Sharia? Is what you call it creative lying?
Yeah, Tavaria is creative lying.
ChatGPT, classical Islamic scholarship, both Sunni and Shia, refers to three primary exceptions for lying. I asked it what the minimum bar for lying is. In war, deception about plans or movements is allowed to protect the Muslim side. Number two, to reconcile between people, softening or altering words to end a conflict or restore relationships without unjust harm.
What is that called?
I asked ChatGPT, what's the most? Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but it gave three categories. So category one was in
Hello
war.
everybody, this is Patrick Gibbons.
The other side.
And he said that we're always at war because they're always at war. The war is a permanent state. That's what they pointed out. They're AJ.
I'm not sure that's true. I don't know who Saudi Arabia's at war with. I don't know who Saudi Arabia's at war with. Maybe the Houthis or something. And then it says to reconcile between people or to protect yourself under unjust harm.
See, I explained, you did not get what I explained. See, Islam categorized the non-Muslim countries are as Darul Haram, that is the abode of war. Even when they are living peacefully in minds, there are what all kinds of jihad do you know? It is jihad. If you cannot speak out, it is jihad from the heart. You have to condemn it by heart, from heart. Like what is happening in democratic countries, they are electing, they have man-made laws. So the Muslims are to condemn from their heart. Okay, when they are able to speak out, they speak out, like what Rashida Tlaib and that Somali woman, Ilan Omar is doing. They are speaking out. Then comes with pen or other means, and then comes the sword finally. So in many of the countries, the sword that they are not reached that level. Okay? Only when they reach sufficient strength, they will take up the sword.
Okay.